The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Chopping up Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, there's the route down known. Dolly Vision headlines, King the Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Chopping up Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feels so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, there's the route down known. Dolly Vision headlines, King the Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
Good morning, and welcome to court, people. Okay, I got to ask you guys a quick favor. Does my mic sound okay? Because I have it turned down today, right? I've been adjusting my mic. I'm trying to get the sound right because people said I was blowing out their eardrums yesterday. So if I sound okay to you guys out there, give me the thumbs up. I've turned my mic way down, so it shouldn't be extremely loud. Right? Because people were saying when I talked, I was way louder than what was going on in court. Okay, I'm good where you at. Sounds good. Okay, good to know, guys. Good to know. So, you know the routine already. Leave your DNA on that like button. Court this morning does not start, well, officially live on Court TV or Law and Crime or anywhere to 10:30. They keep pushing it back, but soon as it starts, I will start with you guys. I just been waiting on the court. But until then, we're going to do just a little recap of day 2, right? Before we get on to day 3. Hopefully today we hear what killed this baby. For the last 2 days, they have been kicking the shit out of us with Leilani's a liar. And I think they proved that. I think everybody's in agreement that Leilani is a damn liar. We get it. The prosecution will literally put you to sleep. People were falling asleep yesterday in the court. Okay. You're losing people like that, right? And this job is to, keep this fresh in people's mind, get a conviction. That's what we're all here for. None of us are here to watch Leilani get away with murder. Okay. I don't think one person in this room is here to watch her get away with murder. But it feels like that's what we're doing. People are hitting me up saying, Dolly, this is another Casey Anthony. She's going to walk. People's not paying attention. And it gives reasons for appeal if she is convicted, because she can easily say that the jury wasn't even paying attention. They were sleeping during the case. Now, we heard yesterday that, that there was throw up and there was possibly blood, but none of this stuff got tested. $2 challenge, show Dolly some love. Angelina, Thank you. That's a good challenge day. Keep Dolly alive challenge. So you the first person to jump on the Dolly train this morning. Good morning to all you beautiful people. So I got a lot of streaming in yesterday. We streamed the case. It ran a little late yesterday because they showed that 1 hour video. And thank God PJ filled in for me at the end because I was getting a little tired. But then I had time to work on some of the things we needed to work on. I made a bunch of candles yesterday because you guys have been ordering them up. Thank you. We have raised like $450 for our Christmas wish fund. We've been taking 25% of our merchandise sales and putting it into our Christmas wish fund. So when you guys buy soaps, lotions, body washes, t-shirts, 25% of that goes to a fund that we're going to use to help bless a few families this Christmas. Unfortunate people that are doing bad. You know, there's a lot of people doing bad this year because, you know, we had massive hurricanes devastate our country. So we're going to do our best to help 3 to 5 families this year. And the way we're going to do that is December 1st, you guys can start submitting letters to us of families that are in need. And we're going to take this Christmas wish fund and spend that buying them Christmas. Okay. So last year we did 3. This year we hope to do at least 5. But, you know, if we can get 3 in, that's still 3 families that are going to have a nice Christmas because of you guys picking up Dolly soaps, lotions, body washes, stuff like that. Buy dollysoap.com if you want to help. Okay. So we're already at 450. We're not even into November yet. So already we've had a wonderful start to our fundraising. And that is all because of you guys. So big virtual hugs to you guys. And then PJ says, love you too. Challenge accepted. PJ's on the train with me this morning. She did wake me up this morning, so she was ready to go. Okay, she was ready to go bright and early. Baby kisses right here. Done jumped on the train with us. And make sure if you're just tuning in, you like the video. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 likes before court even starts. You guys were on time this morning, so I ain't going to hold you in contempt, right? I ain't going to hit you with no fines because y'all were all here on time. Even the judge showed up on time this morning, and I was up to 1 o'clock this morning streaming with you guys. Okay. And then I still watched a show of Blacklist. So I was up pretty good while last night. Sidekick has took the challenge, right? Welcome, Sidekick. Get on the train. Good morning to you. Good morning. Jeannie from the Seattle. Thank you. You got on the train this morning, got you a ticket. Good morning. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, or at least it's starting off wonderful. Michelle, welcome aboard the train. Good morning to you. Good morning. Get your coffee. Get relaxed. Hopefully they don't bore us into a snore fest today. Hopefully we get some good witnesses, the babysitter, Danny, Billy Joe, something good. I'm ready. Or at least bring some experts in that are going to explain how this baby died. Okay. Janetti, is that how you say that? Jenny. We'll go with Jenny. Okay. Jenny, thank you. Thank you. Come aboard the train. Good morning to you. Good morning. I hope everybody's getting their breakfast, having a good day, starting off with some coffee. Don't let anybody destroy your day. If anybody tries to mess your day up today, just be like, look, Dolly said, y'all can't mess my day up. And then throat punch them, okay? Always, if that don't work, if just the warning don't work, go immediately to the throat punch, okay? Like Steven Seagal, right? And then trust me, they'll leave you alone. They will leave you alone. Nobody bothers you after getting throat punched. Angie B done took the $2 challenge this morning. Choo choo. All right, all aboard. Buckle up. Buckle up. Listen, if there's any blood on the seats of the train, we are not testing it. Okay, we don't test blood around here. We're like Chatham County. We see some blood, we don't test it. All right, Turtle Gang in Vegas. All right, if you throw up, make sure there's no blood in it, Turtle Gang. Okay, no blood in the throw up. And don't worry, we ain't gonna make you sleep in a pack and play. Okay. We ain't going to make you sleep in a pack and play. No worries. You're good here on Dolly Vision. All right. Candy Shop, here to inspire, has jumped on the train. She's ready to go this morning. You guys are ready. Okay. Y'all are probably more ready than I am. I'm still waking up. Okay. But it's good to see all your beautiful faces of what I can see of. You know, Dolly's half blind. The channel should be called Dolly Bad Vision. But, you know, I didn't want to put that in there because it sounded like the channel was bad. But my vision is terrible. Today, I'm probably going to go look into RV and see if I can find my actual glasses. But I'm going to do my best today without them. And hopefully my gavel and everything gets here today. I'm ready to be like, you know, and I don't have it. So, but it is scheduled to be here today. So by tomorrow, I will have my judge robe because, you know, it just is what it is. Every judge needs a robe, right? And I don't got a robe, but my robe and gavel will be here today. Connie has took the challenge. She's on the train with us. Everybody's boarding up early. You guys are absolutely awesome. Rose, it's good to see Rose. Okay, sometimes you drive me a little crazy, but you're awesome. You're awesome. Thank you, Rose, for being here. Katrina is boarding. Come on, girl. I'm taking you tearing tickets. Tearing tickets. The $2 challenge accepted by a ton of y'all. Thank y'all. That's going to cover my breakfast this morning. I've been eating pretty healthy, so it's kind of expensive. Okay, it's kind of expensive. These fruit cups ain't cheap. All right. Because you can eat a cheeseburger for $3.99. You buy a fruit cup, it's $15. Okay. That's the world we live in today, right? If you try to eat healthy, you better get a second job. T. Stevens, thank you. 31 months. Good Lord. Almost 3 years of this true crime journey. And T. Stevens has been here with me almost every minute of that. Awesome. All right. Jenny from Forrest Gump. Jenny. Captain Dan or whatever, Lieutenant Dan, right? Thank you, Jenny from Forrest Gump. Okay. Life is like a box of Dolly. You never know what you're going to get until you get on the channel. Okay. You never. Sage, thank you. Thank you. Taking the challenge this morning. Wake up, right? I guess you're already awake. I think I need to wake up, but I did wake up in a good mood today. I thought I'd be really tired, right? Because, you know, we were up late night talking Sebastian Rogers. We spent the whole day talking Quinton Simon. But I made it. I'm here. Now, I can't promise I won't fall asleep halfway through this, right? But right now I'm here. Dolly, the entire pack and play was sent to Quantico lab. Hopefully we will hear. Yeah, I know it was sent there, and thank you, lemon buttercream. Okay, lemon buttercream. That's making me hungry already. Okay, lemon buttercream. Yes, I know, but you know, if they had results of stuff from that pack and play that they were touching with no gloves on, contaminating the crime scene, you know, apparently Cheatham County can't afford gloves. So maybe one of, you know, our Christmas wish list this year, we should buy Cheatham County some blue gloves. Now, it's just a thought. It's just a thought. Because apparently, or we buy them one pair and the whole police force got to share them. Okay? Because it's a small place. Because there's also the Savannah police. And then there's the county of Cheatham police. Like, Savannah didn't want Cheatham to be part of their police force, so they kicked them out. So there's two police forces, believe it or not. I didn't know that till I went to jail. They were like, oh, you got arrested by Cheatham County, but we're taking you to Savannah jail because Cheatham County don't have their own jail. Okay. So that's why Leilani went to Savannah County jail. That's why Dolly went to Savannah County jail, because Cheatham County jail used to be a part of the Savannah police. And then they kind of branched off and became their own gang. Okay. Their own gang. And you can see they all went to the school of dipshit. All right. The lady was an FBI agent. She looked like she was every bit of 12 years old. Usually, you know, in the police force, or you start off as a gumshoe or something. You got to be a police officer for years and years to become a detective, right? They only take their best. These people are becoming detectives in like a week. You know what I'm saying? It's like detective starter kit. I don't get it. If you want to be a detective, move to Chatham County. Okay, move to Chatham County. Sylvie has took the $2 challenge this morning and jumped aboard the Dolly train. We ride it off the tracks today. We're going to ride it off the tracks. Reserved Images jumped on the train with us this morning. Thank you. Thank you. Capital Productions just gifted $1 membership. So make sure if you got that membership, you thank them. Everybody's renewing their memberships today. Steffers, Justice for Q. Thank you for devoting to this case, Dolly. Yeah, I told you guys there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about this case. You know, that sign is right there on my wall, right? Leilani, will you marry me? And the turtle mask, they're together hanging on the wall. So every time I walk in this studio, I have to think about Baby Q. Plus, you know, I was so emotionally involved in it. I was ready to whip some ass while I was down there, right? You knew when Dolly was ready to throw them that he was ready, right? We had the altercation with the fry guy, the damn old biker guy. Like, you know, I was on a warpath. I should have had some braids in like Seth Rogers, okay? Bayou Babe says, thank you, Dolly and PJ, for making a horrible situation fun for us. I try to do my best, guys. Some of these subjects are, you know, a little crazy and, you know, emotional. And, you know, I can laugh and joke and play a little bit now. But 2 years ago, this crushed my heart. Like you would, I didn't find a whole lot of shit funny then. You know, I was a little upset about what was going on and how this baby was done and how the police were handling everything. Peanut says, all aboard the Dolly train. And let's see if we can hit 1,000 likes before court even starts. That way I ain't got to say like the video a million times. We can go right in to listen. I'm going to try not to over talk everybody. And I'm going to try to make sure you can see the captions this morning because a lot of people can't hear everything. Sometimes the volume is not really good in the courtroom. And I'm hoping we have a better day in court. When I say better day, that makes Leilani Simon look more guilty. Okay. 2 days of her lying. We get it. We get it. The lady's the biggest fucking liar on the planet. We get it. You ain't got to waterboard us with Leilani lies. Okay. That's what I felt like I was being yesterday, was waterboarded. I don't know about you guys. And I tried to make the best of it, joke, play, lighten the mood a little bit. But I was literally trying to hold on like the jurors, right? I was holding, don't fall asleep, Dolly. You're live on TV. People are looking at you, right? You're going to be on all the clip channels. You're going to be all those, you know? So I tried to hold it together the best I could. So, but thank you guys that were all here with me. Sweet Jones, Judge Dolly, choo choo. Okay. How many of y'all ready for me to get my gavel, right? I'm ready. I'm ready. I don't know about y'all. I'm going to be banging it on everything, hitting myself in the head with it to keep myself awake. Okay. On the trail with MK, Judge Dolly, lunch money, choo choo. I usually don't eat lunch. I usually get me a nice solid breakfast. Them cheese grits were pretty good yesterday. You know, some eggs, some toast, and I can pull through. You know what I'm saying? Usually I can pull through. Gives me just enough energy. Jennifer B, doubling up on the train this morning. Come on, get on. Get on. We taking off soon. We got, I don't know, about 20 minutes, right? We got about 20 minutes, but that'll give me time, like I said, to do a little recapping and hanging out with you guys this morning, telling everybody good morning, saying my hellos. Moto Mom 23, my favorite number, by the way, is 23. Just gifted $5 membership. So we got a bunch of new members this morning. And if you got a membership, remember, Moto Mama's working hard for her money. Make sure you give her a big virtual hug and thank her, okay? Because the memberships ain't free and all that stuff you guys are doing. Don't think I don't appreciate it. I appreciate all the love, the support, you guys. Listen, if you can't get on the Dolly train, just like the video. It's not a big deal, okay? I love you guys all the same. I thank each and every one of you for being here with me this morning. There's a lot of places you can watch this, and y'all chose to come hang out with me. I really do appreciate it. Okay, is everybody? Oh no, we got some more people. Been a member for a few months. Love you, Sassy. Thank you. I love you guys too. Y'all are the best, right? YouTube has come a big part of my life, and y'all are just like my big extended family. So big virtual hugs to you. Thank you for being here with me this morning. And thank you for being a member for months. That means you put up with this face. And that's hard. Okay. That's hard. So I really do appreciate it. Another Jenny. We got a lot of damn Forrest Gump here today. Jenny! Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for getting aboard the train. Come on. Get you a seat. We got plenty of room. We got plenty of room on the train. Right? I need all my jurors aboard the train. We're driving into court, raising hell this morning, right? Like it's a damn roller coaster. Throw your hands up, right? And they stay there, and they stay there. Okay. Jennifer, close to Jenny. Justice for Quinton. I pray to God there's some justice today. The last 2 days, I've been a little like, oh my God, can these police get any more stupid, right? Yeah, we seen a big puddle of blood and some bones over there, but we didn't test them, okay? They would have had to find the baby dead to test it, right? Like, oh, we better do some testing. There's a dead baby. Anything else, they don't test, right? If you commit a crime, I'm just because I love all y'all. I don't want y'all to go to prison, right? But if y'all do commit a crime, make sure you do it in Tennessee or Georgia, okay? Them 2 states, you can get away with it. Anywhere else in the country, your ass is going to prison, okay? But Tennessee, Georgia, you ain't got to worry about it. You can leave DNA in Georgia. You might not want to leave no DNA in Tennessee. They might find that. Tennessee's pretty dumb, but they ain't quite that dumb. It depends what county you in. If you in Hawkins County, you could probably leave the murder weapon, okay, and get away with it. But Georgia, you can definitely leave your DNA and they ain't going to find you. You know why? Because they don't test. Did you test? Nope. Right? You look like that cop got up there and looked like a big ass dummy yesterday. Right? Please, I beg you, don't bring any more big dummies like Fred Sanford would say, you big dummy. Right? You big ass dummy. Damn. Listen, you might as well give Dolly a badge, right? Michelle, thank you. Come on aboard the train. Thank you for accepting the $2 challenge this morning. I don't know who started it, but thank you. Okay, thank you. You guys are awesome. All right, Vincent, come on, get on, Vincent. We got room for you. You know, it's getting tight in train car number 1. All right. Might have to put you in train car number 2. The train is filling up this morning. The train is filling up. Mel Cut Crow, right? That's a unique name, right? It reminds me of Marco Krokov for some reason. I don't know if anybody know who that is. It's a UFC fighter that's from Croatia. All right, let's see. You guys are talkative this morning. Poco, is that how you say that? Or Paco? Thank you for your channel and Moto Mom for my gift. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for being here with us this morning. I see you're paying in pounds, so that means you watching internationally. So welcome from the other side of the pond, all my viewers from around the world. It is good to see you guys. And I'm glad you guys are interested in what's going on here, right? You know, when you're a baby killer, I think that affects the whole world. It ain't just a United States thing or a UK thing or South Africa. It's the whole world. Nobody in a whole planet wants to see little kids hurt. Not whatsoever. But thank you for being here with us this morning. Okay. We got 983 in the chat. We got 1,100 people in the chat and 435 likes. Listen, guys, do me a favor. Like the video, right? Let's see if we can hit 1,000 before court even starts this morning. That would be totally awesome, right? Like awesome sauce, right? Listen, you know what I want on my eggs this morning? Some awesome sauce. And if we hit 1,000 likes before court starts, that is the same as awesome sauce, right? I'm going to put that right on my eggs this morning. And we're going to have a good day, and it will keep us awake. Okay? It'll keep us awake. Beverly, Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Come on, get on the train. We're taking that bitch right to guilty verdict, right? We're taking the train right to the guilty verdict, and we're going to pray. We're going to talk into existence. Some damaging evidence against Leilani Simon comes out today. Hopefully we get the babysitter today, the babysitter's daughter, Danny Young, and maybe even a Billy Joe. Something good on stand, right? Maybe even Bubba Moss. We don't know who's all going to be there. So hopefully we have a good day. We didn't have a good day yesterday. I left shaking my head yesterday, a little disappointed in Chatham County, right? Or Cheatham County, whichever one you want to call it, right? Whichever one you want to call it. Sylvie has been a member for 21 months. Good Lord, almost 2 years, Sylvie. Almost 2 years. That's a good minute. You got to remember, I've only been doing true crime for 3 years? And some of you guys have been here with me almost the whole journey, right? Thank you for joining up. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We got a long ride still. I thought that ride was going to get cut short when I had that heart attack. Okay. I was like, oh, well, the train done crashed, right? The train done crashed. But I'm starting to feel better, taking better care of myself. We picked the train up. We put it back on the tracks, and we're still chugging along. Okay. Maria's kitty cats, just a little help here. Choo choo. Okay. Yeah, we got some cats, some kitty cats. You want some? PJ's collecting them. Okay. We got like 10 cats. They're all outside cats because I'm allergic to cats. I really can't pet a cat. I like cats. I just gotta like them from a distance. But PJ got a collection going on. If you need some cats, let me know. I'll ship you a couple. I'll drop them bitches right in a box and have them at your door. We'll poke some holes in the box. So don't worry. We won't suffocate the cats. Okay. We'll make sure they get there in one piece. Patty, she said she's driving VIP today. She said she's jumping in the VIP cart. Okay. She said the other carts are getting full and she needs a little bit of leg room. So she, you know how you fly Delta or what is the other, American Airlines, and it costs, you can get 6 inches of leg room for $39.99. Okay. 6 inches. It really ain't that much, right? So sometimes when I fly, I will pay the extra $30, and it really don't feel like they give you any extra leg room, right? I swear it don't. It feels the same. Look, the last flight I took, this is a little off topic. There was like a 300-pound guy to the left of me and a 300-pound guy to the right of me. And I was right dead in the middle because, I don't like to spend money, so I didn't buy the extra leg room, right, for $39.99. I was like, okay, it ain't that long of a flight. It's only an hour and a half. I can bend my knees a little bit, right, and stuff myself in this airplane. I didn't realize they were going to put the 2 biggest dudes next to me on the airplane. I literally was smushed in the airplane. I didn't have no armrest. I couldn't bend my legs, right? I was stuck between these 2 fat-ass dudes, right? Listen, if you a big dude, get you 2 seats, okay? Get you 2 seats or 5 first class, right, where you got a little bit of room. Don't crush a little dude like Dolly, right? I couldn't breathe in that damn thing. I was like this. I was like, I will pay the $39.99 next time. I'll pay it. I swear I will, right? I was crushed for an hour and a half. I took 1 breath and that was it. And that's when I sat down. And then it was like squeezing myself in. And I was like, never again, Satan. Never again. Okay. Silver, shout out to my 5-year-old son, Dustin. He's sick today. Well, I hope your son gets better. That sucks. And listen, that 19 is going back around. I think it's 20, 21 now. I don't know. But that 19 is out there. Be careful. Don't get yourself sick, But I hope your son Dustin gets better. Tell him I said get well, and, we're praying for him that everything goes okay. But yeah, it's that season right now that people are getting sick, so be careful. Social distancing. I enjoyed that, right? I wish that would be in effect the whole time, 6 feet, because I don't like people all up on me. If you closer than an arm's distance to me like this, you're too close. You're at that point, I believe you're in my bubble. Okay. Sunny Day says justice for baby Quinton and has been a member for 28 months. Good Lord. So you've almost took a 3-year ride with me. Okay. Because we're going on, I think, 3 years. Almost. I don't know exactly if we hit that yet, but we're pretty close. So thank you, Sunny Days. And that's what we need today, because it's a little chilly here in Virginia today. That fall weather is coming in, you know, Halloween is getting. All right, hold on one second. Producer is calling. All right, let me read her message before she kills me. All right. I did a new breakfast place. You're so behind in the chat. LOL. Okay. Thank you, PJ. I'm just trying to catch up with everybody. Moto Mom has jumped on the train. I guess I'm behind in the chat. The producer says I'm trying to keep up, but I'm saying hello to everybody this morning. I got to board you on the train. What if I just kick you in? Get on the train, right? No, you got to say hello, welcome people, tear their ticket. Okay. Jeannie, reserving the Genie seats. Okay, awesome. All right, you got your seat. So when you show up, just let me know you already paid. All right, when you show up. Will Carrot, the horrible, the honorable judge said the horrible. I was probably right with the horrible Judge Dolly. Okay, but it says the honorable Judge Dolly. That's why you need glasses. Okay, that's why I need glasses. Thank you, Will Carrot. You VIP today. You VIP. Go to train number 1. Okay, get you a nice seat. Let me catch up on this chat. Pam, thank you so much, Pam. That's VIP ticket. Go board with Will Carrot. Follow him. He'll lead you to VIP. Okay, it comes with damn free ice cream. Okay, free ice cream this morning. Mama Fee is jumping on the train. Morning, Dolly and PJ. Justice for baby Quinton. I hope so. I hope we see some big changes today in the courtroom. Okay, big changes. Look at Messenger I sent you. I think I seen that. Okay, I'm catching up on the chat now. I'm catching up. You guys are talking up this morning. That's good. Wicklow is a new member. Thank you for joining. That is a great way to keep my ugly ass alive and these lights beaming me in the face. Okay. That is a good way. Yay. 1K likes. We did it. Awesome sauce. And I caught up with the chat. I'm at the end, right? There's 1,200. Look, hit the like, right? Let's have a good morning. This morning. We're 10 minutes away from court start. And let me go ahead and pull it up. All right. Let me go ahead and pull it up so we don't miss anything. But we're 10 minutes out. Let's share this. Share. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Everybody's on the train. Let's blow this up. We are ready to rock and roll. This is the rock and roll train this morning. We calling it the Rock and Roll Express. All right. Thank you for being here today. Definitely. Thank you guys for being here. Right now, did Court TV do that? Did Court TV got 1,000 likes before they started? Court TV has 42 likes. So we're doing better in Court TV today. Thank you guys. Big virtual hugs. And you know, the news in Georgia, we had to give them a like yesterday. They had 9 likes on their video. So I felt sorry for them. Well, they had 8, but I was their 9th like. Okay. They had totally of 9 likes on their video. Now, they need to do a little bit better job down there in reporting news in Georgia. They need to be honest with their viewers. That probably should be the first step, right? Is that Fallen? Wagner gifted 1 membership, right? Make sure whoever got that membership, you thank that person, give them a big virtual hug, and tell them you love them, okay? We love everybody today. There's a whole lot of love going down. Did you take your medicine? No, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me take my medicine. I forgot to take my blood pressure medicine, my blood thinners, all that stuff. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back with you. Thank you, PJ, for reminding me. Samantha said she's buying 2 seats for her big self. We love all of you, Samantha. We don't care how big you are. We love you all, right? So I took so many of those pills, right, for my blood and my blood thinners that I don't even need breakfast, okay? They got me on so much stuff. That filled me up, right? That was my breakfast this morning. But thank you for reminding me, PJ. Sometimes it's easy to forget to take your meds. I got to take my health real serious. The doctor told me not to miss one time, right? Because these blood thinners, apparently my blood is thick as Chunky Monkey, okay? And it don't like to pump through my heart. So we got to thin that shit down a little bit, right? We got to water it down a little bit so my heart will beat. So thanks for reminding me. And thank you, Nina, for getting on the train. The $2 challenge was crazy today. I don't know who started it, but everybody has been rolling with it, right? All right, now let me catch back up. I'm going to have to leave the container. I missed what you said, PJ. The chat's moving so fast. Hey, Zen. Good to see you. Oh no, my blood is thick too, Dolly. Yeah, we the thick blood crew. I guess when you get older, your blood gets thick like Chunky's Campbell's soup. Okay. There's potatoes and meat chunks trying to get through my vessels. I don't know, but I have to take those for a year. They got me on this, a year. I go back. Well, I go back in 3 months so they can check my cholesterol. Right. But I think my cholesterol should be good. It was you. All right, Angelina, you're right. I remember now. You started the $2 challenge. Okay. Thank you, girl. You helped me get breakfast this morning. You're awesome. Right. All you guys are awesome. And I thank you for all the support. But yeah, I go back in 3 months, 2 months now to check my cholesterol to make sure my chunky blood is getting thinner. I don't know, right? To make sure that, my cholesterol is not high. And then, of course, I take these medicines for a year. And then if everything is good, I should be able to come off of some of these medicines I'm taking. So I got to take a handful of stuff in the morning and I got to take a handful of stuff at night. The ones I take at night are a lot bigger. So I got to choke those down. The ones I take in the morning are kind of small, which is I got to take a baby aspirin every morning, just to, I guess, use as a thinner. But I'm alive. And I'm here with you guys. To me, that's all that matters. If I gotta do this forever, I gotta do it forever. But I doubt I will because like I said, I've been taking better care of myself. I've stopped drinking sodas, so that should thin my blood out a little bit. That shit was probably like syrup. You know what I'm saying? They took my blood. Coca-Cola came out, right? Pepsi. They were like, yeah, it's Pepsi. Patty, thank you so much. Welcome aboard the train. Welcome aboard the train. You get a window seat, okay? You get a $5 as a window seat on the Dolly train. Get you a nice window seat. Buckle up. It's going to be a crazy day. It's going to be a crazy day. The toddler in the landfill murder trial. Yes, right? She threw that baby away, but they didn't test anything, right? They didn't test anything. Did they test anything in the dumpster? Right? Did they test the dumpster? Did they test anything in the dumpster? I don't know. Listen, she threw that baby away in the nastiest dumpster you could ever throw a baby away in. Like I went to the dumpsters. I tried to find the video yesterday, but I don't know where I got so many old videos. I'm going to try to go back and go find it for you guys. But these dumpsters are so nasty. The area around the dumpsters is nasty. Maria's kitty cat says, a little more donation because you are such a cheerful fella. Choo choo. Most of the time. I can get grumpy, right? I can get grumpy sometimes when I get tired and hangry, right? I can get a little grumpy. But for the most part, I think I'm a pretty good spirit. Like there's no reason to be mad. Some people wake up mad, right? You have to get me mad, right? Or I have to get hangry. Hangry kind of like, gets me mad. Cindy E, but that's most people. When you're on E, you're kind of irritable. But I wake up in good spirits, right? I don't have any reason to be mad at the world. I'm happy I woke up after what I went through, the most scared event ever in my life, probably the scaredest I've ever been. I thought I was checking out of this world. So when I wake up, why be mad at the world? I enjoy every minute of my life. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to spend it with you guys, right? So what's there to be upset about? I'm a happy man. And there's, I got a wonderful family, an awesome girlfriend. She just got me breakfast, right? So I'm about to eat, so there's no reason to be hangry, right? Wagner, new member. So, and we're hoping today that some justice or some things that make Leilani look like a cold-blooded murderer come out. Okay. So I'm just happy. And I got this wishful thinking going on. And PJ might be right. Like yesterday, we were talking so bad about the cops that maybe we talk some of that into existence. Madonna says, does this get me out of jail? Okay. And on the train, I will keep the cuffs on. Okay, yes, we get you out of jail. If you go to jail, Madonna, we will get you out. Yes, yeah. I'll break you out myself. All right. I got connections. I will call the blonde bombshell bondsman and get your ass out. Okay. She got me out. I'm sure she can get you out. Kai, thank you so much for becoming a member. Dolly, it just shows that you need to let go of fear. Well, you can say that. You know what I'm saying? You can say let go of fear, but when there's some scary things you will go through in this life, right? And but sometimes I think it's good, because I appreciate things more now, right? I appreciate waking up the most, right? I appreciate that. Like I didn't say prayers when I woke up before. I wake up and tell God, thank you. Thank you for letting me be here. I appreciate it. Just as grateful as I am that you guys are here, I'm grateful to be here, right? So we should all be grateful because we were blessed this morning, each and every one of us. We woke up, okay? You know how many people didn't wake up or are not going to wake up today? It's a lot. In the world we live in, there's a lot of people that ain't going to wake up. We are the blessed ones, okay? Never forget that. Every day that you wake up, another day above dirt is a blessed day. Sometimes it's hard to appreciate it because you forget. But when you get a scare, I hate that it shouldn't have to take that scare, right? To feel that you're blessed, right? Just know you're blessed. You had a blessed day today. And if nobody's blessed you, Dolly has. Okay. Court is almost in session. I got the key for the most part. Faith, number one. I have faith too. And I feel good about where I'm going to go when I pass away, but I'm not done here yet. And I wanted God to know that when I was laying there and before they, after they shocked me and before they me, right? I wanted him to know that I'm not done. I've just started my mission and I'm in a good place and I'm ready to rock and roll. And we have a long journey ahead of us on this train. And I just wanted to make sure he knew that. Okay. And the doctors told me, listen, you do got a long journey ahead of you, right? You can have that journey, but you got to take care of yourself. And, don't what? Don't get it? Is that what that says? Don't. I'll just say don't. Love you, Dolly and PJ. Thank you for what y'all do. Thank you guys for what you do. Like without you, it would just be me sitting here talking to myself. Okay. So it takes everybody to make this train operate. So like I said, the doctor told me we got a long journey and we'll be able to make this journey, but I got to take care of myself. And for you guys to make this journey with me, you're going to have to take care of yourself. Right. So I hope what y'all see me go through. And, I'm one of those people that thought you had to be a big person, out of shape. I didn't, to have, diabetes and high blood pressure and heart attacks, but you don't, because you cannot see what's inside your body. We can't see our internal organs, and we put all this stuff in our bodies and we really don't think it's doing nothing to us. You think every day you can eat a greasy pizza. You can't. That stuff will back you up, clog you up, and give you a heart attack. And, I was eating, my diet consists of steaks, hot dogs, hamburgers, pizza, just really not good foods for you. And I've changed all that up. In the last 2 months, I haven't eaten but one piece of fried food. I ate one piece of chicken, and it was a chicken breast, but it was fried. It was a blooming onion chicken breast from Outback. It was one of those days I cheated. Okay, I'll cheat every now and then, maybe once a month, and so I had one piece of fried food in the last 2 months. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm on these cholesterol medicines. I want to make sure that my cholesterol goes down, that my heart don't block back up, because the scary thing was they told me is, your heart on the right side was 100% blocked and your heart on the left side is 50% blocked. Right. So they fixed my right side and they put a stent in. So my blood flows again through my body. Okay. But the scary thing is they don't do nothing for 50% blockage. They won't even mess with it till it's 75% blocked. That's weird to me. I'm like, what do I do to make sure, the other side don't do the same thing? And I have another heart attack. And this time, something bad happens. They're like, you got to fix your diet. You got to make sure you don't miss any of your medicine. And if you do that, it should stay about the same. So I'm like, there's really no cure for that. You know what I'm saying? You just got to eat healthy and hope you don't block it up anymore, and exercise, and I've been getting plenty of that, so I've been taking care of myself and don't stress. Exactly. So, I wake up happy. Like I said, I'm a blessed person. There's really no reason for me to stress. One of the only problems I've ever really suffered is anxiety. I've always had bad anxiety, kind of bad nerves. I think that runs in my family. Everybody around me seems to have anxiety and bad nerves. My mom had anxiety, bad nerves. It's just one of those things that I think is in my DNA, and I've battled with that most of my life, right? As I got older, it got a little worse. But, not to get so off topic, but we have a minute. My heart doctor told me, she said, maybe the heart problems you were having were causing you all this anxiety, right? Because I've noticed since I've had, blood flowing through my body again, all right, that the anxiety hadn't been as bad. Now, I ain't saying it's went completely away, right? But it's not as bad as it was prior to my heart attack. So believe it or not, after the heart attack, I feel a lot better than I did, of course, before I had the heart attack. My anxiety's not as bad. My nerves are not as bad. The blood pressure medicines they got me on are a lot better. Okay. My blood pressure's lower. You're the same with anxiety. When I was young, I didn't understand anxiety. I didn't, people would say they, have panic attacks and things like that. I didn't understand it because I had anxiety when I was young, but not really, really bad, just light. As I got older, it got worse and I started having panic attacks and things like that. But my heart doctor seems to think that may have had something to do with the heart condition, that it's been around a lot longer than I realized. And, because it don't just block up overnight, it takes time. So there was a point that where, I wasn't getting the blood flow to my body that I was supposed to be getting. So hopefully we have a long journey. We're going to be here a long time. We're going to be here a long time today. That is for sure, right? Because they're taking their time starting. So it's already 10:36. So court ran to almost 6:30 yesterday, Eastern Standard Time. I didn't even know court lasted that long. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope we get some good witnesses today. Yesterday, I felt like we all got waterboarded. All right. They made us, listen to Leilani lie and cry. Oh my God. Is she a good actress or what? Okay. She was so drugged out in that interview yesterday. I don't know if she smoked crack before she showed up, if she was doing Colombian Bam Bam up her nose, because she did keep sniffing too. She was like, but that could have been snot from all the crying. You take meds from a man's violence, trauma 3 times a day for many years. Yeah, whatever causes your anxiety, everything's different for different people. like I have nothing to worry about in this world, and I still get anxiety, right? Anxiousness and I'm one of those people that chew my damn nails all the time. Like I'm worried like something's going to get me, and nothing ever gets me. I'm kind of like that. I'm on the edge all the time, and I never knew why. I just never knew why. It is what it is, right? So we ready? I'm ready too, right? I'm ready too. Just call her snotty, right? Right. I don't think that snot is why she's sniffling, but maybe. This woman was on a lot of drugs in them interviews. So she went to the police station high, talking about she don't do drugs when she was on a ton of drugs. So who goes to a police interview for, allegedly doing something to your baby, and you go in there high? Is court at 11? No, court starts at 10:30, right? Maybe they're taking a break. This judge right here is happier than Dolly. Okay. This is the happiest judge I've ever seen in my life. She always has a smile on her face, even when people are falling asleep. If you was to fall asleep in court around here, the judges would go crazy and throw your ass in jail, right? This lady's just smiling. She's like, yeah, I know it's boring. I know it's drug out, right? Maybe we need to move around. We need to stretch a little bit. We need to work it out, right? She is the happiest judge ever, right? Tammy Stokes is always happy. My hubby had her as a judge. She was so, what did that say? What did it say? So nice, right? I think she's really nice too. She's a happy person. I bet listen, here's the thing about happy people. You don't want to make them mad, because happy people like to be happy. And then when you make a happy person mad, oh my Jesus. It's like you never mess with a quiet person, because they're really the craziest ones. You know what I'm saying? You don't make happy people mad, because when she gets mad, she's probably will throw the damn book at you. Right? She probably will throw the book at you. And so far, she's been happy. I hope at the end she gets mad. We need to do something to piss her off, right? But it ain't up to her, right? I guess sentencing and stuff like that maybe have something to do with it. But it's up to the jury. And this jury is 7 men, right? 5 women. Now, Leilani would have had a better chances, before she plumped up, maybe that a guy would, find her attractive. And, well, I don't know. Some dudes like girls with meat on their bones. She looked like a crackhead to me when she was skinny. So she does maybe look a little better, thicker, but she put on a little, a lot of people are giving me a hard time by saying she's gotten big, right? But it is what it is. She has gained a lot of weight. From when I was standing out there with her in Georgia, she was probably 100 pounds. Now she's gained at least, I would say, a good 50, 60 pounds at least, if not maybe a little bit more. She looks more healthy, right? Because she looked like a bag of bones in Georgia, right? She may have plumped up a little bit, but she looks more alive. Is that, you know what I'm saying? She looked like she was on her way to death in Georgia, right? Too skinny. And you could tell it was drug skinny, not I'm naturally skinny. Okay. It wasn't a natural skinny. It was I'm on drugs, crack, all that kind of skinny. So now she's put on some weight, and you're going to do that in jail. You're going to put on weight because you don't got really much to exercise. You can walk around the gym and do laps, but how much weight is that really going to burn off? Dolly, what do you think about that juror falling asleep yesterday? I don't blame him. How can you blame the juror when it's the prosecution's fault? Okay. I blame the prosecution for kicking a dead horse. All right. Cause that's what he's doing. We know she's a liar. Look, there's 1,354 people in the room right now. We all know Leilani Simon is a liar. Okay. You don't got to tell us for 3 days that she's a liar. We get it. We got it on day one. We got it in your opening statement. Okay. Your opening statement told us that she was a liar. Right now, they glossed over how the baby, the baby was in a playpen and then it ended up in a dumpster. But they never told us, Dolly, didn't they wake the jurors up? Yes. They took a break. They made them stretch. They may need to do that every now and then. Every hour, let the jury get up, stretch their legs, stretch out. Because sitting in one place without stretching will make you tired. Yesterday, after they woke everybody up, I actually went outside. I turned the camera off for a second, muted the mic, and I walked outside to get a little bit of fresh air to keep myself up myself, right? So it's hard to sit through things that are just being repeated, and nothing's really new, right? We just listen to the same thing for hours and hours and hours. So hopefully today we hear some new stuff, some damaging evidence against Leilani Simon. Because like I said, the prosecution right now, if you ask me, how is the prosecution? Get the food. Okay, my food is here, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm on my way to go get it. I'll be right back with you guys. Be patient. All right, I am back. Let me see what's in here. I don't know what this is. Oh, that might be my grits. And I've seen a lot of people in the chat, believe it or not, from other countries and things like that said they've never eaten grits. All right. I find that hard to believe. Some people don't like them. It depends what's in them. Back in the day before, Teresa, thank you for jumping on the Dolly train this morning. I would put bacon and I would load them up.
Chatham County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Tammy Stokes presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see. I'm almost ready.
See, I never had grits. Anybody remember that? Kiss My Grits? Anybody remember that?
You don't have the cameras on me yet. Situated.
We heard you.
Mr. Dean's favorite rant.
All right, turkey sausage, fruit cup. I have to say, PJ, the other place looked better. The food. This looks okay, though. It looks good. I don't know about this big ass biscuit, but all right, let me mute my mic real fast. Well, since they're muted, I'll wait until court starts, and then I'll mute my mic so y'all don't hear me chewing and eating and things like that. Thank you so much for gifting that membership. Okay, they're not very organized this morning. Okay, they're starting late. There's that same FBI agent. I hope they did not bring her back on the stand. Please, Jesus, do not bring this FBI agent back on the stand. This lady was born as hell yesterday. Okay, born as hell. Oh, my Jesus. Morning. Good morning to you. Slow as a wet week. PJ, I'm guessing the guy with the bow tie. Okay. So I don't know what they got going on this morning. What is with the late start? It's almost 10:48. You know, I thought court started at 9:30. You know, for us, this is on a 30-minute delay. All right, ordered by the court that everybody has to be 30-minute delayed. Oh, that's right. They had to make sure the jury was properly numbered. They were numbered wrong. They were falling asleep. They had to get rid of some jury. Dolly, sounds like you're having a good breakfast. Yeah, it's pretty good. The other place is better, PJ. Their sausage, their turkey sausage links were
Are
better.
we ready to take our places? Please bring out Miss Simon.
Orville Redenbacher. Okay, Orville Redenbacher. You guys are a trip. So if you're just tuning in, guys, don't forget to hit the like on this video, okay? The happiest judge in the world has took the stand. Tammy Stokes.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record for the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, SPCR 22-03364J6. Let the record reflect that counsel are present for the state. AUSA Tim Dean is present, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons, and that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, and she's seated between her counsel, Robert Purse and Martin Hilliard. Is the state ready to proceed?
What is she wearing?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
That top looks like something from the 60s.
We are, Judge, but we may need to take up something.
Mr.
I'm paying attention this time. I turned it on. We may need to take up something outside the presence of the jury, Judge. And again, we can do it later this morning at lunchtime. It doesn't matter. But there's some evidence that we expect the state to try and get into this morning or early this afternoon. And we just need to deal with that before we get to it. So other than that, that's all we have to deal with today, Judge.
So, Mr. Dean.
I think now would be a good.
Yes, it looks Amish,
That was my thought.
right? It looks Amish.
I want to let the jury know what we're doing. That we just have some matters that have to be taken up outside their presence, and then we'll go ahead and dig in. Bring the jurors in, please.
Leilani's living in an Amish paradise, right? What, they got her in Amish jail in Georgia?
Jury is not entering.
I mean, if she was from Pennsylvania, that would be okay. Okay, if she was from Amish country, Lancaster, if she was from Lancaster, she would look perfectly fine. On an Amish woman, it'd be cute. Okay, but she ain't Amish. She's Hawaiian.
Thank you, Bert. Good morning. Please have a seat. Good to see you. Everyone else, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good evening. Thank you for being here on time and ready to go. I have to ask you these questions. Has everyone been able to comply with my instructions not to discuss the case or do any research?
Yes, sir.
And that's a yes from everyone. And so while we are ready to get started right now, there are some matters that have to be taken up outside the presence of the jury. That will happen occasionally. I think it may have already happened some. So I wanted you to be brought in so that you would know we're not out here just twiddling our thumbs. So I'm going to have to ask you to step back to the deliberations room so we can deal with those legal matters.
Jury's exiting.
She brought him in to kick him out. Okay, brought him in to kick him out. I mean, it looks better with the jacket. It's the neck that gets me. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. All right. Mr. Hilliard, I'll turn to you.
Your Honor, the state's put me on notice that they're going to attempt to get into some text messaging. It looks like beginning on or around September 25th of 2022, up to, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Dean's mouth, but it looks like through maybe the day of October 4th, 2022, of an alleged affair between Ms. Simon and an unknown subject by the name of Craig. And the text messages were provided in discovery. And they were.
She was freaking on the weekend.
Search warrant. If I'm making a mistake, let me know, Tim. However, the main thing is the motion in limine I'm making is to exclude these text messages as they're more prejudicial than probative, number one. Number two, they don't relate to any material allegation in the indictment. None of the false statements accounts are in relation to these text messages. Number two and number three, I don't think that they do anything other than attempt to introduce her character, the evidence, and interject her character improperly. So
she was
for those
cheating
reasons,
on
I'm
Danny.
making a motion to
Damn.
exclude, any testimony regarding
Damn.
text messages back and forth between the unknown subject, Craig. So I think that's short, succinct, to the point. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
She
Mr.
was a
Dean?
cheater. She was a cheater. All that crying over Danny and
The
she was
court will
cheating.
remember that our motion pertaining to intrinsic evidence that we intended to introduce listed as one of those categories, evidence of tension, unhappiness between the defendant and her boyfriend. And that has now been ruled admissible. This specific aspect of that, I think, is, I don't know that we explicitly addressed this on this past Thursday, but the original motion,
Like a bed
part
bug.
of it
Damn.
was,
Damn.
this is in there, the court can look back, and things were so bad between the two of them that it pushed the defendant to commence a sexual relationship with her drug dealer as a form of solace in the weeks leading up to Quinton's disappearance. And this would be evidence of that. As Mr. Hilliard said, these text messages extend from September 25th to October 4th, so they're tightly connected in time to the
She
day
was
of the crime.
sleeping with the dope man.
And I'll talk just briefly about what they show. I have, as a matter of fact, I'll approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 83.
All right,
I have a copy of it as well.
thank you.
Here's how it comes up naturally in this portion of Detective Lemon's investigation. At this point, we've just seen this interview, these interviews yesterday, where she identified the drug dealer whom she saw that night as Red.
I'll turn down.
Sometime after that, but still, this is the night of October 5th, early morning hours of October 6th. They go through her phone in some more detail, and they find a bunch of text messages between her and a contact saved as Craig. And they ask her who Craig is, and she says Craig and Red are the same person. So she's identifying Craig now as her drug dealer, and not just any drug dealer, but the ones that she ran off to that night after getting into an argument with the defendant about about his lack of sexual desire for her. Okay, so this is the person that she's going to in response to that incident between her and Mr. Youngkin. And now, after opening statement and some of the evidence, I expect the court to be a little more familiar with our theory of the case and how what was going on with the Danny defendant relationship, how it plays into what happened that night. In these messages, one, they make out a recent sexual relationship, and I'll just draw the court to a couple messages in particular, so you don't have to read them all. On page 9, so page 9 of the document, starting at line 123. This is an incoming message from Craig to the defendant on October 1, in which he says, "That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. Friday. No, I made you come for a long time." And she responds on line 124, "I would be down to do that again anytime." And then she sends another response at line 125. "And yes, you did for a good ass minute." All right, so that's thing number one. They clearly make out a sexual relationship. Thing number two is that there's some indications in here that there is a connection to Danny. On page 2 of the document, line 13, at the top, the defendant sends a message to Craig. Starting at line 12, Craig sends a message to her saying, you okay today? Your man here? And she responds in the next line, "Yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing." So there's some of that in here that they're talking about Danny, and she's talking about him in kind of a frustrated tone. So we do think that these messages and the fact that this relationship are part and parcel of the Danny defendant status of the relationship kind of subject matter that has already been ruled admissible. They're sort of intertwined with that. And it's further intrinsic to that night because that's the guy who she was going to see and whose house she was at for 10 minutes. This is not just character assassination. It really does help tell the story, okay? The other thing, and this is similar to the argument that I made for some of the Stingrays stuff the other day on Thursday, is that in the interview that comes next, they've seen these messages. And so they ask her, who's Craig? And she says, oh, that's Red, same guy. That's a drug dealer. It's the guy I saw that night. And they ask her point blank, is there anything going on between the two of you?
She
Is
was
there a
telling
sexual
her that.
relationship? And she tells them no. Right, so she denies it. Again, even if she hadn't denied it, even if she had said, yeah, I think it's still admissible for the reasons that I've articulated to this point. But then the fact that she denies it makes it further irrelevant because she's charged with making numerous other false statements in the same interview. We have to prove that those statements were knowingly false. And part of that involves proving that that she was lying up and down about basically everything she talked about that day. So that's why we think this evidence ought to come in. I understand that there is some prejudicial effect to it. However, the test is not whether there's some prejudicial effect. The test is whether the probative value of the evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And I just think that's a very difficult thing to say. You know, the rules are supposed to be rules of inclusion. Exclusion based on 403 grounds is characterized in the case law as an extraordinary remedy. And given that he was the guy that she went and saw that night after this fight, and part of our case is saying that she was in this fraught emotional state, I just don't see how the court can say the probative value of this evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I mean, these are the facts of the case. These are the facts of that night. So that's our position on this evidence, Your Honor.
You think it should be Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, 24403 states specifically, relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Whether or not she had this affair, whether or not she was having sex with this person named Craig, bears no relevance to any of the issues in the case. I understand Mr. Dean wants it to be, but his argument that he just made was, well, she's charged with other false statements in the indictment, so the fact that she made false statements about having an affair means that she might make these other, that's propensity to commit a crime. Okay? It's exactly one of the reasons to exclude prejudicial evidence. So I understand why Mr. Dean wants it, I understand why he's asking for it, but that's the main reason to exclude it, not include it. So that's why we're making the motion in limine, Judge, and we leave it with the court.
All right, I'm going to take a moment to consider what you've both just presented. So let's take about a 15-minute break. We're in recess.
Tammy Stokes, she takes more breaks than any judge I've ever seen in my life. And we just found out that she was giving up that booty to the drug man, right? Tone Capone was waxing that ass, okay? Good Lord. You know, we know how she was getting her drugs on the front now, right? Did she pay him 20 or did she pay that drug dealer 2 cheeks, right? I think it's 2 cheeks. I'm going to open up the phone lines. I want to hear from you guys. What do y'all think about this woman doing all this crying over Danny? You were my life. I worship the ground you walk on. But yet she's sleeping with the dope man, okay? Now, this is the bad thing about drugs. Don't do drugs, people. Don't do drugs, all right? There ain't no drugs in the world worth giving up your tailbone for, okay? Phone lines are open. Call-in numbers on the screen. We got about 15 minutes. Dolly.
Good morning, Dolly.
Good morning.
It's Amy from San Antonio. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good.
Sounds good. Yeah, this isn't looking good. They're trying to get the text messages thrown out. I really think it's relevant to the case, though, because of the time frame, and you know, if they were in some kind of a romantic relationship or whatever on the side. He knows stuff about her relationships and her life and things that were going on.
And what she may have said to him after this. If she was sleeping, well, maybe she said she killed Quinton or something like that.
Bedtime confessions.
Yeah, I mean, he may know more. The drug dealer may know more than anybody. Just like in Adam Montgomery, they brought in Tone Capone, right?
Right.
The dope man. And maybe they need to bring the dope man up in here because usually drug dealers be knowing the information.
Yeah, I really think this guy knows. He knows a lot more probably of the personal stuff going on than anybody because, hey, if she was sitting on that kind of a personal level, yeah, he knows stuff. It needs to be brought out in court. I totally agree. They don't need to submit, take away that. They don't need to suppress it. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah,
all right, well, I'm going to let you go. Let's keep on for justice for baby Quinton. And I also want to say bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ. All right. So, you're not doing drugs when you're banging a drug dealer. You're a drug addict. Okay. And usually women will do this when they don't have any money. They'll go sleep with the dope man so they can get some free drugs. Dolly.
Dolly.
Yeah.
Doug.
What's up, Doug?
Doug from Tennessee.
What's going on?
Hey, man. Why they need to say something about, no offense, why you need to say something about the girl? We already know the girl's a liar. We know she didn't tell the truth.
Yeah.
They don't need that evidence.
Well, he may know some things that she's told him.
All she told him was yes, 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 more, more, more.
More drugs, right? More drugs. She did all that crying about Danny. You're my life. I love you. I worship the ground you walk on. But yet you're going to cheat on that man.
Yeah, but he didn't have enough drugs.
She already got 3 baby daddies. She was working on 4.
Yeah, but Danny don't have enough drugs. He can't afford enough drugs to go up her nose.
Yeah, I know.
That Columbia bamboo is a little expensive.
You're absolutely right. That's a rich person's drug.
It is. She's a poor person trying to live with a rich person.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely a liar. I think they proved that point. But it may be the drug dealer, if they're going to use him as a witness, maybe he knows some information that she said that she was having a hard time with the kids or something like that,
I believe this one here will be smarter than the other one. He'll plead the fifth and shut the fuck up.
Oh,
use my language. But he'll plead the fifth. This dude's a little bit higher.
His drug dealing days are over.
Yeah, if he comes on TV.
Yeah, because every cop in the world knows who he is now. They know his street name. They know his real name. They know he's selling Colombian Bam Bam.
Yeah. Boy, bad day to be a drug dealer.
Crime don't pay.
They put you out of business, though. Like you said.
They say crime don't pay, but apparently crime will get you laid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just Dolly doesn't tell them, come on over.
Lord. I know what front.
I guarantee you that's the way she was getting the most of it.
Yeah. I guess all her boyfriend found out today she was cheating.
Yeah, they might need to go get tested.
Maybe he needs a DNA test on Sky, the kid.
No, I ain't talking about testing for Sky, the kid.
Oh, you talking for STDs?
Yeah, because if the drug dealer do one, maybe he'll do them all.
That is right. He probably got a lot of women trying to score off of him.
Oh, he scored off in one.
Yeah, field goal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's the old man being a young man.
All right, Doug, you be good.
All right, but I hope she don't get out, but it ain't looking good.
Okay, peace.
Later.
Dolly. Okay, not Dolly. Yeah, she don't seem like a good person. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, boy mom from Ohio. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. Well, I just have to ask kind of a little bit off topic. Yesterday I was placing in the chat, have they said that they were going to have any type of like medical examiner in regards to his remains? I know it was kind of limited, but it was just, like you said, we got a whole nothing of a nothing burger yesterday. So I'm just trying to figure it out.
I haven't heard anything, but if to convict her of murder, they're going to have a medical examiner come in there and say this baby died a certain way. So yeah, that'll come with the expert witnesses, I believe.
Right.
I think right now they're trying to get through the police and the regular people, just all the fillers, and then they're going to do the good stuff. Is what I'm thinking. But yeah, you're going to have to show how that baby died. There's just no way to get a murder conviction any other way.
Right. Yeah, I just kind of feel right now they don't really have anything, and I'm just hoping that they can try their best to get all the information out and get justice for this little boy, because right now, especially with yesterday, it's just been a filler of information, but not anything pertinent. So that was why I wanted to call in and get your take on it.
Yeah, I think they got to get past these first initial cops that showed up at the house and questioned them. And once they get past them, they'll start bringing in their, the regular witnesses like the babysitter, the little girl, Billy Joe, Danny. And then you'll get into your like pathologists and people like that, experts. So we're going to see. I hope something good comes today. And it looks like they're still going to bring some more cops back on the stand because they still have that one lady FBI agent in the courtroom. So
yes, I saw her and I'm thinking, oh no, we're going to have another full day of her testimony.
I pray to God we don't. Okay, if they do, I want her in jail. Okay, but she's killing. Between her and the prosecutor, they're going to put me into a semi-coma.
Right. Well, again, I appreciate everything you do, and hello to PJ as well. And I'll get off here to let others take calls. But again, thank you for everything, Dolly.
You be good. Peace.
All right, you too. Bye.
Yeah, so we learned today she's sleeping with the dope man, right? Not a surprise. Dolly.
Morning, Dolly. Hi, team. Hi, Turtle Gang.
Hey, who's this? Where you calling from?
This is Kristen from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Been with you, Dolly, since you were out there on Buck Halter Road.
Buck Halter Road, that place. I remember that place. It was like the Amityville Horror House. I didn't know she was just giving that booty away like that.
Yeah, but they'll bring those drug dealers in for interrogations, and they always tell them, we're not worried about the drugs, we're worried about finding the baby. How do we not know she didn't have Quinton with her then?
Yeah.
You think she took Quinton to the dealer?
Maybe. You never know. I mean, he was wrapped up allegedly in that blanket.
Right.
And maybe
she could have threw him in the car with her because he was crying and Danny was upset. So she just took out of the house, took Quinton too. Dealer could have saw Quinton. There's more to it. I hope they get these text messages out. I hope the dealer takes a stand.
I do too.
Definitely knows more.
Yeah, because
definitely knows more.
If she told him she was having problems with Danny, she may have said, well, I've been having problems with the kids. I can't take it. I'm about to sleep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They saw the baby, and who knows she didn't drug him to get him to sleep.
Possibly, but I think she was doing Colombian. When I seen her, she looked like she was coming off of dope. Like, not crack, but dope. So, I mean,
she learned that from her mom.
But maybe
this is her coping mechanism.
Maybe
this is nothing for her because she saw her mom do this. So this is a coping mechanism. It was taught. There's nothing wrong with sleeping around to get what you want, according to Billy Joe.
Maybe the dope withdrawals that I seen her going through was from perks because she was also doing doze with it.
Right.
So
that's all we know so far. Mm-hmm. She could have been doing who knows what, obviously, with who knows who.
Yeah, absolutely.
So justice for Quinton. I'm with you. I got home from work. I work late. I saw you were still alive covering Sebastian last night. Kudos to you and all your hard work.
Yeah, I pulled some hours last night. I was online.
You sure did. You sure did. You're doing a good job. I'm only watching it through you. Commentating is on spot. So
Thank you. Thanks for being.
we'll see what goes on. I'm glad I got through. Thanks, everybody.
All right, you be good.
Keep
Peace.
doing what you do. Thank you.
Yeah, like I mean, it's crazy to think that, she was doing the things she was doing and what she could have possibly said to these drug dealers, crying baby, 2 pain plus drugs. Yeah, she had a lot going on. No excuse for hurting a baby. Definitely not. Right. But what did she tell this man? If she's telling her about her personal life, I'm having a bad relationship with my boyfriend, the kids are driving me crazy. Hopefully I sound okay out there to you guys. I cut my mic way down so I'm not screaming. I talk loud because I have these headphones on, so they kind of muffle. So I talk loud, and I'm damn got Tourette's. Okay, don't judge me. But she appeared to me when I was out there to be dope sick, and maybe that's coming off of these, Percocets or whatever she was taking. But when she was in the interview, she seemed cracked out of her mind. So I think she's just a basic drug addict, like an equal opportunist, like all drugs. Dolly. Okay, you hung up on me. I didn't want to talk to you anyway. Okay, I didn't want to talk to you anyway. What did PJ just say? Hold on. The chat's moving so fast. PJ, I missed it. She didn't bring that baby with her, in my opinion. Dolly. Hello.
Hey, Dolly. Sorry about that. I called and got disconnected. Yeah, they need to like I said a few minutes ago, these calls are so important. It could broaden our eyes to what happened that night, because like your last caller said, and I agree with it, what if she took Quinton in the car with her and went that night with him? I mean, we just don't know what happened because they haven't told us the meat and potatoes, if they even have any meat and potatoes to tell us.
Yeah, it's just been chunky soup so far.
Yeah, exactly. So we need to get past the chunks and maybe get into the real deal. I mean, it's got to be something good in there. There's got to be. And if it isn't,
I'd rather hear from the drug dealer than that FBI agent for the next 5 hours.
I'm telling you, because I'm telling you, he knows something. If that was her main little dude, the only one she went and got her dope from, she built a little relationship with him. We obviously know that now because he's talking about booty calls. We need to know about that. I mean, when they had the doomsday trial, they brought in all them text messages, all their emails, and it was some weird stuff with that. But it helped to broaden our eyes as to how sick some people really were and what their beliefs were. So, yeah, we need to know the information. Now, I don't think we finished that FBI lady's video yesterday, right? So she's still got to come on.
Oh, my God. I can't take it.
I think we do. Yeah, because yesterday they were saying it was like an hour-long video, and I don't think we went through it all.
I think they did because PJ took over, and she must have been in here for about an hour.
Yeah, I stayed, but I was like kind of losing it. I mean, your brain starts to melt after so long. And then, when they started talking about they were going to sleep, I was like, well, I think my brain kind of shut down, so I wasn't hearing everything too. So I understand where the jurors were coming from. And then Granny Bassfetcher had said that there's 7 men on the jury.
Yeah.
So it might have been one of the dudes. Not saying dudes fall asleep before girls, but we are a little bit more attentive.
I get it. A lot of women think, they hear 7 dudes and it worries women. I don't think you have nothing to worry about.
Well, it worries me, I think, as a female, in the sense that a real mother being on the jury, they would want to convict her. I mean, because, there's so many of us that are feeling that way because we are good mothers. We love our children. I have a little Chiweenie puppy. She's 6 months old. And I always see Lolo and Wrangler. They are so cute.
Yeah, but here's
But
my
if
thing.
she was missing or had, disappeared, I would be looking for her,
If there's 7 fathers up there, this girl is done. Now, if it's just
Yeah,
7
that
men that
too.
ain't got kids, that's one thing. But if it's 7
Right,
men
or
that have
men, or
kids and
but if it's a
grandkids,
man, right? But if it's a man that is actively involved with his children and he's a good father like you, yeah, they'll feel like the mothers in a sense. Yeah, good parents is what we need on.
that's what I think.
Exactly.
But anyway, I appreciate you calling.
Yeah, yeah. All right. One more thing before I go. Bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ. Bye, PJ. Okay. So yeah, like I know a lot of women get scared when they see all these men, but if they're grandfathers and their fathers, you don't have nothing to worry about, ladies. A dude will put you in prison just as quick as a woman will, right? A good parent is a good parent. It don't matter if you're a man, woman, a gay couple, right? If you love your kids, you're gonna have that same love in your heart when you look at Quinton Simon. He's a beautiful little boy. He's enough. When you see him, it's enough to break your heart. No matter if you're a man, woman, damn squirrel. Okay, you could be a squirrel and convict these people. Nobody wants to see a child get hurt, and I mean nobody. What is holding up court? The judge, Judge Stokes. She had to go to the back. She has to think about if she's going to allow this drug dealer to be seen in court, right? Or are they going to be able to hear about this drug dealer? Or are they going to be able to hear about this affair? Because really 2 days we've had nothing but a smear campaign against Leilani. It's just she's a liar, she's a liar, she's a liar, she's a liar. I think they've done a good job of proving she's a liar. All right. You got me. She's guilty as shit of lying. All right. I think all of us agree. But what if she's told this drug dealer things? Right? Apparently, she's told him private things about her and Danny's relationships over text messages. But what has she told him in person? Now, I'd rather hear the drug dealer than hear that blonde haired cop that's like 25 and it's a detective that went to the school of dipshits. Okay. I don't think she brings a lot of value to what is going on in a conviction. Yeah, she's a liar. We got it. Right. We don't need to hear her. Like they were putting the jury to sleep yesterday with it, right? They were bring in Craig, okay? Like Friday, anybody seen that movie Friday, next Friday? Remember Craig? It's Friday, Craig. You got fired on your day off, right? You got fired on your day off. So him and Craig and Smokey, right? They may know some information on this case, right? They need to bring in Ice Cube and whatever Smokey's name is. I forget what his actual name is. I know Mike Epps took his place in the following movies, but I forget Smokey's real name. But Craig, right? Bring in Craig. Let's see what Craig knows. That's what I say. He ain't got no job. He got fired on his day off, right? He got fired on his day off. Chris Tucker, thank you so much, Sweet Jones. Chris Tucker, Ice Cube about to walk into the court at this point. All right. That's where we're going. So I don't know. All these cases, Harmony Montgomery had a drug dealer, Tone Capone, and he was the most proud drug dealer I ever seen in my life. Tone Capone walked up in the court like he owned that bitch, like he was a celebrity. I almost asked him for his autograph, okay? That's how he was like, yeah, I go by Tone Capone on the street. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. It was the best part of the Adam Montgomery trial. If anybody tells me any different, you're lying. You won't dare. Okay, because when Tone Capone walked in, he was the nicest drug dealer ever. Like, if you're going to get a drug dealer, go to Tone Capone. Okay, go to Tone Capone. He was the best. All right. If you missed the Adam Montgomery trial, Tone Capone rocked it. Okay, he rocked that shit. I was like, I liked him time he left. I was like, this dude's feeding these people, letting them live in his car, driving them around, selling them dope, right? I was like, he is the best drug dealer ever. Okay. Best drug dealer ever. And like, like when you go into court and you got every police in New Hampshire, right? And he was like, yeah, I'm trying to get my life together and shit. He was hiding it from his old lady, right? He lived with his girl, but he was hiding the fact that he was helping these people and selling them drugs to his girlfriend. And he was like, yeah, I tell him only come up at a certain time. I was just like, this dude. And he was so happy and so proud to be a drug dealer, right? I mean, listen, if you're going to be something, be the best you can be at it. That's how I look at it. Be the best you can be. Like when I come up here to YouTube, I want to be the best YouTuber ever, right? If you're going to sell drugs, be the best drug dealer you can, okay? If you're going to be a cop, be the best cop that you can be, right? But he was proud. He was the most proudest drug dealer I ever seen in my whole entire life. I was like, oh my God, this is too crazy. I wonder, that lady is so fake, okay? Yorkshire Rose, fake as can be. She never supported Billy Joe. She was in the pocket with BHB, right? And they were trading information and they were trying to play this lady. One make her mad, one be her friend. That was their strategy. To me, that's fake. Okay, that's fake. And she, to her people, she still acts like she supports BJ. But Dolly knows. I know that they were on the phone together talking about everything that was happening, right? Trying to play this lady like they were going to get something, like they were going to confess to him or something. I don't understand why people do what they do on YouTube. But if you're fake, right? You're just a fake person. You look at her channel now, right? How many people watch it? You know why? Because she's fake. Real recognizes real. That's true. And I live by that, right? So when I watch all these channels, yeah, you may get some attention for a minute off the backs of other people, but in the end, you're just going to collapse because real people don't want to watch fake people, right? I don't. I mean, some people are different. I can't speak for everybody. But once I realize that you're full of shit and you ain't about what you say you are, then I don't mess with you, right? I don't mess with you. And I've watched so many of these channels tank, right? That act, be real with the people. Real recognizes real. People know when you're bullshitting them, right? They know. I know, right? And I believe most of the people on YouTube are smarter than me. The problem with a lot of these people on YouTube is they think you guys are stupid, right? I see so many people play their chat room and talk to people like they're damn stupid and they know everything, right? I'll tell you one thing I've learned as I got older. I don't know shit, okay? And I think that's wisdom. I'm old enough to know that I don't know shit. So when these people act like they know everything and they know more than you, and no, you don't, okay? You're a fucking idiot just like the rest of us on YouTube. And people don't own it, right? They won't be real about themselves. They won't be real about anything else, right? I'm quick to tell y'all I'm an idiot. You're watching a fucking idiot. Okay, you're watching an idiot, but at least you know what you're watching. I'm not trying to fool you. I ain't up here acting like I'm a fucking genius with my glasses on, talking about I know the law and all this. I'm not trying to bullshit you something that ain't true. Okay, I ain't trying to sell that shit to you. These people are like 87 used car salesmen. Like they're going to sell you a Buick with a bad exhaust. I just can't. That's why I be watching repo videos and shit. I cannot take true crime on YouTube anymore. It's all drama, fake ass people suing each other and bitching about other people. It is chaos, right? It's chaos. Sleeping with the DD. Wow. Going to be a long day in court. Yes. A lot of breaks. Okay. Tammy don't play. Tammy Stokes. She's like, all right, I need a break. She was falling asleep. She's like, I'm going back here. Get me about 15, 20 minutes. I'll be back when I get back. All right. I've never seen a judge take so many breaks. No wonder court goes to 7 o'clock at night. You know what I'm saying? She don't play. I had to use my uncle. That's a defense attorney before. Awesome. Love this judge. All right. Yeah. If you got time to kill, she's the best judge. She works perfect for my channel, right? Because it gives us time to take phone calls and Take the trash name off the screen, Dolly. Oh, okay. I just forgot to click on it. Dolly.
Hey, I got to say one thing about that judge. She is the sweetest lady. And I look at her.
You just said he.
And she.
Hold on. You just said he is the sweetest lady.
I meant to say she. I did say she.
You said he. You said he was the sweetest lady.
Okay. I will correct myself. She looks like the sweetest lady.
What does she got under that gown that we don't know about?
Oh, she got a whole lot of justice coming up.
Is that Tammy or Timmy Stokes?
Who?
You said he. I'm just wondering. Now you got me questioning.
The judge. What is the judge's name then? And I'll just call her Judge
Tammy Stokes.
Okay, Judge Stokes. So she is going to bring down the justice. I think. Only if she lets in the dope man. I think dope man's going to bring it down for her. And then she can just go on and dish it out to her.
She ain't going to let the dope man come on court because she might go to him. That's why she's so
I don't think that judge plays around. I think she's a very family-oriented lady. And I think that all her good values is going to be the justice that comes down for Leilani.
They started court late, started with a break, went 10 minutes and did another break. You know?
Well, they got to make sure those jurors all have the right number. So juror number 7 might not have been wearing the right number. He might have traded with somebody else so he could go to sleep yesterday.
I guess. I mean, she's back there asleep, or what it sounds like to me. And she's like, I need a nap. Break.
Maybe.
It's almost.
She felt it. Yeah, she could feel everybody's pain and sleepiness.
They
for real.
started. They done took 2 breaks, and it's almost lunchtime. They're going to take another break.
Oh, and then we got to listen to the FBI flunky.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
well, look.
All right. Bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ. Okay, we got to block her number. I'm just playing. She calls in every 10 minutes, right? She's like, oh, I just thought of something. Let me call. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, I'm going to have to pop in and out today. I am an empath, and I really feel this story. And it's starting to get to me, just like Harmony Montgomery.
Uh-huh.
So I'm popping in and out.
Okay.
For my own mental health.
Well, you ain't this morning. Nothing's really happened other than breaks. They take a break to take a break.
But I can look at her and I can feel it. I honestly can. I just look at her and feel it.
Just look at her.
I know, and I've already gotten sick to my stomach once this morning just looking at her.
Just looking.
She is. This girl radiates evil.
Right. It's the Amish. What about the Amish shirt she's wearing? Don't that make her look nice?
Makes her look like an idiot.
Makes her look like an idiot. I ain't seen too many Hawaiian Amish.
No, she looks like a Tootsie Roll.
Like a Tootsie Roll.
That's been wrapped up really tight. But I'm popping in and out.
All right, Granny.
But y'all hang tight. And, man, I hope she gets what's coming to her.
I hope so, too.
And PJ, bicycle. Bye.
All right, so for anybody that don't know how Granny Bassmaster got her name, is I named Granny Bassmaster, right? Because I don't know if y'all ever seen Ed Bassmaster. He does videos up here on YouTube. He used to be on Crank Yankers, the phone call show, and he pranks people. But Ed Bassmaster has this character. It says, will you just look at it? Will you look at that? Look at that. And he won't say nothing but look at it. The whole time he's talking to you. Will you just look at that? Did you ever just look at it? And he says things like that. So Granny called me up talking about the same kind of way she was saying, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. And I was like, are you Granny Bassmaster? You know what I'm saying? She didn't know who Ed Bassmaster was. Would you just look at it? Right? Will you just look at it? I'll have to play him one day for you guys. But that's how Granny Bassmaster got her name. Okay. And then she just stuck with it, right? That she's Granny Bassmaster. But it's the whole, just look at it. Will you look at that? Just look at it. I love Ed Bassmaster. I used to watch him on Crank Yankers. I don't know if any of y'all ever watch Crank Yankers, but they make all these weird phone calls. And back in the day when I first started YouTube, and I would do the same thing. I would just randomly call people on the phone. And I started off trying to get a hold of Tommy Lee, right? No, I wanted to get a hold of one night we tried to get a hold of Johnny Depp, right? I was calling around everywhere in Hollywood trying to get a hold of Johnny Depp. All right. I don't know what I was smoking that night, right? I don't know what I was smoking, but I told everybody in chat, I was like, we're going to get a hold of Johnny Depp tonight, right? We're going to get a hold of Johnny Depp. Well, he just started calling places on the Sunset Strip. I called the Viper Room, right? You know, he has that nightclub. And I was told him, I said, that was back when my channel was Jams TV. I was like, yo, I'm calling to talk to Johnny, right? And they were like, does he know you? And I'm like, yeah, right? I was like, yeah. And she was like, does he got your number? I was like, yeah. I was like, tell him it's important. Jams TV is trying to get a hold of him. And she was like, well, he know how to hit you back? And I was like, yeah, he'll know how to hit me back. So I don't know if he ever got our message. But then we started calling strip clubs looking for Tommy Lee. Okay, right? Just random strip clubs. And I was like, I'm looking for Tommy. I'm in security. He's missing, right? So we just started calling people. But that's kind of what Ed Bassmaster kind of thing. Like he would call around looking for jobs, like he was trying to get a job, but he'd act real stupid. You know what I'm saying? And like call Walmart and different places looking for a job. But he does a bunch of different characters. And one of the characters is a guy that would be like, will you just look at it? Just look at it.
Dolly.
Yes.
It's your favorite person. What are you doing?
What's up, Richard?
What are you doing?
I'm just chilling, getting up.
Hey, what did they release today on the trial? I didn't get it this morning. Sorry.
She's banging the drug dealer.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, so why was she paying him then?
I don't. Maybe the booty wasn't that good. He had to give up a little cash and a little ass.
God, that's horrible. So did they let anything else out though?
Well, look, the booty was only worth 20, but she wanted an 80. You know what I'm saying? So she had to give it up and owed the man 60.
Oh no! So she had to come back 3 more times.
Yeah, she had to come back 3 more times. It's like a pass, like a punch card.
It was a hall pass. Like to get the 8 ball, you got to come back 4 times.
Yeah, you got to come back 4 times for the 8 ball. Yeah.
God, that's horrible.
So they're trying. The judge is trying to decide if she's going to bring the drug dealer in or not.
Why not? I say bring them in.
I say it too. It's better to listen to the police talk about her all day.
Yeah, because they just fall asleep when she does that.
I know. So I'd rather listen to the drug dealer.
Yeah, but you were saying that woman that was on the stand yesterday, you're saying something about she was like on a TV show or looked like somebody that was on it?
She looks like Agent Elizabeth King from the show Blacklist that I'll be watching.
Oh, okay, you're watching that now. I haven't started that yet. That's okay.
Yeah,
I was curious, and I just waiting for the news to drop. I know they're gonna. I'm telling you, they're gonna drop something. I'm not gonna have to buy no 1,000 bars of soap. I know. I mean, I still will if you need it, but
I'm waiting for your purchase. Okay, I'm waiting for.
I will call you and do it live so everybody in that watches can see it happen.
Well, I think they're doing better today, like with the whole cheating thing. I mean, that's now we know she's a liar and a cheater.
Okay, so now they just kind of feeding you a little bit. I'm telling you, that closing argument's gonna crush her.
Well, she needs to be a liar, cheater, and a killer. They've left out.
She will be. They're getting there. You gotta let it. What is that? What was that? Miss Ann or who called yesterday and said, "Just wait, Dolly. Be patient. It's coming."
I don't have much patience. I don't have much of that.
I know, but it's only day 3.
I know. How long do you think this trial is going to go?
3 weeks, I bet.
I don't think it's going to go that long.
I think they got more, and they're just the way they're slowly coming out and the breaks that they're taking. My God, it's going to take maybe 4 weeks.
I hope not. I don't think I got 4 weeks in me. I've been getting up early. You know, they got to get.
Hey, but you know that they did test the hair. You were talking about on the Delphi, but they haven't released yet who the hair belongs to.
You know why? Because it don't belong to them. That's why they ain't released.
No, but I'm wondering, does it belong? Was there 2 of them there? That's what they said they were going to release the recording on her phone from telling them to go down the hill and whatever else is on that recording of the voice.
Of course, because that's a minute and a half long. They only showed like 15 seconds of it on TV.
So does it sound like? Oh, I guess we don't know what his voice sounds like yet.
Well, the lady that seen him out there said the bridge guy definitely didn't have blue eyes, and Richard Allen has blue eyes.
Oh.
So there's some things that point to his innocence, and
yeah,
they're trying to block a lot of his expert witnesses. Why? Because you're trying to railroad this man into prison. You won't televise it. You don't put up fences so you can't see him walk in and out of court, how you treating him. Because when they had him shackled up like Hannibal Lecter, everybody made a big deal about it. And they were like,
oh, okay.
You know, he hasn't been proven guilty yet. Y'all got him like on a gurney like Hannibal Lecter, chained. I mean, all kind of chains on him. They have him.
Yeah, and then some people get to be in regular clothes. That's not fair.
And then they had him in prison instead of jail. Like, this dude's already been sent to prison. He ain't even convicted of a crime yet.
So he's not in a holding jail. He's actually in prison
now. He is right now, but they were holding him in prison for almost all that time that he sat in there. He was in prison.
Oh no!
In solitary confinement in prison.
Oh my God!
Yeah, so he's been being treated. His rights have been all kind of violated.
Oh yeah, that is violation because he should have been like in a holding there, kind of like the Kohlberger. You know,
they're not doing that to Brian Kohlberger. You don't see him shackled up, chained up like.
No, but they should. I think for what he did, when they have the DNA, I think he should. I don't think he should be allowed in street clothes in that courtroom.
Well, I agree with Brian Kohlberger, but Richard Allen, they don't have no.
Yeah, I don't agree. You're right. I don't agree with that. He should be in a suit and tie and getting to freaking defend himself.
And I believe he has mental health conditions, and that's why he's confessed. He said
so. You railroaded him. You're right, 100%.
He said that he shot the girls, and the girls didn't get shot to death.
Oh well, yeah, he's just crazy.
He's just crazy. He said he did it.
He might have been there, but I don't think he's the one that did it.
He said he was there that day. He said he was there that day. He was there.
That's what I'm saying. He might have been there, and he might have been a part of it, but I don't think he's the one that killed him.
I don't think he was a part of it. I don't think he was a part of it at all. I think he's just a little crazy, and he's confessed to a crime he didn't commit.
Yeah, if that hair comes back to be that other guy you were talking about that was standing outside the window in the ski mask, that would be crazy.
I truly believe Keegan Kline is responsible for the deaths of Abby and Libby. That's what I believe. And they're bringing him into court. They were trying to keep him out of court, but they motioned the court to bring in Keegan Kline. Thank God, because they
need to pluck a hair and test it.
If I was on trial for murder and I said, this guy did it, he is your guy, and then you were like, well, he can't come to court, I'd be mad. I'd be like, y'all just trying to put me in prison.
Wow. That is crazy.
Yeah. You know, you can take any person with mental health issues and brainwash them into confessing to a crime they didn't commit.
Yeah, you probably could, especially if they're eating paper.
Yeah, he was eating paper and been locked in a room for 7 months. 7 months by himself in solitary confinement.
Oh my God.
Until he confessed.
Crazy.
So
that's nuts.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Richard, you be good.
All right, brother, you be careful, man. I'll be watching.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
All right, she's back on the stand. Why don't we got any volume? Court TV, tighten up. Oh, I got it turned down. Hello, Christy. All right, come on, let's get it. Come on, Judge Stokes.
Okay, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon has joined both of.
Why they keep muting her?
Present and admit evidence. Heard and considered the arguments for both. At this time, the court does find that the unredacted version of the text messages is inadmissible. I went through and read all of the text messages. The sexual and salacious nature of some of the text messages in exhibit are not relevant to the charged conduct.
Damn, so they're not going to
Now,
use it.
After applying the balancing test, 403 balancing test, court finds that the probative value is that the prejudicial matters outweigh at this time the probative value. So they're not going to come in at this time.
Damn.
Now, if things change, the court will consider it, but at this time, that's the court ruling. Madam Clerk, I'm going to pass down State's Exhibit 83.
No drug dealer. Damn.
So just to be clear, is it just the exhibit or is it any testimony about from Detective Lemons about what they saw in the phone and what seemed to be going on with the defendant and Craig and asking her about it and her answering? Is it just that the specific language in the messages is a 403 problem, or is it the subject matter in general?
The language is the 403 problem. Mr. Hilliard, do you object to the detectives just testifying about the information with the defendant and Craig/Red?
Well, my motion had to do with prejudicial effect. My motion had to do with the prejudicial effect of this affair, Judge. It has to do with the sexual nature of it, which has nothing to do with the charge conduct, the reason we're here, or anything to do with the indictment itself. So my motion had to do with any reference to the affair, the language, or anything like that. So I don't know how you can parse it out. I mean, we know that she went and met Red, but I don't think that there's any reason to get into the sexual nature of these text messages, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And actually, I know how I see it in terms of parsing it out. The text messages don't come in, or at least the unredacted text messages do not come in as they stand right now. The fact that she met with Red has already been some of the testimony and some of the evidence. I do find her meeting with Red is intrinsic. How far should the court go? How far should the evidence go in the sexual relationship? You know, at this point, I'm going to find that the sexual relationship with Red is inadmissible at this time as well.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just wanted to be clear that it was, and the only reason I ask is the court initially referenced the unredacted text messages, which suggested to me that perhaps there was, in the court's view, some way of sanitizing it or sort of softening the evidence that would make it admissible. But I understand the court's ruling. Of course, we accept it and we're ready to move on.
All right. I thank you for your clarifying
Okay.
question.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Okay. All right. Is there
Sleeping with the
anything
drug
else that we
dealer.
need to take up before we bring the jury out?
Yeah, you're
And I take it that we're going to pick up with Detective Lemons.
Yes.
Okay. And let's bring in the jury, please.
Red the plug.
Jury's not entering.
Get your coffee. Yeah. This girl right here. Oh, my Lord.
That's everyone, Judge.
Thank you.
Bad call. Flag on the play.
All right. You may all have a seat. Thank you. And the question is, have you been able to comply with the court's instructions? Have you discussed the case with anyone? No research done? All right. Thank you very much. We will now resume. Mr. Dean, you may call your witness.
Marion Lemons.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think when we left off, we had just finished the interview that ended right about 10:30 at night on October 5th. Is that right?
Yes.
Later that night, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview the defendant one last time?
We did.
Again in the interview room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would
The
publish
lactating room.
from State's Exhibit 3, a file bearing the file name Interview Room 2355 to 0038.
Yes, Thomas, you're right.
Give me 1 second, Judge. I just want to make sure.
I agree with this comment. Not today, Satan. I will take them out next break,
This will be
PJ.
now discussed, Judge. There'll be a little bit added at the end, but other than that, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Mr. Dean, you may proceed.
Okay, I'll back my mic up a little bit. Hopefully that should be better. I'll take one of these headphones off too, so I ain't so loud.
I may proceed. We'll see whether I can. All right.
Oh God. We gotta listen to her cry for 5 hours.
I'm back to you. Hello. Like we've come in here several times and told you. It's like I've been opening up everything that I could, and whatever I didn't clarify or say right, whenever I'm clarified, I would never be the reason when something happened to my baby. You can understand that. I was so serious. Well, they always say just relax. Just relax. It's hard to relax. It's not only him that lost my son this morning when I woke up, he's not there. But by the end of the night, I'm sitting there being told that everything looks like it's my fault. It's my fault because I put my son to bed last night and woke up to him being the one from her. Now there's one in there that's empty and there's one that's not. You'll see that in that bathroom. It's in the mirror. Okay.
You recall exactly when you left and where you met?
Yes. Misty.
Okay.
Exactly where I met her at. Right there, like where those mailboxes and stuff you got. See that, bro?
What's Misty's last name?
I can't recall. I worked with her over before Sky was born.
We've got to talk to Misty right now. How do you get hold of her?
We were on phone because I had her number in there. That's what I called her. I downloaded text now and I tried to call that, and I called it and got through to her. So I asked her to straight up said, "You still have this mouth problems you got going on?" She said, "Big old thing right here. I can give you where she works at. I can at least give you that. She works at Bojangles. Bojangles on 17. On Akichi and 17. I can give you that. I don't know her last name.
White lady or black lady?
White lady. White lady? 4'11" maybe. 4'12".
How old is she?
40s. Late 30s, early 40s.
What kind of car does she drive?
She walks, which is why I had a couple of ways for her.
What shift does she work at Bojangles?
I can't tell you that no more. They were not even open up for dinner when I was there and when I was working there, and they are now. So I can't tell you what shift she's working.
What color car was she driving when you met her at Bojangles?
She lives over there by Chevron or whatever. So she walked up and met me at the front of her neighborhood and gave it to me.
What other cars were there when you met her?
There was a tan older car, almost like a cop car Ford something, or whatever, tan sitting in her driveway.
In her driveway or the driveway or at the Chevron?
No, like when I pulled up, I could see like where she lived at. You could see her walk out of her driveway and walk up, and I'm pretty sure that was in her driveway of the tan car. So, but I've never seen her drive a car at all. Ever. She's always walked to work and walked home, to the point that I was giving her rides because it was too hot at one point to do that. So,
when did the cereal spill in the back of the car?
That's been there. I won't lie. Even like over a month, my friend gave me a big old bag of a whole bunch of baby cereal that she didn't have anything to do with. I put it in the car.
What type of baby cereal? Like
first.
That you put like it's almost like a rice consistency.
It's rice or oatmeal is what it is. And
what type of container was it in?
The actual container itself that it comes in from the store.
What does that look like?
It's blue and it's about this big and it comes up like this and there's a screw on top that pops open. Oh, whatever.
And what happened? How did it come?
2 of them that she gave me, she had just opened and she tried it with her baby, her 9-month-old baby, and it didn't work very well with him. So she gave me those and a whole bunch of the other ones that she bought. When I put it back in the car, got home, took it out, the bag ripped. It fell. It spilled. Got another bag, collected up what I could, and took it inside. I still have all that baby cereal from that day except for that one.
And just describe to me again when you came home at 10:50.
That was from Leaving Red.
That was from Leaving Red. And that's when you went and you rubbed Quinton's hair.
I moved his hair out of his face and did this right here. And when I did, he said, and curled up. Exactly like that. Don't even like, it was like touching you and curled up.
And then when you left again, when you left to go meet Missy,
Yeah, it was like 1:13.
did you go by and check on Quinton as you walked out the door?
Yes. Yeah, and he was fine. He was still in the same position he was in when I moved his hair.
And what door did you walk out?
The back door.
The back door? At what time?
I can't remember exactly what time I walked out. I left the house like 1:13, so I probably walked out about 1:12, 1:11, and got in the car. And I went out the back door. That's where we park all the cars at. That's where we park them all at. So we always only use that back door. That front door is only ever used to sit outside to smoke. Or let the kids play in the front yard.
Have you ever left your house without your phone before?
Without my phone? No, I always have my phone on me.
Everywhere you go?
Everywhere I go, work, home, even if it's dead, I have it on me. Always. Now, I do fail to charge it all the time, but I normally.
At any point last night, did your phone go dead and you didn't have a charge?
No. My phone was on at all times last night. It was even plugged in next to the bed when I did lay down. When I did get in the cars, the phone's at 2 or 3 or 4%, so I did plug it in. If it wasn't plugged in, it would have died, and my trips both times would have ended. You know, before I even got home, y'all would have seen the time that I arrived home if it didn't stay on. you normally meet right out there at the Flacco's Tacos area? In that general area, normally it's ride share that we got ride share across, but they have a lot of people there, and there was road work going to. Where or who like coordinates with Red? What? You or Danny? Like who talks to Red? Honestly, it's got multiple different numbers. So like we message or we call one, or I'll get in contact with like his cousin. His name's Craig or whatever, and ask. It's never like he never has the same. You said Craig? Yeah, I got in contact with Craig and I'll ask him, but that's just because they live at the same property. Where do they live at? For our straight lane is right after that ride share. It's like one of the first driveways after the ride share on the left hand side. Okay. One of the very first driveways. Is it just Red and Craig there? Yeah. Okay. And some other lady that lives in the back, but that's none of my business. That's the whole of the property. Okay. So. Is it just you that kind of deals with them, or does Danny too? And we both do. Both do. We both do. Just whoever decides to go, if we do decide to go. Okay. They both deal the same thing? Yeah. Okay. They both do the same thing. They don't even do nothing more than that. That's just what they do, and they get a hold of pills and get a hold of me.
How long a time, or minutes, seconds did you interact with Mitzi?
Missy, she walked up. I said, "Hey girl, how you doing?" She said, "I'm good." And she was like, "I was in my office." I said, "Good, good." She was taking her out, but it's hurting like hell. She was like, "Here you go." So that was literally probably 2-minute conversation, and then she went home and I got in the car and went off.
Did the ordeal give you any relief?
Enough relief to lay down long enough to fall asleep. When I woke up, my mouth was still hurting like hell, but it stayed down back here. The way that I did it with a cotton ball and putting the orange on it, and then just kind of biting down on it, it stayed down long enough for me.
You found that the Percocets helped with that song?
I didn't take no Percocets back. I haven't taken Percocets in a long time, and I'm not taking any of them. If I can get them from somebody, just get them for somebody. So, all I did was a cotton ball, orange was out in the middle of it, call it up, put it in my mouth. Bit on it. When I bit on it, my saliva going in it, made the Oreo come out and stay in this general area, which allowed my mouth to get numb enough to let go and go sleep.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 13 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight on October 6th of 2022.
Oh, Lord. She's a good actress. She can cry at will. Oh, it's the jury awake.
You mentioned that you did go through the defendant's phone that day.
I did.
Manually, you talked about just thumbing through the actual phone itself.
Yes.
Did you look at the Cellbrite extraction that day, or was it just manual review?
For me, it was just manual.
Did you look in her text messages with Danny Youngkin?
Yes.
And in those text messages, did you see anything that was notable to you in terms of unsent messages?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a drafted message at the bottom that said getting Oragel, or headed to get Oragel.
Getting Oragel or headed to get Oragel?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me for interrupting you. When you say a drafted text message at the bottom, can you just walk us through? I mean, I think everybody probably has cell phone.
Sure.
Can you walk us through very as clearly as you can what you mean?
Yeah, when you go to text somebody on your phone, you hit the little bubble at the bottom, type what you need to, but you have to send before it actually goes to that person. This was just the draft before she sent it to Daniel.
Just in the box where you type, but you did not hit send yet.
Yes.
Send yet. Okay.
I'm awake today.
On this day, was the defendant kept in the room the entire time?
No.
Was she allowed to go out and smoke?
Yes,
Did that happen multiple times?
it did.
And in fact, on one occasion, did she just show herself out to smoke and walk out?
Yes,
Was she
She
provided
ain't smoking now.
several times.
and water?
Yes.
Now, at what point in the day, I guess it's now we're on the morning of the 6th, right?
Yes.
At what point did y'all decide it was time to wrap up and get some sleep?
Well, we had finished at her residence, and shortly after this interview, we arranged transport for the whole family to return to the residence.
Okay, so did the 3 who were there in the police station that day go back to the house?
They did.
And did you stay there working, or did you go home and get some sleep, or what?
I stayed there for a little while and went home for a little while.
Now, I want to talk to you about the following days. Was there an effort made to follow up on the Misty Origel story?
Yes.
And who was responsible for following up on the Misty aspect of that story?
Yes. For Misty, it was Special Agent Snyder.
And when did that happen? I mean, he'll testify about it, but when did it happen?
The following day.
Was there an effort to follow up on Danny's whereabouts on the morning of October 5th?
Yes.
And who was tasked with following up on that?
That was Detective Noble and Special Agent Solomon.
And was there some follow-up on Paul and when he had gotten home and so forth?
Yes.
And who was responsible for that?
Detective Noble and Agent Solomon.
Did they go out to the warehouse and get timesheets and some video?
Yes, the warehouse where everyone worked.
And there was some mention in these interviews of Henry Moss Jr.
Correct.
And we heard yesterday from 2 FBI agents that were involved in that follow-up
Yes.
From the Augusta FBI office.
Yes.
Now, at some point, did somebody obtain Henry Moss Jr.'s phone records?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe we got the phone number from Special Agent Osden, and then we obtained the phone records afterwards.
And was that Detective Wilkins who got Henry Moss's phone records?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, relayed them to you?
Yes.
Now, was there follow-up on the vehicle, the Dodge Journey?
There was.
And what did that involve?
A search warrant was applied for and executed on the vehicle, where we examined the inside, the outside, and then we also did what's called an infotainment search warrant.
And what is an infotainment search warrant?
So the electrical box that's in your vehicle, that stores data. So what we do is called an infotainment search, and we're just seeing what kind of data is stored in that electrical system.
And what kind of data can you get from those from some vehicles?
From some vehicles, you can get as meticulous as every time a door opened or a light turned on. Others, we don't get anything.
And you as the investigative team tried to do that in this case?
We did.
Was that effort successful?
It was not.
Why not?
That make and model did not have the data in that system.
Okay. But you tried.
We did.
Now, one thing on the vehicle I'd like to ask you about. We heard some testimony from Officer Schenker at cross-examination about a potential spot of blood on the driver's seat.
Yes.
And we also heard him testify that he provided all of his pictures that he took that day to you.
Yes, everyone was in constant contact with each other.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 84. And how many pages is that?
It is 2 pages and 4 photographs.
2 pages and 4 photographs? That's front and back?
They are.
All Thomas Leilani.
2 pages front and back.
Correct.
It's on page 1. It's the same picture on the front and back.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Same for page 2.
Yes,
Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are they?
It is the front seat of the Dodge Journey, one with plain light and the second with the alternative light.
Is that the blue star that Officer Schenker was talking about?
Yes,
Where you can see the spots lighting up a little bit.
correct.
Okay. And is the first picture, can you see the little spots in there as well?
That may be the spots right in the center, but it's not like an apparent red or anything like that.
But they didn't test it.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as Stacy's 84.
No objection.
They tested none of the blood. So what does it
I'll
matter?
publish this in the Journal.
Did you test the blood? Nope. So we don't know what it is. Blood is not the only thing that glows with Red Star. Mold, rust, all kinds of stuff will make that stuff glow. I learned that in the Harmony Montgomery case. They never sent the samples off. They didn't test it. Cat.
On the screen here, are we seeing the first picture in that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in here.
But
What do
you
see
can
there?
test it.
3 small dots.
Do they appear on their face to be blood to you?
No, they don't.
Can you tell whether they're fresh or old?
No, it's not. It doesn't look like fresh blood.
Moving to the next image. What are we looking at here?
It is those same 3 dots under the blue star.
Now, you were aware of this during the investigation.
I was.
Did you view it as significant?
No.
Is in an investigation,
What?
Does every item that you collect or every observation
They didn't test
that
it.
you or somebody on the team makes turn out to be important?
It does not.
Can you explain what you mean?
Especially in this type of investigation, but really any, you start as broad as possible, collect as much as possible, and look at every single thing you can. And then you start to realize what's important, what's not. And this is one of those that we did not deem important in our investigation.
Let me ask you a question, sort of for example, about electronic devices. How many phones are we going to be talking about in this case?
Of significance, 3.
Okay. How many electronics did y'all seize from the house in the course of the search warrant there?
Probably over 15.
Okay. Old computers, old phones, things
Thumb
like that?
drives, CDs.
And we have about like 37 people on our witness list.
Yes.
How many people were interviewed in the course of this investigation?
37 people.
Well over 100.
And I think we introduced 100 some images that Officer Schenker took of the residence on
Yes.
September 5th. And how many did he take total?
I believe it was almost 400.
Were some of them in the RV under the carport?
Yeah.
Any reason to think the RV has any relevance to the investigation?
No.
Were some of them in Billy Joe Howell and Thomas Howell's master bedroom?
Yes.
Any reason to think that that room has any relevance to the investigation?
No.
How long do you think it would take to try this case if we were to call every person that you all interviewed and introduce into evidence every picture and item that you all collected at the broad stage of the investigation early on?
Including the canvas that Special Agent Osden provided, months.
Thank you. Now, one more question in reference to the driver's seat and little spots. I have to ask you this. On October 5th, at headquarters, you interacted with the defendant a lot.
Yes.
Was she menstruating that day?
She mentioned that she was, yes.
And did she have to go to the bathroom a couple of times to apply feminine hygiene products?
Yes.
Thank you. Was there a follow-up with these 3 cell phones that you all had taken that day?
Specifically Leilani's.
Can you tell me about that?
So at Chatham County Police Department, our system's called Celebrate that does the forensic extraction we talked about. Savannah Police Department, though, has a system that can do a deeper dive into the phone. It's called Gray Key.
And what happened in reference to the defendant's phone?
Yep. Detective Cox reached out to Savannah Police, and they did a Gray Key extraction of her cell phone.
And did that have something to do with the fact that it was an iPhone?
I believe so. iPhones like to be difficult.
Now, was there a follow-up done in reference to the Chevron/Azalea issue?
There was, yes.
Can you tell us, generally speaking, about that?
Yes, we went out and looked for video footage in that area. The Chevron gas station as well as Azalea Mobile Home Park both had cameras.
And when you say we went out, were you involved in that?
I was.
And what day was that?
That was on the 6th, the following day.
Okay. So you were involved in the video canvas in that area?
Correct.
Were you there when they collected the footage that day?
I was not.
And was there follow-up in reference to the dumpsters and garbage trucks and ultimately the landfill?
Yes.
And who was the point person for that?
That would be Detective Noble.
Now, we heard some testimony yesterday from Special Agent Austin about the involvement of the CARD team. Can you remind us of what that acronym stands for?
Yes, it's the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, and we asked him to come down and assist.
Now, were you the lead detective for the Chatham County Police Department at this point?
Yes.
And who was the lead for the FBI?
Agent Brad Snyder.
Did the two of you work directly with the CARD team?
We did.
And can you tell us about what that involved?
We wanted as much information and as many resources as the CARD team could give us. One of those things was a template for a canvas that our team did.
And what did the canvas operation look like? Where did y'all do those things?
So canvassing, easily broken down, was just knocking on every single person's door. We did Buckhalter Road, Gerarda Avenue into Azalea, as well as I-95 and Highway 204 area.
And what was the manpower requirement involved in this thing, this canvas operation?
We broke out into 3 teams, those 3 separate locations. Each team probably had roughly 30 law enforcement officers.
And how many teams now?
3.
3 teams.
So around 90.
Okay. And how many days did this canvas operation take?
I believe it took 2 days.
And did each encounter involve filling out a questionnaire?
It did.
And those are questionnaires Special Agent Austin talked about?
Yes.
And did they help you tailor those to this case?
Yes, he did.
I'd like to approach with an object that I do not intend to introduce into evidence, but I would like to just talk about it a little bit. And just to make the record clear on what this is, what is this here? What are we looking at?
This is binder 4 of my case file. It is the template canvas sheets that were filled out.
What size binder is that?
It is a 5-inch binder.
And roughly how many pages of interview form canvas questionnaires are in there?
700.
All right, PJ wanted to say hi to
Did you
everybody.
guys also set up a tip line?
We did.
What is a tip line?
So we just used a extra cell phone, and we put up a voicemail advising people to call this number, or excuse me, we put about a notice advising people to call this number if they had any information on Quinton Simon's disappearance. And then a voicemail was set up asking whoever was calling to give us as much information, and we would call back if it was something to follow up on.
Was that something that was done on the advice of the CARD team?
Yes.
As part of the best practices in investigating a child disappearance?
Yes.
Possible.
Everybody said hi, PJ.
Tell me about the manpower involved in responding to tip line calls.
One of the detectives at all times was assigned to the phone and to follow up on each one of the voicemails that was left, to review them to see whether or not they needed additional follow-up.
Does the Chatham County Police Department have a dive team?
We do, yes.
Was the dive team involved in on October 5th, 2022, or the days following?
Yes.
What is the dive team?
So it's, I think it's in connection with Marine Patrol, but it's scuba divers who have the proper qualifications and do search and rescue.
And did the dive team do anything in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell us about those things?
Yes. Behind the residence is a in-ground pool that had a layer of algae on it. And standing above it, you aren't able to see inside. So the dive team went in and made sure there was nothing inside the pool. As well as during our canvas, there's several ponds in the area, and they made sure to look through those as well.
I think you've already said that you did receive
nothing.
The defendant's cell right extraction from Sergeant Coleman of the forensics unit.
Yes.
Did you review the extraction of her phone?
Yes.
Might as well eat it.
Did you find any evidence in her phone revealing anything about the state of her relationship with Danny Youngkin in the days, weeks, months?
That pool was green.
Yes.
Can you describe that to us in broad terms, please?
Through their text messages, it was pretty apparent what kind of relationship they had.
Anything other than text messages?
There was some concerning web searches as well.
Any videos?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a clip that was recorded on August 6th of 2022 where Leilani was blaming Daniel basically for the suicide that she was about to go commit.
Now, have we prepared a couple of exhibits capturing the things that you just described?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States 18?
I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
It is a series of text messages between Leilani and Daniel.
And were those pulled from the cell right extraction performed by Sergeant Coleman?
They are, yes.
Do you see a disc marked as States Exhibit 19?
I do.
What is that?
I believe it is the suicide video.
The video that you just described?
Yes.
And do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 20?
I do.
And what is that?
It is a web search that was found on her cell phone.
Do you want to introduce these items in as States 18, 19, and 20?
Any objections?
With regard to 18, Judge, no objection. Is there 19? Or 20? No objection as to 19. No objection as to, I think, the photograph. And no objection as to number 20, which is.
Okay, so states exhibits 18, 19, and 20 are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll publish State's Exhibit 18. And may I have a seat? Thank you.
I'm so over this lady. If you're over this lady, hit the like button, okay? Because I wish she'd be done. It's been 2 days of this lady.
We have on the screen here slide 1 of State's Exhibit 18. And what I'd like to do with this exhibit is just have you tell us the date of the message and read the message, okay?
So this was sent on 7/12/22. It says, I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved, not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wondering how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice.
And she was cheating with the drug dealer. Make that make sense.
Sent on 7/15/22. And I damn sure ain't the reason why you talk to other bitches in the first goddamn place or you put your dick in to begin with.
Slide 3.
On 8/6/22. Yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is good enough. Never was, never will be.
Now,
It was good enough for Craig, the drug dealer.
State's Exhibit 19. When was this video? Were you able to tell when the video was filmed?
Yes, we were.
Okay. What was the date that video was filmed?
On August 6th.
At this time, I will publish State's Exhibit 19.
She's drawing pictures over there. We done seen this video where she's crying.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinton. Mama tried. Your mama's not here no more because she doesn't want you. I do. I can't look myself.
I guess this is the original video.
And I can't look myself out because I love y'all. I have tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. Sky, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't.
Okay.
Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were gonna be such a good man one day. Just a good
Then why cheat on them?
When we found each other, we were both in such fragile states. And I built you back up. I would do anything for you. But during this time that I was building you back up, you were doing things that would eventually tear me back down. And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. And I definitely don't see the love in your eyes anymore. Like you truly loved me, like you claimed you wouldn't have done all that. Even when I was carrying your child and hating myself every fucking day, crying myself to sleep every fucking night because you did not want to have sex with me. You did not want to love me. You just did not want me. And I wanted you. I wanted you. I wanted you more than like yourself. But you've proven that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids. Okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And my kids sitting up at the river now. Bye, Daddy.
I mean, we done seen that. It's just the same stuff over and over again.
All right, moving back to State's Exhibit 18, slide 3. So is it the case that that message on slide 3 was sent the same day that video was filmed?
Yes.
Slide 4.
This is on August 22nd in 2022. There's no being past it when you have done nothing to make me feel better about myself.
One thing I
when
want-
you have done nothing to make me feel like you still want me, like you did before. So stop.
Slide 5.
This is on September 9th. Hope you had fun with whatever bitch you met up with.
Slide 6.
Also September 9th. You can take everybody else's feelings into consideration, but you don't take mine. You can hang out with everybody else, but you don't want to hang out with me when I want you to.
Slide 7.
September 9th. I really fucking wish I never drove to North Carolina to meet you. That was the biggest mistake I could have ever made.
Slide 8.
September 9th. No matter how much I stress how I'm feeling, you don't give a shit. No matter how much I scream and cry, you don't change nothing. You say doing the same thing or being even more distant or hanging out with anybody but me.
Slide 9.
September 10th. You're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself.
Slide 10.
September 10th. When I was pregnant and moved down here for my kids, you chose other women or porn to satisfy you, not me.
Slide 11.
September 10th. When I need reassurance, you continue to change password to hide phones to have it on silent.
Slide 12.
These are both on September 17th, and they are requesting for Daniel to join Life 360.
So that text in the box, would that be text that she typed or more like a link that she sent to him?
A link.
Requesting that he do what now? Reading those first few words.
Join my Life 360 circle.
Can you tell us how far apart these two invitations were in time?
24 minutes.
Slide 13. This one is exceedingly difficult to make out on the screen. So can you walk us through what slide 13 is?
So these are both on 9/18. Excuse me, all four of these are on 9/18, and they're all the same hyperlink sent to Daniel.
Separately?
Yes.
Slide 14.
Sent on September 21st. I'm tired of begging for sexual attention.
Slide 15.
Sent on September 21st. I'm not good enough to fuck. Not good enough to even try to fuck.
Slide 16.
Both sent on September 21st. No, I don't feel amazing. I feel like I'm a girlfriend that you got to hide your shit around because you don't want me to know what the fuck you're up to. I feel like I'm just the person that you keep around because you're comfortable with me, not because you want me. I'm tired of feeling like I'm sexually worthless.
Slide 17.
On September 21st. No, I don't know you love me. I know you're comfortable with me. I know you're used to me. I know you don't want me to love anybody else, but I do not think you love me because you do not want to have sex with me. You do not want to spend time with me if you do not want to do anything with me anymore.
Now, slide 18, this one looks different from all the other ones, right?
Yes.
Was this one, in fact, taken from Danny's phone?
Yes,
But is it from the defendant?
it is.
And can we tell that because of the phone number and the way he has her saved?
Yes.
Right. And he had her saved as what?
Lonnie baby.
Now, can you read this message for us, please? Well, actually, let me ask you this. When was this one sent?
The day before Quinn's disappearance was reported.
Okay. What date and time specifically?
October 4th.
At what time of day? And look carefully before answering, please.
It's at 1:49 a.m.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and read it, please.
So I fell asleep on the couch for a min after I came back in. Woke up because Sky was starting to fuss. So I made her a bottle, right? Then as soon as I'm about to crawl into bed with you, I hear my phone go off. So I go to check it, and it was like 360 saying, ask Daniel to charge his phone. So when I opened the app and saw that your phone was at 1%, I won't lie, it made me start to think again. And there is a possibility that I'm just overthinking. But here are what my thoughts were. He knows we got to work in the morning. He was just on his phone, literally right before he laid down. Why didn't he plug it in? Well, he said he wanted me to be nice, so I guess I'll plug it in for him. My dumbass literally grabbed the charger and then went to grab your phone, but guess what? What happened when I got to that point, Danny? I couldn't find your phone. I don't understand how you expect me to believe when you say I'm not doing anything wrong or I don't have anything to hide, when one, you never let me look at your phone without a fight, even when I offer mine in exchange. Two, you always 24/7 keep your phone on you when you're awake and hide it when you're asleep. And three, never leave it around me at all. SMH. Even when we have work and your phone is almost dead, when it's time to lay down, you still choose to risk it, possibly dying and us missing work. All because what? Because to me, it's because you have something to hide. Because why else would anyone do anything? Because why else would anyone do the things you do if they weren't hiding something?
Do you know what SMH means?
Shake my head.
And so this would have been in the middle of the night before the morning of the trip to the dentist?
Yes.
Was there an effort made to follow up on what exactly happened at the dentist?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 21? What is that?
The top page is a certification of medical records from Aspen Dental. And then the following pages are the medical records from Leilani Simon's dental work.
Specifically the dental work. On
Quaker Leilani. She does look like a Quaker.
Your Honor, I would offer these.
Maybe she had some oats this morning.
No objection, Judge. It hasn't happened.
The one accusing is always the guilty one.
We don't need to belabor this, but do these records show that she did in fact have a tooth pulled that morning?
Yes.
Cheater's going to cheat.
Now, during this investigation, did you follow up with Michelle McCarty?
I did.
And did you conduct interviews with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct an interview with her daughter, Talia McCarty?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct some follow-up on Quinton himself?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain his past medical records?
Yes,
And is this a normal step in a child death case?
it is.
Where did you
Was there
yourself
anything
get medical records from?
The 2 search warrants I did were from the local pediatrics office. Well, locals in Georgia. But
What was your goal in getting his medical records? To get some of them, to get all of them, what?
all of them.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 27?
Yes,
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a search warrant order for medical specialists in Waynesboro, Georgia.
What type of practice is that?
I believe it's a pediatric medical facility.
And how did you know to go there for Quinton's medical records?
I believe it was in interviews with Leilani, the family, as well as Billy Joe.
Billy Joe.
That's a past pediatrics clinic that he had been seen at.
Yes,
And did you send that search warrant to that practice?
yes,
And did they turn around to you his pediatric records from there?
yes, they did.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 27.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, what is States Exhibit 28?
It is a order, an additional search warrant for some more medical records.
From what practice?
It is the J.C. Lewis Primary Health Care here in Savannah.
I thought J.C. Lewis was a car dealership. Is that not the case? Or?
I guess they have several buildings.
Okay. So they have a pediatrics clinic or indigent care clinic or something?
Yes.
Like that? Okay. It was at Quinton's last pediatrician.
She was banging
To my
her
knowledge,
drug
yes.
dealer. Yep.
Did you send them this search warrant?
I did.
And did they turn around his pediatrics records to you?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I would introduce this in States Exhibit 28.
No objection.
Did any other detectives involved in this case get additional medical records for him at your direction?
Yes,
And who was that?
Detective Cox.
And did she provide the records that she obtained to you?
Yes, she did.
Did you incorporate all of the medical records you got into your case file?
Yes, I did.
And did you turn them over to our office
Yes, I did.
so that they would be turned over to the defense as well?
Yes.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is a search warrant sent to Verizon.
And what
Drugs
number
do
is
mess
it
people
for?
up, but it's no excuse
It is
to kill
for
a baby.
912-547-5275.
Whose phone number is that?
Leilani Simons.
Did you send that search warrant to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
This is a search warrant you prepared?
Yes.
And did Verizon turn responsive records around to you?
Yes.
They gave you her phone records?
Yes.
Do you see a disc?
These people will put you to sleep. Oh my God. This is like day 2 of
Yes, I
this.
What is that?
It is the response I received from Verizon containing Leilani Simon's cell phone records.
Did Detective Cox also get some cell phone records in this case?
Yes.
Did she provide all the cell phone records that she got to you?
Yes, she did.
And did she obtain records from Life 360 directly?
Yes.
And did she provide those to you?
Yes, she did.
Were all of the phone records obtained in this case and the Life 360 records provided to the FBI for analysis?
Yes, they were.
And were the cell phone extractions, both the 3 cell right extractions and the 1 gray key extraction, were those provided to the FBI for analysis?
Yes.
I would introduce states 23 and 24 into evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with regards
You
to
can't get
statements
into the
23,
courtroom anyway,
subject to the
Starfish.
court's
It's not
ruling
open to the
regarding
public.
Some of those text messages.
Just
We don't have
media.
any other objection other than that. What was 24 again? Let me reverse that. As to 23, no objection to the search warrant, Judge. As to 24, no objection, subject to the court's ruling on those text messages.
All right, thank you. 23 is admitted, 24 is admitted subject to the earlier ruling.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 25?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a emergency situation disclosure from Verizon. It's a form they had us fill out.
Okay. And what was that form for?
It is for cell phone records.
Yeah, I have YouTube
what's the
Premium
area
too.
code?
That's why you don't see any commercials on
It's
here,
706 area
on
code.
this channel here.
Whose phone number is that?
Henry Moss.
What's the full number?
It is 706-526-1978.
And who sent this to Verizon?
Detective Wilkins.
Okay. And did he receive responsive records and provide them to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as States Exhibit 25?
Sage, I agree. That's why I pay for YouTube Premium. Commercials suck.
I'm sorry, 26.
Yes, 26.
Did y'all notice Netflix has commercials in their movies now?
What is that?
It is a response from Verizon for that phone number.
I thought you paid for Netflix so you didn't get commercials, but now you get commercials
Yeah, I
on
would offer
Netflix.
25 and 26 into evidence at this time.
No objection to 25 and 26, Judge.
Thank you.
I may
25
have
and
to
26
upgrade
are
my
admitted.
Netflix because they put like 50 commercials in a movie.
Madam Clerk has.
You sued Netflix?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I just don't remember whether I actually offered it or not.
You can pay extra not to have commercials, but we didn't do that. I need to cancel Netflix. They suck. I like Netflix. They're just putting too many commercials and
Now,
everything.
You testified about the fact that Special Agent Snyder went out and talked to Misty, right?
Yes.
And that you all did this video.
Get
canvas
Pluto
to show
instead.
Dawn and Azalea, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that both of those things happened on the 6th or the 7th or something along those lines?
Yes.
On October 8th, did the defendant come to the FBI office in Savannah for an
Superbox?
additional interview?
Yes, she did.
I used to have a fire
And who
stick
conducted
back in the day.
Bridget Brock.
Is she an FBI?
You can pay not to
Yes.
have them.
And did she come down from Quantico, Virginia for the purpose of interviewing the defendant?
Yes.
And were you present in the building for that interview?
Yes, I was.
And were you watching it in real time?
Yes.
Were you in the room?
I must
was
have
not
a
in the
cheap
How were you
Netflix. I
watching
get
it?
nothing but commercials.
Through
Not on TV
the
shows, but on
security
movies.
camera in the room. We put it up on the monitor and watched.
Okay, so you were watching on like a live feed from a different room.
Yes.
Do you know the video recording equipment in the interview room that the defendant was in to have been working during that time period?
Yes.
In fact, you yourself conducted interviews in that room with other people.
Yes.
And have you reviewed the videos from those interviews?
I have, yes.
And did those interviews fairly inaccurate?
Yeah, Prime, there's commercials in the beginning. I don't mind that. But during the
Do you
movie,
see
I
in
don't want to
front
see
of you
commercials.
a disc marked as States Exhibit 22.
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know, I'm sorry, do you know what that is?
I believe it's the interview from the October 8th interview.
Now, has that one also, as with the October 5th interviews, been redacted to some degree to comply with orders of the court?
Yes, it has.
Does it otherwise fairly and accurately depict at least the relevant portion of Bridget Brock's interview with the defendant on October 8th?
Yes.
Now, did Bridget Brock confront the defendant in this interview with the fact that video footage?
I must have the low
showed
plan
her
then on Netflix.
not stopping at the Chevron, but rather pulling into Azalea and remaining stationary at the dumpsters for 2 minutes?
Yes, she's directly confronted with that.
And what did the defendant have to say to that?
She says that that did not occur.
Did Bridget Brock tell her that Misty had been interviewed and had told the FBI that she hadn't seen the defendant that night?
Yes.
And what did the defendant have to say to that?
She says it did occur, that she did talk to Misty.
Did the earlier 204 trip also come up?
Yes.
And what did she say on the 8th about what the purpose of that trip was?
To pay off a drug front for marijuana.
I'm going to have to upgrade then.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm ready to publish this interview. It is, however, 12:25, and I will throw that out there before I do so.
How long is approximately is the video?
I'd have to check.
Anyway, you expected to take some time. So I'm going to turn to the jury. I know we started a little late this morning with taking evidence. Do you want to go through this at this point? We can go a while longer before we stop for lunch. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Why don't we continue on before we take a break? Does anyone need a comfort break at this time?
I do.
I was gonna say, I think I do too. So, let's break for about 15 minutes. I think we all need to stand up before we start up again. So,
Okay, 15-minute break.
again, remember, don't discuss the case and
All right. So what we'll do, of course, like we always do, is open the phone lines to see what you beautiful people are talking about today. Let's see. Leilani banging a drug dealer is the topic today. They're not going to use it in court. It's like the state wants to find her not guilty. It's like they're trying to bore us into a coma. It's like they want to let her go for murder. I don't know. It just, why give it a break? Because we don't, I think they should have brought the drug dealer in. He would have been more entertaining. Dolly.
Hey, sorry, I had to turn my phone off. It's Mary from Texas.
Hey, Mary.
How are you doing? I just wanted to say, I'm a mother. I have 2 children, and it's making me literally sick to death to watch this woman not have any emotion for her child at all. She's shown no remorse whatsoever, and it's making me crazy.
She looks like she should be on a Quaker Oats box.
Exactly. But I mean, I'm saying this, even if she's not guilty and she's seeing these pictures and photos, et cetera, you still should have some emotion if you're human.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I don't get it.
She tried to cry in the very, very beginning when they brought the jury out day 1, but she couldn't get a tear out to save her life.
Yeah, it looked like she was like covering her eyes and trying to poke her eyes so they would cry or turn red and cry. And every time she tries to cry in those videos or whatever, when the detectives were interviewing her, she like puts her hands over her eyes and starts wailing, and it sounds ridiculous. And it looks like she's trying to stab herself in the eye so that a tear will come out. Literally.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Margaret. I had to thank the person that super chatted. Yes.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
She don't look to be very emotional about it. And like when I was down there in Georgia with her, talking to her, She seemed dead inside. She didn't care about any of it. She didn't believe she was going to prison. I said, girl, you going to go to prison? She was like, nope, I ain't going to prison. And I was like, well, what do you think's going to happen to you? And she just kept shaking her head like, nope, nope, nope. And
Yeah, I think she thought she was going to get away with it totally. And I mean, with this police department and these detectives, I'm kind of scared with their forensics or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what to say. She's just like she's dead inside, I think.
Yeah,
it's
we're
sad.
on day 3, and they haven't explained one time how this baby's died.
Exactly.
That
and
worries
you
me.
know, sleepy time Barbie's up there putting everybody to sleep. They need to pull her off, get her to just say whatever, testify quickly, you know, get through it. Because she's putting everybody to sleep.
They're about to play another hour-long video of hers.
Oh, jeez, man. I hope they give the jury a lot of coffee or something.
Yeah, they need to give them something. They have energy shots at this point. Like
they need to spike the coffee pot with like Red Bull or something. I have no idea.
And it must be boring to judge. How many judges have you seen take this many breaks?
None, never. I mean, I've seen judges take like a few breaks, but not every 20, 30 minutes. That's something wrong.
Yeah, because it's so boring and they're just repeating the same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
And how are people supposed to concentrate during that? I mean, I just don't know how I don't really prefer how this, I don't like how this judge is. I mean, I like her, but I don't like how she's doing the trial, I guess. She's giving, I mean, I don't like the fact she's keeping the text message from the drug dealer out. I think that goes to her credibility as a person. And also, I mean, it's just, there's just too many, it's too chopped up. The jury, they can't follow anything, in my opinion. I hope they will.
They can say all the dirt on her and Danny's relationship. Well, this goes right into that dirt because she was
absolutely.
Danny. So I don't understand why it's inadmissible in court. And she may have possibly said something to the drug dealer because she was talking personal to the drug dealer because she said she was having problems with Danny. How do we know in person she didn't say she was having problems with the kids or she was fed up or she was
exactly? I agree. Relevant. It's relevant. It's absolutely relevant. I don't understand why the judge said, you know, is keeping it out. It's relevant. I mean, it's relevant. You're right. So I don't know what's going on.
They just want to
I hope it picks up
for the next 5 days.
Yep. I just hope that it picks up. It has to take some kind of turn, or it just doesn't look too strong right now, but hopefully it'll turn.
That's what I'm hoping too.
Yeah. Let's pray.
Well, you be good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And hi, PJ. And I just love y'all's show. I watch you every day. I've been a long time watcher, and then I just joined up to be a turtle. So I'm happy. And I might be, yes, y'all, Dolly, you're awesome. And what you're doing for the kids this Christmas and stuff. I'm so on board with that. You're just, y'all are a great channel. I love your channel, Dolly.
Thank you. You be good. Stay safe.
All right. Thanks so much.
Peace.
All right. Bye.
Oh, somebody hung up on me. Why you hang up on me? There you go. Dolly. Hello. Hello.
Hey, Dolly, it's Lisa from Michigan.
Hey, Lisa.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty
good. Hey, did you get that text message I sent you with the picture?
Did you send it to this number you called?
I did.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll look real fast.
It's a picture of Sarah Boone and Leilani.
Let's see. Yeah, they both got Quaker Oats outfits on.
They do. They have the same clothes designer.
Yeah, she has the same shirt and the same little jacket.
That must be prison issued.
It must be, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, they do have a similar outfit on. So what is it, day 3 in the Sarah Boone case also?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't watch it. I just saw it pop up on my feed.
Yeah, I've been so busy following Leilani. I know that's the lady that put her husband in the suitcase.
Yes, yeah. Playing hide and go seek.
Yeah, playing hide and go seek and wouldn't let the man out.
Yeah, with just the two of them. How do you play hide and go seek with two people?
Yeah, and then I heard she called her ex and had him come over, and the ex was the one like, you better call 911.
Yeah, yep, I saw that too.
You think they're going to get him for murder? How do you murder? I mean, that's a tough sell that, he willingly climbed in the suitcase. right? And
Yeah, he did.
but she zipped him up in it.
Right.
So it was her job to unzip it. But he couldn't.
And he was saying he couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
You know, he couldn't move.
And she's
Let me
laughing.
out of here.
And she's laughing about it. And then goes in the other room and goes to sleep and leaves him folded up in a suitcase.
Yeah, allegedly.
That is insane. I mean, it's hard to believe he couldn't get out, but I guess the way he was bent up, he didn't have no way to kind of force himself out in that suitcase.
Right.
And but did she, you know, you gotta know in your mind that this could kill him. Did she know that?
Right.
You know, that's where you get into the tough sell. But yeah, I would say, hey, it ain't your typical murder, but it does seem like a murder.
For real.
Or it's like, or manslaughter.
Something. Involuntary manslaughter even, you know?
Yeah, it has to be something, you know. But yes, they are dressed similar. You know what I'm saying? That's wild. Everybody, it's Quaker Oats Day at court.
You got it. All they need is bonnets.
Yeah, that is true. All right, you be good. You stay safe.
You too. Yep.
Right,
bye.
peace. You guys that didn't know, she sent me a picture of Sarah Boone, and she sent. Let me see if I can pull it up for you guys. Dolly. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
It's Amy calling back from San Antonio. I do like that you cut the mic down a little bit, but I am noticing that when I call in, I can't hear you as good. I don't know why, but it's okay.
Well, y'all can.
I think that today it's looking like the cast from the movie Friday. I just wish that whenever everybody starts falling asleep, the judge would get her gavel and bang, 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 kind of like the dad did in the movie Friday. Remember, he walk around going bang, bang, bang.
Bang, yeah, I'm going to have my gavel tomorrow.
I know. Oh, that reminds me. Did you get the white wig?
Not yet. Everything comes in today.
Well, I know, but you did order it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got the robe, the wig, the gavel. Y'all see tomorrow. I don't want to spoil it for people.
That's great. Well, you know, you could always throw on your cap and sunglasses. You'd be the coolest judge ever. Judge Dolly.
Yeah,
all right,
Judge Dolly, take the bench.
All right, I'll let somebody else call in. Bye, PJ.
All right, bye, PJ. All right, PJ's at work. This is Virginia. I thought you would be interested in it. Okay, I can't see that right now. All right, let me back this up. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melanie. How you doing today?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm living my best life.
I wish this court deal would be over with.
Me too.
When do you think they'll have closing arguments?
I don't know. They said they have 37 witnesses.
37?
Yeah, 37 on the witness list.
My goodness. It might go into next week then.
Maybe so. You ain't been buying drugs from Red, have you, Melanie?
No,
Okay, you ain't been sleeping with that man, have you?
No,
All right, I'm just checking because he seems to get around a little bit.
So, how's your heart doing?
My heart is beating.
That's good.
Just checked it. It's still there.
Okay.
I didn't know I had one at first, but yeah, I guess there's one there.
Yeah. Is PJ there?
No, PJ's at work till 4:30.
Okay.
Just Dolly.
Is she still living with you?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I haven't kicked her out. She might kick me out. I don't know.
Okay.
Anything else?
So that's good.
Yeah. It's all good in the hood, Melanie. That's what they say anyway.
Yeah, Missy Motor Mouth is the drug dealer Reed or red. He's a black man, correct?
I believe he may be mixed. That's why they call him Red. And his name is Craig. Yeah, Red Craig, the dope man. Dope man, you think you slick. You sold some crack to my sister, and now she's sick. And she happens to die because of your drugs. I'm putting in your cooler a 38 slug. You ever heard that? It's Easy E. Okay, it's Easy E.
Easy E. Okay. Is he a rapper?
Yes, look it up, Melanie. Look up Easy E. And you be good. You stay safe, and I will talk to you next time.
I can just be praying. I just want to tell all your listeners to be praying for me, okay?
Okay, I'll say a prayer for you, the little baby Jesus.
And tell PJ I said hey, and I love y'all.
Okay, we love you too, Melanie. You stay safe. You be good.
Okay, peace.
Peace. All right, Melanie's getting with the times. You hear that? She's like, deuces, bitch. Dolly.
Ollie, oh my gosh, I got you again. Second day in a row.
Canada.
What's that?
Are you from Canada?
I am not. I am actually from Groundhogville, Pennsylvania.
I thought you was the Canadian girl for a second, so I had you mixed up with somebody else.
No. I am 1 mile away from Punxsutawney Phil.
Okay, well, you know.
All the chucks. They just had some little groundhogs a couple months ago, and those things are huge as shit.
Yeah, we got a bunch of gophers that's been running around here.
Yeah. So
the other night, and this is the first
What?
time I've ever seen one in the wild, and believe it or not, I've seen it on the interstate. A beaver.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen a beaver in the wild. I was in the car with my kid and PJ, and I was like, PJ, did you see that beaver? And she was like, what are you talking about? I was like, there's a damn there was a beaver standing in the emergency lane on the interstate.
Oh my gosh. These crazy.
Beaver.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I had never seen one in person like that.
I haven't either. That is wild.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I have to say,
it had to be a wild beaver. I don't think there's a whole lot of tame beavers running around.
Well, right. Your face though, when certain people call is so funny. I just sit here and just laugh my ass off. It's like, and I'm trying to work and I'm trying to listen to this boring lady on here talk.
Right.
And you make it so much better because like your commentary and the way that like your faces are freaking hilarious. You guys are awesome. You and freaking BJ.
Yeah, I can't hide my facial spread. There's just no way to do it.
No, but it is great. Like you make the best, and I can't wait until you get your wig and your gavel and just start beating on your desk to wake everybody up.
I can't wait either. I'm like, I wish it was here already. It's supposed to come today before 10 o'clock tonight.
Awesome. All right, Dolly. I just wanted to tell you that your facial expressions are the best, and I sit here and crack up, especially when that one person calls. And just all right, bye.
Tell the woodchuck I said hey.
I will. I will. Bye.
Yeah, like I'm waiting for my robe to come in. I can't be official Judge Dolly until I have all my gear. Okay. Right now I'm like a bootleg judge. I need my stuff. So me and Tammy Stokes, we on the same page, right? And then once y'all start to fall asleep, I can bang on shit, right? And I got the gavel to point, you know. So yeah, we need that gavel. We need my robe. Okay, we need it. I got my Team Foul Play hoodie on today because this is, you know, we're in the Quinton Simon Team Foul Play. Dolly,
on the same page, right? And then once y'all start to fall asleep, I can bang.
The background.
Dolly.
Yes.
Hey, I had something for you. You know, Leilani. Doesn't she remind you of that Mrs. Beasley? That doll from Family Affair?
I don't know who Mrs. Beasley is. I don't watch Family Affair.
I mean, it was a show like back when my mom would watch it. It was like an old show.
Okay.
And she was like a doll with those same glasses, but a blue and white, like, polka dot.
Uh-huh.
And that's who they have Leilani looking like, don't it?
I'll have to look it up and see because I've never really seen. But the judge is back, so I will talk to you soon.
Okay, Dolly. Peace.
All right, peace. All right, so we are back in court with the Honorable Judge Dolly and Judge Tammy Stokes. All right, my homegirl.
All right, Ms. Simon, come back in and join your attorneys at the table.
I'm glad I didn't.
And we're back on the record. Ms. Simon is with her attorneys. All counsel are present.
That
So
was
we're going to move
I had.
into the video
I never showed up to
that you
court, my
have.
judge. My
And
lawyer.
is there anything that we need to do before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Shout
Please
it
bring the
out
jury.
loud, right? Shout it out to the rooftop. What are you getting in your mouth, girl? Last thing you need to be doing is eating. All right, you look like you've done enough eating. Oh.
Jury's not entering.
You ain't allowed to eat for a little bit unless you're eating Quaker oats. Oh, I need a Dolly nameplate, Judge Dolly, right? I'll make one. I'll make one. Don't worry. She looks like a Quaker right now, I know.
All clear, Judge.
Thank you, Birch.
He's picky. The Honorable Judge
All
Dolly,
right,
court
everyone
now in
please have a
session.
seat.
Doosh.
And members of the jury, were you able to comply with instructions? No discussion about the case and no research.
This is my channel. I can make all the jokes I want.
Mr. Dean.
When we left off, I was asking you about State's Exhibit 22, which you identified as an October 8, 2022 interview recording of the defendant's interview with FBI agent Bridget.
No, she eating right now.
And that was conducted at the
Let me
FBI.
eat my courts in session.
Yes.
Did the defendant come in willingly and voluntarily to talk to Special Agent Brock?
Yes, she did.
How was it arranged with the defendant?
I believe it was a conversation that we had on
All
October 5th,
rise.
an additional interview later on.
And she didn't have a problem with that?
She did not know.
How did she get to the FBI office on the 8th?
One of the investigators.
bang.
told her.
And was that in part at least because her car was still being held in evidence?
Yes.
And then after the interview with Bridget Brock, where did she go? The
She-
defendant, I mean, not Bridget.
She returned to the hotel room she had been staying at.
How did she get there?
I drove her.
I don't care how big y'all are. I'm just playing, guys.
Yeah,
I'm just joking. Don't get offended. Don't get offended.
No objection, subject to the redactions.
Thank you. It's in.
I'm used to Leilani being a skinny little tiny 100-pound girl. Okay.
Before I do that,
And
want
I can only tell a joke, but I can take a joke.
That I neglected to publish earlier, and that's State's Exhibit 20. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Third channel, Judge
Remind us
Dolly.
again what that is.
Bam.
It is a web search from Leilani's phone.
Order in the court. PJ, you're not fat. You can't say nothing about somebody gaining some weight. People get all sensitive. She's eating one of them cops' donuts.
All right. Does this document tell you when this search was conducted?
Yes.
And when was it conducted?
October 1st of 2022.
Fluffy, she's fluffy.
1:10 a.m.
Okay, fluffy.
And it says on here that the source is Safari.
Yes.
What is Safari?
An internet browser.
You can't talk about the elephant in the room.
And can you read into the record?
Nothing wrong with a bit of booty. Nothing wrong with it.
Is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger towards her child because of the father or another reason?
I'm just picking and joking, guys. Don't take nothing
So
personal.
that said,
Okay.
I will go back to State's Exhibit 22 and publish this.
Sometimes situations, listen to me, Leilani, sometimes situations happen and it's not meant, right? And people have situations where they don't know what to do and they panic, right? And the night that before Quinton disappeared, right, you had a rough day, right? So your mom was pretty, that's stressful, right? You had your wisdom teeth taken out, you're hurting and pain, right? You still gotta cook dinner for the kids. My understanding, you and Danny aren't getting along that night either, right? And sometimes people just get frustrated, right? And we do rash things, right? And things happen that we didn't mean to happen, right? And then we don't know how to deal with that, and we panic. And I know you know what happened. And I know you know where Quinton is. I don't know where he is. Right? I don't know where he is. And here's why I know, right? Because the story that you already told law enforcement, that you've got that story in your mind, and you've been rehearsing it quite a while. I mean, you were like spot on what you told the other people, right? And we've already analyzed that. Your 360, right? Your cell phone data, right? Where you've been, right? And there's inconsistencies who you talk to, right? Okay. Okay. All right. So we know you to go to the Chevron station.
That was on the Life 360. It shows where I pulled it around.
No, you didn't. But we know where you went.
It shows where I pulled it around.
We know where you went because we have video screens.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. And it's not where the Chevron is.
It is. The Chevron is right next to it.
Well, stop.
I mean, seriously, the Chevron is right next to it.
Stop. You've gone off this story for a while now, and I know it's not true.
It is.
Leilani,
That's where
we're not going to make any progress unless
I understand, Jersey. I'm being truthful. This is Chevron. This is Zellian. That's where I pulled it into. I turned around. I was really going for 12 minutes, and my baby was in Alabama. I left that house.
Leilani, calm down. We're not getting anywhere, right? We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Yes.
Right? But you have to be honest.
I'm being honest.
We know through video surveillance you were not at that Chevron, but we do know where you were at.
I pulled into that Zellian house. I got the motherfucking orange. We're going to pull it around, and I told him that it was right next to
Where is
Chevron.
Subtitle?
Chevron right next to
So tell me that again. What did you just say?
She was making a reference there to what she had told you and Special Agent Snyder on the 5th, right?
Yes.
And what is she saying she had told you?
That it was right next to the Chevron
The place that she met?
that she had went to. Yes.
Is that what she told you on the 5th?
It is not.
What did she tell you?
Yes.
She told us that she met Misty at the Chevron, and she wrote it in her written statement.
More than once, right?
Yes.
And that was stopped at 3 minutes into the file, which is 12:32:40 on the timestamp in the bottom left corner of the video.
Pulled in, I got the order, turned around, and went back home.
And how did you turn around?
Pulled straight around the neighborhood.
What neighborhood?
The one right next to Chevron, it's Azalea, right next to it.
Azalea, and what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's a trailer park.
It's a trailer park.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the trailer park, you pulled right back out.
Yes, I pulled it in and I pulled it out.
Okay. So why does video surveillance show you stopping
Stopping to get the orange out.
within the trailer park?
Getting the orange out.
You're not near the Chevron.
No, because she lives in the Chevron. I pulled it in and I shut it. Misty, the one who gave me, I gave her as much information.
Well, let's talk about that, okay? Because Misty hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
And
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the orange out.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and plausibly you came up with a story that is partly true.
No, that is
but there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there.
I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told them I even gave her the orange out that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
But I got no orange out. That did happen. She had that logo beside her mouth. That's the reason why I asked her for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
Right? And Lonnie, right? To get through this, you're gonna have to talk about what happened.
I'm told everybody what happened.
And where you took Quentin.
I didn't take him anywhere.
Okay?
I didn't take him anywhere. He was at the house. He was in that bed. I was just staring at the station where I'm in the bed. The only thing that I sit there possibly made myself on is when I came back in after I smoked a cigarette and I may not have shut that door all the way. And that's all I maybe made God swear. That's the only thing I can question myself about. I was looking at drugs in my system. I couldn't even feel my mouth. So I don't know if I locked that door and pushed it all the way in and it was open when I got up. And I'm sticking to everything that I'm saying because I'm telling the truth. I question
Let's talk about the door. The door was closed.
No, that's what they say, but the door was open. And Danny said that when he left that the door, the door that they said was open from 2:30 to 5:44 was shut when he left. I think my system was messed up. And that's my told them because the door was open when I got up and my baby was lying in that bed.
Well, Lonnie, the door wasn't open.
Yes, it was.
And look.
Yes, it was. The door was open.
You said like you would never hurt or harm Quentin.
No, I wouldn't.
And in this circumstance, something happened.
No.
Right?
No, I did not. Nothing happened when he was in my care. I did not hurt him. I did not take him anywhere. I went in there with that baby in that bed and I got up with him gone. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, I'm devastated. I've seen him being questioned. Last night, my own husband was questioning me, making me question myself. Well, did you shut that door? Are you sure you're not the reason that something could have happened? I mean, it's stuff like that.
Well, you keep telling yourself this story over and over. We're done with that story, right? And you can keep trying to convince yourself, but the evidence
It's
is
hard
not
to
going
make
to that,
out what
right?
she's saying with her
You
whining.
try to put a timeline together to cover up
I didn't try to put nothing together. I had
what
to
happened
shut
that
up.
night, and you're the only one that can tell us what happened.
I'm doing
And you said
everything, and I know, like, I didn't even listen. My baby was shaking me.
Leilani, listen to me. You told me how you felt when you and your mom were abandoned on the side of the road. Right?
I was
It was
scared.
right? So as a mother, look, we just want to find Quentin.
Yes.
Right?
We do. We all do. I've been asking help, searching everything.
And they have been. They're still out there searching, right? But you can help us find him. Right? I 100% believe that. You can help us find him.
He was in the bed of the night.
Okay.
What people
So
making
when you left,
fun?
and you drove through the trailer park, and you stopped for a while.
I didn't stop for a while.
What was going through your mind?
I was going through the mind, get the orange out, because I did speak to her, and I did get orange out.
So you did not talk to Missy.
Yes, I did.
We've already talked about that.
I spoke to Missy.
And until you start being 100% honest with me, you're going down the same road. Okay? We're not getting anywhere. You said you wanted to be healthy.
I do. That's why I've done everything I can, and I don't know where my baby is. Okay? I don't know.
Right? So
I did not hurt him, but I don't know where he was at. He was in that bed when I woke up.
In the bed when you woke up from this phone.
So, what we do know is that when you pulled into the trailer park, you stopped. Right? I can't imagine what was going through your mind at that time, right? Where you were trying to make a decision.
No, I stopped for, like, I was gone from the house for a total of 12 minutes. I stopped for 2 minutes. I was getting the word notes from her.
Right.
Pulled around, and there she was.
You didn't see Misty.
Yes, I did.
You stopped for 2 minutes, so in that 2 minutes, you weren't getting orange out for Misty.
Yes.
I know you were sitting there thinking about what you're gonna do with Quentin.
No, I was not.
Something had already happened.
No, it was not. That baby was in my bed when I went to bed. Danny seen him when he left to go to work. Okay? So no, he was home. He was in my bed. He was asleep.
Right. And we both know that's not true.
He is true. He was home.
Yeah.
He was even Danny. Even he said he seen him before he went to work. So I don't understand how that could not be true, or how I could have done something to him. What? When something in the morning? That's literally physically impossible when he was seen that morning.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
I did not hurt my baby.
So Danny told us that he can't 100% confirm that he actually saw Quentin in the crib that morning.
He told me that he 100% said he seen him.
He's told us that he cannot say that. Right?
He was in that
And
bed.
that's different than the first night, right? When you guys talked to police, because you put that in your statement.
Yeah, so that he told me 100% that he seen him that morning.
He cannot 100% say that he saw Quentin that morning. And so that leaves another hole in your story, right?
No, that's what he told me. That he got a white car and screaming and yelling, "Where's my baby?
I'm telling you
Where's my
right now,
baby?"
that's not the case. Because we know that you know what happened.
I do not know what happened.
You do.
I don't.
Right?
I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know where the fuck he would be gone. He was in the bed when I went to sleep, and when I got up, he was gone. I was freaking out, screaming, yelling, crying, calling the ambulance, searching the house.
As many times as you repeat that story, it doesn't make it true.
But it is true.
It's not true.
It is.
Right? And you talk about how much you love your
I
kids.
do. I love them all, but that is true.
And you want to help us find Quentin.
Yes.
And you can do that.
And I'm trying.
Right?
I'm trying, which is why I get my phone, which is why I'm in this property, because I have been. I do not know where my baby is. And I wish I did, because he'd be right here.
Right.
He really would.
And if you
And
really,
I'm being angry right now because I did not do anything with my child.
if you really want to help us find Quentin, help me keep that promise with you. Tell us where he's at.
I've told y'all everything. Y'all
You want to keep that promise?
Yes, I'm keeping it, because I've told y'all everything. I even gave y'all the only thing. I had to track every single place that I've gone to. Every single place. For months, I showed y'all where I've went to.
Months?
Yeah, on that last 360.
Oh, 360.
Yes, it shows my route.
We're concerned about.
It shows my stops. I did not do anything with that child. He was in that bed when I went to bed.
We're concerned about that night, okay? Because of inconsistency with your story and evidence that shows otherwise, including the interview with Misty. You can say you talked to her all day long, but that is not true.
It is.
It's true you went into the trailer park, so we had videos of this
It's
stuff.
true that I got the ordeal from her because I have the ordeal in the closet.
It's true that you parked in the trailer park.
I stopped for 2 seconds to get the ordeal.
You said 2 minutes.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
I was gone for a total of 12 minutes from the house.
Right, and you stopped in front of the dumpster.
No.
Yes.
They already stopped next to it.
No.
I had to stop in front of it. That was the front of the neighborhood. Right there is the front of the neighborhood.
Okay.
I don't know what my baby is.
Okay. So, we're putting together bits and pieces from what you originally told us with the evidence we've collected so far.
I don't know where he is.
You know where Quentin
I do
is.
not.
You know what happened.
I do not. I do not. I really do not know what happened to him.
Right?
He was in that bed when I went to sleep. I woke up devastated and I had a child there. He's normally the first one standing up. He's normally the first one standing up looking at you smiling when you get up in the morning.
Look, Lonnie, I can't imagine how you felt that night, right? I'm not in your shoes. So being frustrated, being a mom, 3 kids, running a household, right? You're in pain, you're in an argument with Danny, I haven't been in that situation, but I think you could help me understand what that was like and what kind of got you to the point of really what happened in that house that night.
Nothing happened though.
But
Nothing happened.
nobody thinks you're a horrible person.
Because I didn't hurt him. I
things happen and we don't mean for them to. Okay? Doesn't make you a horrible person. It makes you a human being. It makes you a human being. And as a mother, going through this, like I said, sometimes things happen and we don't mean for them to. It doesn't mean anything was done intentionally. But like I said, you were going through a lot that night. Okay? I know where he is. Being in that situation, sometimes people panic.
That is my final answer to y'all's question. I did not hurt him. I do not know where he was. And the last person that told me that he 100% seen him in that bed when I called him and asked him where Quinton was Danny. That is my last thing I've got to say. Their story has not changed. I did out everything that I could. I've gone through this over and over and over and over and over.
And I'm trying to explain to you that there's inconsistencies in your story.
But I've shown everything.
And it doesn't add up. It really doesn't.
It's because there's a piece of the puzzle missing, but it's not me.
It's you.
It's not.
It's absolutely.
It is not me.
It is absolutely. And you can repeat that over and over and over again. It doesn't make it true.
It's not me. It's not me. I did not do everything my baby. I put him in bed. I set out his clothes for the next morning. I didn't do anything to him.
I want to help tell your story. Like I said, you're a horrible person. You have 3 kids. You obviously love them. You talk about bathing them that night, playing with them, putting them to bed. That shows a caring mother.
I didn't do anything for my baby. And if I didn't, just like I told my mother, y'all would have already had him. And I would already be behind bars myself. But I didn't do anything to that child. I didn't question. Are you sure that you shut that door? Are you sure that you shut it all the way? If you don't shut it all the way, the thing would just stop coming. Right? I don't know. You gotta push it really hard. I was loopy on my medication. Loopy as hell. I had to use Life 360 just to make sure that my times were right about when I left the house and got home.
Right. And that helps out the timeline. But like I said, you're not being 100% completely honest with us. And I want to help Leilani tell her story about what happened, right? When we have circumstances like this, sometimes things happen. We don't mean them to. Doesn't make us a bad person. But this has been in the news a lot, right?
It's been all over.
I've
been harassed at the hospital about it. Got people up in my face yelling at me.
And what did they say at the hospital?
What did they say? You're not worthy of being a mother. If anything should have happened to anybody, it should have happened to you.
Right. So
that's all I said. I agree.
Let me tell you about. Let me go over that with you, okay? You have an opportunity to tell me what happened, because that's how society's going to see you. Is Leilani this monster that deliberately did this, or was Leilani just in a situation that got out of control?
No.
Right? And it was out of control before she knew it, right? And there was no coming back from it.
I didn't do anything to them. I'm not a piece of the puzzle that I'm saying. I was in my bed. Danny said he shook me. He said he checked on all the kids. He said he'd seen them all. That's what he told me when I called him at 9-something, screaming that I couldn't find my baby.
So here's your statement, Leilani. I read through it. And it's like a note down here. It says, please do everything possible to bring my little man home, right? Bring him home to me, please. And that's what we're trying to do, right? And you can keep denying all this and sticking to that story. But both you and I know that you can make that happen.
If I could, I already would have.
Right? You can make this
happen. If I could, I already would have.
You absolutely can make this happen.
I can't. Because I don't know where he is, and I don't know what happened to him. Do I believe that something happened that night? Yes. Was it me? No. It was not. in that playpen. Then you verify that too.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So, okay, let's talk about that. Let me go grab that and I'll be right back, okay? Is that cool? Just, you brought it up, we'll talk about it, okay? Let me make sure they can look at this. Alright. So let's go over some basics, okay? You keep saying, when we're talking about Quinton missing, right? You keep talking about he was there the first time he came back.
Yeah, he was there every time.
Okay. Let's talk about the second time he came back.
He was there when I started smoking cigarette. Before I did, I checked on all the kids. Like, moved his hair in his face. He gonna move the ground and blanket, told him up to it. And when I started smoking my cigarette, and when it started on the bed.
And the timeline, Sean, so when you drive through the trailer park and you park, that's not in any of your statements. Your statements are you went to the Chevron.
That's exactly.
Okay.
That's when I was going around. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled it out and left. That's the only reason I wasn't in there. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled out and left. I just had to explain where I went.
Right. Well, it's completely different, right? So let's go through when you got back. What did you do?
Oh, went outside, smoked a cigarette, went to bed. That was that first. I don't blame him, and Zane, and Scott. All three.
All three.
I checked on all three of them.
Okay, so the second time he came back, Quinton was in his playpen.
He was in his playpen.
And
he had his hair hanging out in front of his face right here. I knew it. He said, okay, roll over, and he grabbed one bit and was asleep.
Right. And you keep mentioning that you were loopy. Why were you loopy if you're on ibuprofen?
Because they had
Because ibuprofen.
They injected my mouth with 3 different shots when they gave it to me. One was to kind of sedate me, one was to numb it. I don't know what the other one was.
Okay. Well, those are all surface pain medicines, right? Did you do the surgery?
I don't know.
But ibuprofen doesn't make you loopy.
I was right. That the medicine and everything that they had, and they had put my heart. They injected me twice with it because I was still numb. It wasn't numb.
Right. So we need to unmask what it is that happened, right? And we got to get there.
Yes.
And you have to help me do that.
I'm helping everything I can. I did not leave my baby. He was in my bed when I went to sleep, and when I got up, he was gone. When I called Daniel and asked him, is for some reason did you just take the Quinton to the babysitters or what? Where's he at? Where's my baby? And he said no, he was there when I left the house. I was like, well, he's not here now. So he left work and called babysitter.
Well, we've gone over that several times, right? And that's the story you keep repeating over and over and over. And the thing about 8 to 8:59 in the morning, yeah, you probably did have that conversation with him. But we're talking about the night of Quinton going missing, right?
He was in that bed.
And what truly happened.
He was in that bed.
In that house.
He was in that bed when I went to sleep. When me and my mom were sitting here trying to discuss what happened between 2:30 and 5:44 when that back door was supposedly open.
Let's talk about back door, right?
That's what I wanted. That's what me and her were confused about too.
So you're talking about, going through the night, you left about 10:30 to go to 204 to get $20 or pay somebody $20. Okay. And who are you paying the $20 to?
Red.
And what for?
For weed.
For weed.
Yeah, I would $20.
Okay. And then you return back home.
Yes.
Okay. So when you return back home, that's the first time you return back home that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And
I
in
was
that,
laying on the bed watching TV. The kids were laying down. Zane had his tablet. Quentin was asleep, and Sky was fussy, but she was having one.
okay. And then we talk about when we get into later on in the night, and you talk about your statement too. You talk about the leaving, and I think you and Danny had an argument too at some point in time. Right?
It was because of the lack of sexual tension that I was getting frustrated with. Because the whole reason why I left anyways, again, was crazy.
Okay. So you got back, In general, I don't need times or anything like that, just in general.
I was uncomfortable. I was laying there for a little while. It was like almost 2 hours. I was laying there and I couldn't get to sleep. My ear was just hurting. But I got contact. I got contact with the word gel. At first I called Circle Pain. They didn't have any word gel. So that's why I got contact with her. Came out there, right up the road, pulled in, put in the neighborhood, got it, put her down.
Okay.
And I went home. And I went home and when I was outside the front door, smoked a cigarette, shut the door, went to bed.
Okay, so the second time you came home.
And I did check on Quinton before I went outside all 3 of them because it's hard not to. The doors right here, here's Quinton, here's Scott, and here's Sam.
So you're back home and then, after you got back home around 2 o'clock, the dining room door opened and closed again. Is that what you're talking about, the cigarette?
No, my cigarettes, I got home at like 1:25. I was home before 2. I was laying down before 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So I went outside, smoked a cigarette, came back in, and I didn't know anything about that door. They didn't say anything about it either until the officers whatever came. And they said that door was open from 2:30 in the morning to 5:44. I was asleep. And 5:44 was when Danny left the house for work. He said that the door wasn't even open when he left.
Okay. So it says dining room sensor left open.
Yeah.
Okay, that could mean the door's not completely just shut off. It's not that it's wide open, it's just that it's not locked.
He said that it was locked.
It was locked.
Like, he didn't show it wasn't open.
Okay, so the second time you came back, you saw Quinton.
Yes, he was laying in that bed.
Describe Quinton for me.
He was laying there. At first it was like this. He has hair, he's got curly hair, with paint all over his eyes. So when I moved down his sleep, he would roll over, grab his leg, and went to sleep. Right back to sleep.
And you talked a couple times about the color of his skin.
Yes, his little cheeks, they're red, like a pink red.
Pink?
Yeah,
Are they normally pink?
Yeah, normally, he normally has some type of colors on it. Normally, he's just an active child. And when he was sleeping, or whatever, the playpen on his face, maybe it was pushing up against his cheeks. But he was fine. He was moving, breathing, he rolled over. His little cheeks, it's just like he was sleeping good, you know? He was just fine. Woke up, he wasn't there.
And you talked about how you could see like something can happen like this. Why would you think that? Like sometimes in these situations, people blame themselves, right?
I blame myself because what if I didn't shut that door off?
Right. I'm not talking about the door, I'm talking about Quinton, right? Yeah. Something happened to Quinton.
But I didn't do it.
Right, but you agree, something happened.
Everybody agrees something happened.
Let's see if we can get the 2,000 likes. 2,000 likes. Two.
I'm not the one who did anything to him. I did not take him anywhere. I didn't do anything. I think it was
I understand you get emotional. When we start talking about getting down to really what happened, when you start getting really, really emotional, I get it, right? There's a lot, Leilani, you're holding on to, and that's gotta be hard.
I'm not holding anything.
You're holding on to so much right now.
I'm not holding anything. I've been open about everything.
You're holding on to so much right now, and I don't know how you're doing that. Like I said, I want you to help me understand where you were at that night, right? And how we got to this point, right? And
I said everything I could. I cannot tell you what happened while I was asleep. I don't know.
This didn't happen while you were asleep.
It has to. He was there when I went to bed.
You can't get loopy off ibuprofen.
That wasn't the ibuprofen. It was whatever they injected my mouth with.
Okay.
It's whatever that was. It wasn't the ibuprofen. It's whatever they injected my mouth with. Okay? Which is why I couldn't even drive home from getting it removed. I wasn't allowed to drive. Danny had to drive me.
Okay. And so we're talking about that was like 4:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
And so now we're talking about
it's later at night, I'm tired, I'm getting sore.
9 hours later, right?
I'm tired, I'm getting sore now.
Has worn off and
I go to lay down, I was tired too. The night before I was up all night, went to the hospital because of pain. You know, before I went and got tooth removed.
in these situations, and I already told you this, people get in these situations and they don't make good things happen, but sometimes it does. Bad things do happen, and sometimes sometimes bad things happen to people that are the sweetest and nicest people, right? And cause my baby to go missing, right? And you keep saying that over and over and over, and I get as a human being, right, that we don't want to be responsible for something. I'm not responsible for what happened to him. Especially for, our own child, right? But if we can't protect them then, right, we got to protect them now. Like I said, I want to keep your promise. You said, you want to find them, right? Help me help you. I'm helping. Like, help me help you keep that promise. I'm giving everything that I can, everything that I'm recalling, everything. I'm giving you what I can. I was even the last one. He said to me, he was the last one to see him. Which is why I was 100% certain that he was there when he had left. And when I got up at 9, that's why I kept thinking something happened between that 3-hour period. And also, Leilani, people convince themselves after they tell the story so many times, right? Because they don't want to feel the guilt. And look, I know you feel the guilt. Because every time we get close to talking about that timeline where you were at, that's where you get the most emotional. It's not. And that's where that's being accused of doing something to my own child. That's the emotion, right? I didn't do anything to my own baby.
Now, did that interview come to an end shortly after what we just watched there?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. I have some more questions, but maybe this would be a good stopping point.
We'll stop here. I know we have a ways to go as far as the testimony. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's stop here. We're going to break for lunch. I'm going to remind you once again, do not discuss the case. Do not do any research. Do not consume any media, watch any stories. Do not allow anyone to talk with you about the case. We're going to break now, and it's 1:20. I know y'all have a very short walk. We're going to be ready to go at 2:30. All right, you're excused.
Jury's exiting.
All right, thank you, Deputy Birch. All right, so let's take a break. We'll be back at 2:30, ready to start again. We're in recess.
Can y'all hear me okay, or do I still sound like I'm underwater? Give me the thumbs up if y'all can hear me okay. Preschool don't get this many breaks. All right, we hear you okay. So I don't sound like I'm underwater? Sound is thumbs up? Okay. Maybe it was when the video was playing that I sounded underwater. All right, well, you know the routine. We got a little lunch break to take here. We Dolly don't take breaks, so Plus, I've had my breakfast this morning, so I'm not hungry or anything. Let me open the phone lines up. Let me put the call-in number on the screen. And you give me your opinion. I mean, I think they proved that Leilani is a liar. There's people rumoring that this trial will go on for 3 weeks. All right. That's a pretty good while. Bye, PJ. All right. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
It's Amy, of course, from San Antonio.
We know where you're at by now, Amy. We know where you're from.
I'm gonna just, instead of even saying my name and where I'm from anymore, I'm just going to start shouting out Alamo City.
Okay. All right.
Well, anyway, they have definitely proved she's a liar.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still nothing. What happened? What happened to the baby?
Nothing. I mean, if this is going to go on for 3 weeks, maybe the first week is proving she's a liar. The second week is proving she's a cheat. And then the third week is proving she's a killer.
Maybe. Or it could all just be a Leilani smear campaign because there's 37 witnesses.
Yes.
So it might take 3 more weeks to have all 37 people come up.
Well, if it's just quick, people that went by the house or investigated, they seem to go pretty quick. This last lady that did the interview is dragging on and on and on.
Yeah, seems like because she was considered the lead, right, of the investigation.
Yeah.
That maybe why everything that probably a lot of things that are going to come up, she may get recalled for.
Yeah, possibly.
So, yeah, we may see the, academy drop out that I don't know who she was sleeping with to get the job she got, but she got it.
She works on the FBI task force, in drugs, and she went to the dipshit university. So,
well, that boy probably ain't no drug dealer no more because if this cop's now in the drug task force, that might be how she got the job too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she's on the drug task force, and she definitely knows he's a drug dealer, and she's on the task force right there in Savannah.
Yeah, and I want to ask a question. So when they were talking about Red, okay, and they even said the name Craig, from what I heard, it sounds like it could have been 2 different people. One of them was Red, and one was the cousin of Red, Craig.
Oh, I don't know, but it sounds like she said that Red and Craig were the same person. So,
well, I was actually kind of really focusing in when I heard it, and I heard Leilani say something about, they're there on the same property or something.
Huh, I don't know.
I think I heard that. It was a long time ago when they first started that interview or the rest of it or whatever this morning. I think it was that first half.
Yeah, it's so long and drawn out. I can't remember. They lost, I'm starting to lose a little interest in the interviews because it's just repeating the same things over and over again.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that, we'll hear too much of the differential maybe between Red and Craig unless they both or one has to come in to testify. Who knows? They might be a part of the 37.
Yeah, I mean, the judge told them they could redact it and try again. But right at this time, she ruled against bringing them in. That don't mean she won't bring them in. It just means they have to fix their paperwork and redact some of the stuff that's being said about the sexual stuff.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they don't really need to throw all that in there if it really doesn't have anything to do with what happened. Besides smearing, her name a little more.
I think they done did that. I mean, how far can you smear somebody's name? They done showed she's a liar and a cheat. How much more do you need?
Yeah, that's true. Probably because they don't have enough to sticker with what happened. They're hoping that they can throw so much spaghetti at that wall that something's going to stick with the jury that's going to make them say, hey, you know what? She's a liar and a cheater. She has to be a murderer.
Yeah, I mean, that may be the case, but you can be a liar and a cheat and not hurt anybody.
That is so true. So true. All right. Well, I'll let somebody else call in. And bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you can be a horrible ass human being and still don't make you a killer. I believe she killed the baby, of course, because why lie? I also believe Danny had some, a helping hand in this. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. It's Mia from California. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm annoyed. Leilani, ooh, I just want to freaking slap her. Like, shut up, girl.
Throat punch, right?
Yeah, give her a good knuckle sandwich.
She definitely was under the influence in some of these interviews.
You think she's still like that? Like, unstable?
No, I don't think she was unstable. I think she was under the influence of drugs while she was giving these interviews. Even the one, the police lady thought she was on drugs, and she said, "I'll piss in a cup right now," because they asked her, was she on Percocets?
I've been around people on Percocets. They don't act like that.
Yeah, that's some type of stimulant she's on. Crack, meth.
It could be like meth and fentanyl. You never know.
I mean, I don't know what drugs Craig Red was giving her, but you know, she's banging a drug man, so you know he's probably hooking her up.
Who is this Red? Is he going to be on the stand as well?
No, they said they couldn't bring him in, and they couldn't talk about the fact that she was having sex with him.
Come on, that shows that she's not a person of integrity. That should be a part of her character. What led up to the events.
Yeah, I agree, because she was sharing personal information with this drug dealer. She may have shared some things to do with the unaliving of Quinton.
Do you think that they could have, like, somebody outside of that house could have anything to do with the baby, you know, being unalived? I'm not saying that it wasn't her, but maybe some type of.
I think Danny knew, right? He no way he slept through her beating that baby to death, and he helped cover it. And he did the drugs with her when she got back. That's what I truly believe. She says he only drank, but I couldn't see somebody doing drugs around their significant other and that person not doing it.
It's just like my cousin. You know, I'd mentioned it before. The same thing happened to my 2-year-old cousin last year. She's trying to quote unquote claim battered woman syndrome because she's facing the death penalty alongside her baby daddy. But you're right. How can you not jump out of your skin witnessing this? I don't understand.
Yeah, and I mean, this wasn't the first time she abused that baby, so she had to be abusing that baby around him a lot.
And he needs to be going down with her, alongside her.
I believe too, because he lied in the beginning and said he seen that baby at 6 o'clock in the morning when there was no way possible he could have seen that baby. He also called the police and said the door was open. He found the door open, but it was bolted. That don't even make no sense. You know, he's the one that texted the babysitter at 5 o'clock in the morning saying that she wouldn't be needed. So to me, he is a co-conspirator in the murder of Quinton Simon.
He has to be. I mean, same thing with my cousin. Her boyfriend did it, but she was part of it. She lied to the police.
Yeah, I mean, and if you took any part in it, then you were part in it, and you should pay the consequences, just like her.
Absolutely. Well, maybe down the road, maybe they'll prosecute him just like Jen Soto needs to be prosecuted. How did you not know your boyfriend was doing that to your daughter?
She said it wasn't evil. I couldn't believe it when she said that wasn't evil. That, you know, even though he molested her daughter, he didn't believe he would hurt her. Well, don't you think molesting her is hurting her? But
not if she was party to it, like you said.
Yeah, I believe that she was part of that too. You know, so we've seen a lot of terrible parents this year. I know that it's the year of terrible parents.
But at least we have you to lighten the mood, because just talking about this right now, my anxiety is like spiking. You know, it's very triggering. Like you said, it gets to you. It haunts you at night. You think about it.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah.
But keep making us laugh, Dolly. We love you.
All right. You be good.
Okay. Take care.
All right. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's people I seen just earlier on Facebook when I was strolling around Facebook, people mad that I'm covering the case, right? Be mad. I don't understand that. You know, they're posting pictures of me in the turtles mask with the sign. And I don't care. You can post any pictures you want out there. But you know, I went out there to fight for justice for this little boy. and I'm going to cover it to the end. If you like it, if you don't like it, if you love me, if you hate me, we stay the course here, right? We don't forget these kids. To me, there's no kid left behind. And when people are out there saying, you know, he's covering the case, he's making money, to me, you just look bitter and sad, right? That you're probably, you know, wiping up somebody's sweat and you're mad at me, right? Stop being jelly in the belly, right? Because these same people, you know, that are saying these things, they're the same people that's been supporting a murderer, right? Supporting a killer. Now, one thing you won't hear Dolly doing is supporting anybody that hurts anybody, right? I don't condone violence or hurting anybody against anybody. Man, woman, child, old person, from 5 to 80, crippled, blind, and crazy, right? Don't hurt people. Be a good soul, right? And if you're out there mad at me, that just shows me you a shitty person. Okay. Because let me tell you this, I didn't wake up mad at anybody. All right. So if you're waking up just mad at Dolly, oh my God, Dolly's doing this, your problem lies right there. You're worried about other people other than yourself. Okay. When I woke up this morning, you know who I was worried about? Dolly. Okay. I was worried about me, my mood. I need breakfast. I was worried about PJ getting to work, stuff like that. I don't worry about what other YouTubers are doing, right? I don't dwell on something that was 2 years ago. Did I make some mistakes in Georgia? Yeah, right. I admit to that. With some of it, I should have never grabbed that bullhorn. But the stuff like the turtle mask, hold on, caller, hold on a minute. Let me finish this. Stuff like the turtle mask and the sign, I'm going to break that out tomorrow, right? Tomorrow you'll get to see those same turtle masks, those same signs. And when I go down to Georgia, if I do, I'm taking that with me. So the news can get another picture of me with the turtle mask and the sign. Okay. But to me, that was a joke. Just a joke. Maybe a little bit of trolling a baby killer. But these people out here that support this woman, right? Support what she did and was fighting against me while I was down there fighting for this baby. Big F you. Big F you. Dolly. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello. You got to turn me down in the background.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Just turn me down a little bit.
Turn him down a little bit. I'm outside. We just went to the dentist for my son.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sitting here waiting for the taxi to pick us up.
Oh, okay. What's up, Susie?
Did you get my pictures?
Did I get your pictures?
Uh-huh.
No, I haven't checked yet, Susie.
Are you kidding?
No.
Well, check them.
I will as soon as I get a chance.
Well, just to leave it, it's beautiful.
Okay.
The kitchen is gorgeous. You should see it.
Okay. I will definitely check it out when I get a moment, Susie. I've been busy.
I thought you checked it out yesterday. I sent them yesterday.
No, I was so busy yesterday working on candles and working on soaps and lotions that
well, check.
Okay, I will do my best to check there for you.
And then just leave a message on screen and say, I seen the pictures, thank you, or I liked it. I thought the kitchen turned out really good.
Oh, well, cool. I'm glad your kitchen turned out good.
Oh, wait till you see it. You'll it's unbelievable.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's it. I just called to check.
Okay. All right, peace. All right, this is the picture I was talking about from Georgia, and I was trying to save it because I don't even have the picture. So, but now I do. Thank you, haters. All right, now I got the picture. I never even had the picture before. All right, hold on. Let me check this. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's the Crackling Turtle. How are you?
Hey, Crackling Turtle.
I wanted to weigh in. I fell asleep during the lady's testimony. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
I took a nap, so I didn't hear anything she said.
Yeah.
I'm really worried about the jury not like really losing focus because that's just boring.
Yeah, you don't want to lose focus, that's for sure.
You know, and we've been dying to see this trial for 2 years, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, if you lose the jury in the first part of it, they're not going to pay attention as much to the, important stuff. But I really wanted to focus on not only Danny being charged because he lied, straight up lied and covered for her, but for BJ. Billy Jawbone needs to be charged just right along with her. I'm in the situation that I have my grandkids due to CPS taking them from their parents. My daughter won't cooperate with CPS, and she is not allowed to contact them.
Uh-huh.
So I can't even, we can't even have family functions with her around. So why is it that she's in the house with the children? That should have been number one. They should have been,
they definitely failed Quinton, returning him to the same home.
Exactly. And if they would not have put him in the custody of Billy Jawbone, then this would have never happened, I feel. Because she is the one that really started the ball rolling. She knew that baby was not safe because they wouldn't have taken away. They would not have taken those kids away if they had a reason not to, in my opinion. And to put them right back in the situation because you think that she's okay shows that her mentality wasn't right to even put them with her.
Yeah, and especially if she was just going to leave.
Right. You're not even there to watch them. You know, I understand she's like, oh, well, I had a babysitter to when they were working. Well, that's not the point.
Yeah, but when
they were taken away from her
for
a reason.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that, Crackling Turtle.
So I feel like they need to charge her. They need to charge Danny. I feel like they at least those two, on top of Leilani, have a lot to do with. Leilani is the reason that we're here, but she had a lot of enablers in her life.
Uh-huh.
In my opinion.
Hold on, I got my producer calling. Can I talk to you later, Crackling Turtle?
Absolutely. Tell your producer I love her. Bye, PJ.
All right. Bye, PJ.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Hold on, let me call the producer back. See what she wanted. Real fast. Oh, okay, so it was an accident. You want me to put you on speaker? All right, hold on. Okay, what do you got to say? You're on speaker.
I want to know why you keep giving these haters some space in your head.
Oh, I don't. I seen the picture and I wanted the picture, so I was trying to save it because I didn't even have the picture.
Them people are so jealous. The color green is really not pretty on y'all. And what are they going to do when we end up showing up on the end of the trial? Like that, they're going to be big mad every time that you freaking get success. It's like, we got to just move along now.
Well, I guess, that, some people are mad that, I'm going to be there to support John O'Keefe. Some people are mad just because they're old and bitter. I don't know. I don't worry about it. I just wanted the picture.
Weird.
I like the picture myself. I'm glad they posted it because I didn't have it.
Yeah, it's just weird to me. And I would never mention any of them anymore because it's like they gain,
they get all happy when I talk about them. Oh my God, he talked about me. Yeah, I know.
Yes. Oh my God, I actually heard someone say, oh, if I was PJ, I'd be really mad. He just keeps bringing me up all the time. And I was sitting there like, is this for real?
Yeah, I don't sweat none of these people. I'm going to YouTube every day if they love me or hate me or what they say.
It looks real thirsty. Y'all look salty all day, every day. It's just weird. None of us are over here like discussing y'all or thinking about y'all or nothing. And I mean, they're all mad because you're covering the case. Well, what are they doing? Are they covering the case too?
You know how those people are. Right? They do the same thing you do and then talk shit about you doing it.
Where's your cricket? Where's your $25 sweatshirt?
Yeah.
Bitch.
All right.
All right, I gotta go before I get out of my character.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay, I mean, that's absolutely right. But I didn't have this picture, so I wanted it. So they think by posting this picture, it upsets me. I will post this picture on my channel, right? This was me down there. If you notice, all the other signs say justice for Quinton, honk for Quinton. And you see how many signs I had in front of this lady's house? You see how many signs were out there, right? They had to know that, you know, when people drove down the street, Quinton had a voice. Okay. They were so mad about these signs that say, see something, say something. Some of the signs had his picture on it. And, you know, I still have that sign right there. This one right here. Leilani. You notice it's spelled lie. Will you marry me? Now, of course, everybody with their right mind knows I don't want to marry Leilani. Okay. And you notice this is the news channel 3. You see the peacock up in the corner. I think that's NBC, right? News 3, USAV on your side is the ones that posted this picture. So did we make some noise down there? Hell yeah, I made a lot of noise, right? I brought a lot of national attention to this case, right? You notice when I was down there wasn't court TV. There wasn't all these people down there before I got there. But once I got down there, started chasing them down to Tybee Island, the news started to build. Every day, another news channel would show up, another news channel, right? So I believed I helped bring this to the national forefront. DOLLY, you know, did I create a little bit of circus? Yeah, I did. But did people get to see it? Hell yeah, they got to see it, right? And they, you know, they knew what was up, right? Now you look at all the other signs behind me. You know, see something, say something, justice, honk for Quinton, justice for Quinton, you know, and then you look at the one silly sign. And here's the thing, that turtle mast, that belonged to Karen. Okay. Y'all seen Karen in the Sebastian Rogers video when BHB went to jail. She was with BHB. That mask belonged to her kid. All right. I never took a turtle mask with me. I never had that sign. The funny part of all this is that was by the locals. Okay. Karen's a local down there in Savannah. Okay. She brought up the mask, trying to be silly. And the sign, okay, for anybody that don't know, the signs that were out there, Billy Joe's husband, right? Well, no, Billy Joe. She was with another man before her husband. All right. He left Billy Joe and got with this new woman. The new woman worked at a sign company, right? And she came out and gave me all the signs. I didn't even have to buy the signs. I didn't have to pay for them, nothing. She came out and she said, I got something for you, Dolly. And she gave me just a ton of signs, right? So as y'all remember, at one point, Billy Joe stole the signs. We had to get the signs back. They came out and stole the signs. And the police didn't do nothing about her stealing my signs, right? I was like, yo, the lady took my signs. They were like, oh, well, right? But when I touched that bullhorn, I went to jail, right? But they were able to steal shit that didn't belong to them and didn't do anything about it because my signs wasn't on their property. My signs were in the public easement, all right? You notice there ain't no telephone. They go up to the telephone pole, right? The city owns that part. They don't, right? So I had signs all the way down both sides of the street, both sides, right? So when you went down the street, everybody was honking, people were stopping, raising hell, right? But what that did do is it brought attention, national attention to this. Y'all notice that I ended up on court TV behind it and things like that. But they knew because the news people were out there talking to me. I just wouldn't give them interviews, right? They kept asking me, do you want to do an interview with us? Do you want to do an interview with us? And I told everybody, no, No. Betty would do them. Betty would do the interviews with the channels, right? But I refused. I was like, nope. But then when Court TV and Nancy Grace approached, I said, well, look, I will do Court TV, right? Because I was a big fan of the O.J. Simpson trial, okay? And that is, I wanted to be on Court TV because I was just a big fan of Court TV, right? Now, am I a fan of WSAV 10 on your side? Bitches, I don't even know y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a news whore. I'm not somebody that's going to run to every news. That is more of a Betty. JLR likes to be on the news too. Well, back in the day, he did. He liked to jump on the news and act like he was the family of somebody, or just he would try to do anything to troll the news, right? But see, I don't think like that. I don't really want that attention. I have my own attention. I got YouTube. That's what I got for attention. I don't need the news for attention, right? Because I get plenty of attention here. So I kept telling them, no. But they knew this was a joke, okay? And they were posting it on their Twitters, and they were like, there's a guy out here trying to marry Leilani. They knew that wasn't true. They absolutely knew it wasn't true, but they're going to feed that to the public, right? Let's feed this misinformation to the public. And that really turned me off from their local news. I said this the other day when we went by the news channel. Remember, it had 50 people watching it and it had 8 likes, and we gave them a like, right? But one of my problems with them is they posted this as this was real, right? That there was somebody out there trying to marry Leilani and shit like that. I was literally holding that sign for 5 seconds. Okay. I wasn't out there all day long with a sign that said, Leilani, will you marry me? I held that sign for 5 seconds so Betty could take a picture so I could post it on my Facebook. All right. Play the Court TV during the break. Okay. Maybe tomorrow I'll play the Court TV interview. Me and Vinny talking about the case in the Tybee Island stuff and all that. Okay. I still have it. I think a lot of those videos on my channel, when videos get really old, I privatize them. So when people come to my channel, they find what they're looking for. So they ain't got to dig through a million videos. Like I took a lot of the Sebastian Rogers videos down. I took a lot of the Georgia videos down. I took a lot of the Summer Wells videos down, but I still have them. They've just been privatized. So you don't see them when you go to my page, but I still have the videos. I keep them just in case I ever need them. Like last night, I played the Sebastian Rogers Seth interview, and that was from 7 months ago. If you go to my page, that ain't on my page, but it's a private video that is on my page, right? So I keep all the stuff, of course. I just don't want it junking up my page. So when you go to my page, you find out the recent things I'm talking about. You don't, there ain't a million videos to dig through. I try to get you what I want people to see on my page when you go to it. But they knew this was a joke and they ran with it as it was like a real story. And I don't really care. I wish they would have told the truth. But like I said, whatever it did, it brought a lot of national attention. Next thing you know, after this, you got Court TV showing up. You got Law and Crime showing up. You got all these people contacting me about it, right? And it just brought more national exposure to it. And, I'm getting contacted by all the major news outlets, right? They're all in my inbox, but I'm not a news whore. You know what I'm saying? I would have probably did Nancy. I probably would have did Nancy, but I don't always check my email, right? So I had looked and seen it was up there, and then I was like, well, I was, it's kind of a couple weeks later, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not even going to worry about that. So, I think I did my part to bring attention to this case, and I'm still doing my part covering the case, right? One thing I shouldn't have did is probably grab that bullhorn. But like I said, I wasn't like PJ was like F the haters today. I don't worry about the haters at all, right? The only reason I brought it up is because I was able to get this picture. I didn't have it, right? So I'm just happy to get the picture because, this is one of those things that it's a memory to me. That's it. It's like a souvenir. It's when I look back at my past of the things I've done, this is one of those things. Some people think, I'm not proud of what I did down there. I am. I'm proud that I was able to give this little baby a voice. right? I'm proud that I was able to rile the troops and get this thing going and get it the exposure that it needed, because their local news channels won't, right? We seen what they could do. They do 50 hits, 8 likes, right? I was bringing, 60,000 people a day to see what was going on in Savannah. Sometimes more than that, right? So, I look at it as a good thing. Some people may look at it as a bad thing, but I don't. I look at it as a really good thing. And most of them people down there with me wasn't people from the internet. These were locals, right? These were locals. And I know one thing. When I was down there, this baby had a voice. Okay. He had a voice and he was talking loud, really loud. So thank you guys for the picture, right? I'm going to save that. I might even blow it up and frame it. All right. I might even put it on the wall in here somewhere. So, like I said, I kept the sign. It's right there, and the mask. You give me a sec. Hold on. Let's get the mask. Let's bring back some nostalgia. Hold on. All rise for Judge Dolly. Oh, you can't see the mask because I got my green screen on. You see, I still got the sign. And remember when I said, people, I think about this every day, right? Because I got to look at the sign. The mask you ain't going to be able to see because my green screen's on. But there you go. There's the mask. So I kept both, right? I kept both. And it's just, Karen gave me this, Bullhorn Betty's friend, right? She's a really cool lady. Betty's a crazy person, but that lady, she cares. She really cares about kids. And she was out there, you've seen her in Tennessee recently, right? So I kept the mask. I flew back with this sign, you know what I'm saying? And I was trying to get through the airport, and there's so many people were stopping me in the airport because it was on the news down there, and so many locals were watching it and taking part in it. And so yeah, thank y'all for the picture. Thank y'all for the picture today. I'm glad, right? So brings back memories. It just brings back memories to me, So I'm definitely not upset about the picture, Like I said, if I was upset about the picture, I wouldn't post it, right? I wouldn't post a picture if I was upset about it myself. But yeah, definitely. And here's the thing. It not only got the attention of the news, it got Leilani's attention, because this is what got her out there talking to me. You just took a screenshot. Okay. Thank you. Just in case I saved it though. I saved the picture. Don't worry. So, it got her to come out. Right. And the funny thing is is when she read the sign, she was hiding behind the fence. Right. She was hiding behind the fence, and, she looked out, she peeked out behind the fence. Right. And she seen me, and she seen the sign. Right. And she smiled. Right. She smiled because I think she thought it said, "Leilani, will you marry me?" right? I think she read it wrong the first time. I truly do. I can't be positive, right? But she looked out the first time and she seen it and she smiled like a big ass smile, right? And then she ducked back behind the fence again, right? And then all of a sudden she ducks out and looks again. And then she steps out behind the fence and gives me 2 birds. She flicks me off, right? She read it the second time, right? She read the sign the second time, right? And she flicks me off. And then I was like, Leilani, come talk to me, you know? And she was like, she hollered back, why should I talk to you? Right? That's what she hollered back to me, right? Because we were a good distance away, right? She was a good distance away from me and she was hiding behind the fence. You couldn't even see her, but you could hear her, right? And she was like, why should I talk to you? And you know how stupid I am, right? I said, because at this time I didn't have the mask on. I didn't have the turtle mask on, right? I just had to sign. And the only reason I had to sign is because I seen her hiding behind the fence, right? So I walked down the street at an angle so she could see me from the fence. And, you know, I held the sign up, right? I held the sign up. And she was like, why should I talk to you? And I told her, I said, because I'm going to be the only person that writes you when you go to prison, right? That's what I told her. I'm going to be the only person to write you, right? I don't know if anybody's wrote her. I don't know, right? But that's what I told her. And she said, I ain't going to prison. And I was like, yes, you are, Leilani. And if you don't come out here now and talk to me, I'm not going to write you, right? And so she sat there at the fence and she just kind of played around a little bit. Hold on. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Granny.
Dang, I done smoked 2 bowls. I forgot what I was going to say.
Did you? It happens. That's why I quit. My memory's good now, Granny. I can remember everything.
No, this old girl's got me upset. So you can spread me on toast right now, though. I told Thomas to take it in yonder. I don't want no more. But I can't remember what I was going to say. I want one of those pictures.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
I might have to turn them into like things and sign them and send them out to everybody.
I would love it.
Yeah.
I'd frame it.
Well, that's my plan, is to actually put it on like a canvas or something now that I got it. I didn't even have the picture. I was going to go back through Brett Buffington because I knew he posted it a long time ago and try to find it on his Twitter feed so I could get it. But I guess the haters did this research for me, and now I got the picture, right? So thank you.
Yeah, you got the picture. Yes, thank them. Thank them.
That's what yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Can they not, anybody in this chat not feel the evil reeking off that girl?
Yeah, she is, you know, she don't look as dead inside. She looks pretty dead inside, but she was really dead inside when I talked to her, Granny. She was gone, like completely void of being there.
You know, I can feel it so strongly that it made me physically throw up.
Oh,
now, I had to excuse myself for a little while, y'all. Thus, that's the 2 bowls. But, man, I feel it. Whatever's in her is demonic, and it never walked alive in this world. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely dark. She's one of the most darkest, soulless people I think I've ever spoke to.
No, and I keep getting flashes of that kid's face, and it's driving me crazy. So I may dip out again if it gets real heavy. But, I love y'all.
All right, Granny. You be good.
Watch top notch. Bye.
You better leave that stuff alone, Granny. All right, peace.
Bye.
Granny all baked like a batch of cookies, right? She's like, I done forgot who I am, right? I forgot who I was calling. San Antonio.
Alamo City, baby.
Alamo City, what's good?
All right, well, I got to just touch on what Granny said about the evil. Yeah, I see it and I feel it, Granny. I'm from Louisiana, so yeah, I definitely see it and feel it. And, you know, there's a reason why they made jails and institutions with concrete and mostly all that steel and iron. They say it's to hold the evil in.
Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Is that voodoo?
I've heard that, but you're gonna think it's cool where I heard it from. A horror movie.
A horror movie?
but I can't remember what movie it was. But that makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of sense. All right, well, I'm gonna let somebody else call. Bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ. Okay. Okay. Is everybody baked today but Dolly? Okay. I missed those days. Like we were. Hold on. Let me take the call. Then I'll share my story. Dolly.
I think the judge needs drug breaks.
He needs drug breaks?
Yeah.
She's smoking with Granny.
She's doing something. Maybe her and Leilani's back there snorting them a good line.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. I don't think Leilani is because she looks pretty fluffy compared to what she used to look like. What when I seen her, she was drugged out her mind. Well, coming off of the drugs, and she was skinny as a rail.
You never know this day and time.
Yeah. And the craziest thing she said to me was she wanted some soap. Yeah, I was like, what? She's like, I heard you make soap. Can I have some of your soap? I was like, oh, Lord.
Well, looking at her, she needs to wash.
Yeah, well, at the time, she definitely, she was a little greasy at the time.
Well, have a good day.
All right, you be good. Peace. Yeah, yeah. What do you say? You got a dude in front of the house with a turtle mask for the turtle gang, right? Because we are, the turtle gang. And you got the Leilani, will you marry me? Leilani. Dolly.
Dolly, it's Richard. What's up?
What's up, Richard?
Hey, man, I love that turtle mask. That's so crazy. I've never seen that photo before, dude.
I've been trying to get my hands on it for a while, too. So,
dude, I was like, don't tell me that's Dolly in that damn mask.
Yeah, with the Raiders cap, a turtle with a Raiders cap on, yeah.
Oh, I know. I've seen the Raiders cap.
So, yeah, gangster turtle, right? That's a damn
yeah, it was a gangster turtle because you had it up high and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I was rocking it. And
man, you definitely need to frame that picture.
When people see the sign, they think, if I was trying to marry the girl, wouldn't her name be spelled right?
Yeah, I know.
But
that's funny that you called her out. That's funny you called her out with a sign.
Yeah. Yeah. And she actually, she bit like a fish on a hook.
Oh man, dude, that is crazy. It's so funny that okay, when you held that sign, how many days later did you get locked up?
Oh, I got locked up maybe like a month later.
Oh, okay. So they didn't come after you right away.
No. It was a good ways. It was, periodically. I had left a couple times too and came back to Virginia. So I went down there a few times.
Dude, that is so crazy.
And you know what the craziest thing was PJ told me before I left, she said, you're going to go to jail. And I went to jail. That day I went to jail.
The day you got back?
The first day I went back, I left here. When I left, PJ, the last thing she said to me was, you're going to go to jail. And I get down there and I go to jail.
Oh, man. Dude, you should have stayed home.
She went full psychic on me, right? But she called it. She's like, you're too invested in it, right? Like, because, if I had gotten to a couple different altercations with people while I was down there. And there was people down there already acting a fool and trying to set people off. And she just knew I was going to do something that I shouldn't have done. And that was grab that bullhorn, because the lady was trying to spit on me.
The bullhorn you grabbed was Betty's?
No, it was another lady with a bullhorn.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, I was like, okay, I thought Betty was on your side down there. Why in the hell would she have locked you up?
No, it was a lady that was screaming evil shit about my mama and shit and trying to say things about me and try to spit on me and then I just got over it and I snatched the fucking bullhorn out of her hand.
Oh, and they got you for this. Dude, it's not like you touched her.
No, I never touched the lady. I just touched the bullhorn. I snatched it and broke it. Well, it didn't even break the bullhorn, I don't think, but it knocked all the batteries out of it. So
okay, but you think about it. All you did was touch the bullhorn and look what they did to you.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to spit on people and saying, I did say some mean shit to the lady because she was saying mean things to me. But I learned from that, I should never let somebody set me off like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the point I'm making is, if they did that to you for that, How do you think Leilani feels right now?
I don't know, but the lady out there was screaming on the bullhorn that she supports baby killers and shit. I just couldn't take it.
Oh, hell no. I'd have grabbed it too.
Molly go lightly. And I said, I'll show you how we end this shit. And I just,
Yeah.
that was it. It was like I was done. And I started it and I ended it. You
started it, you ended it. How long did you sit in there? How long did you sit in there? Like 10 hours?
Not even. Like 10 minutes.
Oh, hell.
Look,
okay.
They came out there the next day and put signs up in the yard. You don't believe me? There's no loitering signs, everything all down the street. They're still there.
That is crazy. Yeah, because of you.
Yeah. Yeah. So
they're like, we're not letting Dolly go back.
They didn't want me out in front of that house no more, is what it was. Even what's Chief Hatley? He was making jokes. The YouTuber's new address, and he put the address in the newspaper, and it was the address to the jail.
Oh shit.
He was trying to be funny, but what he didn't realize is the jail had been seeing what was going on, and they were like, well, yeah, we don't want no parts of this. Get your shit and get out.
Yeah.
Right.
No, we don't want that. Oh man.
They were
So you
scared
came
of
back the same day? You got out? Or you
Yeah,
came?
no, I went out to a steak dinner, and then we came back the next day. They were putting up the signs, and then the head police officer, the main guy under Chief Hatley, was out there. And then I got up because he's a black man, and I said, "You're going to tell me right now you're going to sit out here and violate somebody's rights when you're a black man living in the South? When you know people fought for the rights that you have, but you're out here trying to take people's rights away." And he just shut up. Like what could he say, right? What could he say as a black man trying to violate people's rights in the South? They're like, didn't people fight for your rights here? You know what I'm saying? Here,
yeah, they violated your rights too.
Yeah, that was insane. It was insane. Okay, so PJ said she's been sending me pictures, so there's more of them.
Well, it's because you made that comment. You gave him a like yesterday.
This is right here. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here's one of the pictures. All right, Richard.
All right, we'll talk later, bud. All right,
peace. All right, let me show y'all this. So remember when I said they were snapping pictures of me, like sneaking them? Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up. Where's it at? All right, here's one. Here's one. This is me. You see the house behind me is the house of Fry Guy. Okay. That's me standing on the car. It says, Cheatham police have arrested the YouTuber creator who goes by the name Dolly. Jimmy Williams is being booked into the Chatham County Jail. Police in a statement called the protest outside Quinton's home a money-making circus. Okay. Because what they didn't like is how you guys donate to me, right? Y'all support what I do to fight, to give these people voices, right? And there ain't nobody that's louder than me. There ain't, I do silly shit. I bring attention. And that's what this is about. When you're trying to get answers, you want all eyes on it, right? But he called this, I had to say that, a money-making circus. And that was on WSAV, right? Brett Buffington. And, you know, Brett Buffington was actually a pretty cool guy, you know. But here's the thing. They wasn't naming other people. All right. They could have just said the YouTuber Dolly Vision. Why they had to put my real name, everything in there, and which I don't care because a lot of my intros start with my name, right? Like everybody knows my name. They send me packages. My name, you don't know it. My name is Jimmy Williams. Okay. But the channel is Dolly Vision. Most people up here call me Dolly. Right. So when they were arresting other people down there in Georgia, they wasn't putting out their pictures. They wasn't covering it like this. But since, you know, I'm a YouTuber and all these people are watching me, you know, it's try to shame me kind of thing. Right. Which I don't know why. Right. Like if I wasn't out there, the media wouldn't have had a story. They wouldn't even have had a story. I mean, they would have had the Leilani story, but it wouldn't have been nowhere near as good. When I was down there, the media lived out there. Okay. They just camped out. And listen, they were doing crazy shit too. They just didn't show it. Right. So they sneaky. They were doing effed up stuff. They were jumping fences and acting all kind of damn crazy. But I didn't talk bad about them and tell what they were doing. right? But they had to go and let me see what else PJ sent me. Okay, what is this one? Oh, I carved this pumpkin. Oh, this is a memory. Okay, this is a good memory. I carved this pumpkin for baby Q. Okay, because it was Halloween. And if you notice, it's a big Q. And it says, they didn't show the other side because the other side says Dolly. I had to save it to blow it up. The Q pumpkin at Quinton Simon's memorial this morning. It is quite quiet in the neighborhood, which has been rare. The neighbors tell me the search at the landfill started again this morning, now in the second week. Okay. Let me save this so y'all can see it. Hold on. Let me save this image. All right, now let me open it. Let me close this. Let me go to my downloads. Boom, boom, boom. And I carved this pumpkin. I mean, I'm not the best pumpkin carver in the world. And it used to, you can see the toothpicks, but it used to have a circle in it, and part of it fell inside the pumpkin. So it ain't completely like it was when I carved it. All right. But one side, it has a heart in it. It had a big Q, and I was holding the inside of the Q with toothpicks. You can still see the two toothpicks. See them? Y'all see the toothpicks? See the toothpicks in the pumpkin? That's what I was holding the inside of. You know, I cut out the Q, and then I had the little center in it. So when it lit up at night like a Q. And I held the center in with toothpicks. So it looked like it was a complete Q glowing in the dark. And the other side said Dolly. And I think we carved Betty in the bottom of it. Betty, and there was like a heart for baby Quinton. And so, you know, at least they took a picture of my pumpkin. All right. And that was cool because a local had came out and was like, you know, because I was sitting there and I was like, you know, because I had started the little memorial for him with a little monkey, because they called him Monkey too. So I went to Walmart and got people to buy. Well, I didn't go, but I sent them to the store to get it. Right. So they brought me back a monkey, like a dinosaur. And, you know, I went out there and put them in the yard. So I was online live and I was like, I wish I had a pumpkin to carve, because it was right October, Halloweenish. And just randomly, one of the locals walked up and said, "Hey, are you, Dolly, it's awesome to meet you. I brought you something." And I was like, "What did you bring me?" And they brought me that pumpkin, okay, to carve the pumpkin, because they were watching the stream. And then, of course, I sat out there on the street and I carved this pumpkin for baby Quinton. All right. So that is a good memory, PJ, right? That's a really good one. So, you know, I believe I did my part. That is the moral of the story. So I can't wait for court to kick back. Hopefully they got some damaging evidence against Leilani. Can we see the commercial for your soap? Which one y'all want to see? The funny one? Hold on, I gotta stop screen share real quick. Yes, y'all can see the video. Listen. Oh, let me give the preach real quick. If you ain't picked up no merch yet, we've already raised over $400 for our Christmas wish fund. And listen, last year we blessed a family down there in Savannah, right, that had 2 autistic kids. Brandy Neal, the mother of Michael Monkey Vaughn that went missing, we bought all her kids Christmas, right? Me and the Turtles. Also, we bought a man's Christmas that had been in a car wreck. He had been out of work for a while and he was hurt and he couldn't really do much. And he just wanted like toilet papers, toiletries, toothpaste, deodorant, just things he needed to survive. So we blessed him with enough toilet paper for fucking a year, right? But this year we hope to help even more people. And the way we're going to do it is take it out of that fund. So when you buy something from buydollysoap.com, 25% of that goes to our Christmas wish fund. And we have a promo code Happy Halloween that takes 15% off. And plus we're doing the 25% to charity. So we hope to bless at least 3 people this year again, but we're going to try to do 5. Okay. That's why I've been pushing it so much, because each year I want it to grow. I want to help as many people as I can. So I hate to, hit you with a sales pitch, but this ain't for me. This is to help people this Christmas. And we plan on doing it again this year, right? You can submit a letter to us and tell us a family in need. Hold on, caller. Hold on. You can tell us a family in need, and me and PJ, well, PJ goes through them, and then she shows me the good ones. This one's pretty, heartfelt, pretty touching. This person really needs some help. And then me and PJ sit down together and we pick the families. I think we did a really good job picking last year because it was two of the places I went to help was Fruitland, Idaho, to help Brandy Neal. So I thought that was great to help her kids because Brandy Neal, well, she's Brandy Vaughn now. She got married to Tyler. She works her ass off, and she was at work when Monkey went missing. Okay. And, because parents have to work. Both parents have to work these days to survive. It's just a true statement, right? Like we live in a world where people are struggling, right? They're struggling. So I feel blessed that I'm able to help, right? And that you guys are supporting my merch and buying my t-shirts and my hoodies and my soaps, lotions, body. I mean, I sell every damn thing, right? I'm like a store, but I'm glad y'all guys are supporting it because it gives me the ability to help other people. And that's all I wanted to do with this whole YouTube channel is help people. That's it. Right. And I really, to be honest with you, my plan was that if I can help one person, I've done my job. And I've helped way more than one person, way more. I never knew it was going to grow and continue the way it did. But my whole plan from seeing Little Summer Wells was, what can I do to help? That's it. That was my only thought. If I can help one person, I've done my job. And so far, we've paid people's rent. We've done so much for people in this community. And I wish more creators that hate on me would do the things I'm doing. Don't hate, appreciate, and copy. Okay. Copy that shit. Go help the community too. I'm one of those people like y'all donate to me, right? If you're going to take from the community, give back to the community, right? Give back to your community. If you live in a neighborhood, give back to that neighborhood, right? Give back to the people that you love, right? Try to help, do your part. And if more people did that, we would live in so much better of a world. And that's the honest truth. And my plan was to help one person, one. And we've done so much more. And I'm only going to grow that and grow that every year. If I help 5 people this year, I want to help 10 people next year. And I'm going to come up with a way to do that. Okay. It's just my way, it's just my way. And you guys have made this possible. So the biggest thank you of all this, it ain't me, right? It's all of us together. I'm just one person, but with my army, we are powerful and really powerful. Like we were knocking off Christmas lists like boom, 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 boom. And it was like, this is awesome. And it feels good to be able to help people, right? I can remember when I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. I couldn't, reach in my pocket and I pulled out lint. I got a couple bucks in the pocket now. I can afford to eat and things like that. I'm blessed. Right. We've started this small business and it's working out. People are buying stuff and it's made it to where I can be a full-time YouTuber and just worry about this. I don't have to stress and climb under houses and attics and break my back. So that's why when I say I wake up every morning, I feel blessed because I am. And a lot of that is to do with each and every one of you guys tuning in and supporting me. If that wasn't the case, it'd be a different, and that's why people don't like me. Okay. It ain't that they don't like what I do, is they don't like that I have the support of the people. They want people to hate me so more people watch them, but that ain't how it works. Listen, people in the community, they watch everybody. I know you guys watch everybody, right? And I hope y'all watch good people. And these badass people out here, if you was a little bit better person, you wouldn't have to be jealous. These same people would support you too, right? But when you just terrible, that you're so bad that nobody wants to watch you, you're hurting yourself. It's not Dolly taking your views or your clicks. It's not. It's you not earning the people's respect. Okay. And this goes back into what I was saying earlier, that people think y'all are stupid. It's crazy. So anyway, long story short, I'll play the commercial for y'all. But I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart that the people we help this year is because of each and every one of you supporting this channel. Okay. It ain't because of me, because without you guys, I couldn't do it. Y'all are what makes it possible. So this is the one that everybody likes. That's kind of funny, but here you go. Boom. Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack and your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry and your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly, the creator of Dolly's Luxurious Lather Bars, the best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Here at Dolly, we take every crack, flap, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly, and we carry some of your favorite scents such as raspberry lemonade, pink sugar, our version of love spell, Caribbean haze, and a ton more. To add the full luxury to your bath experience, don't forget to check out Dolly Voodoo Candles. They will cast a spell right into the air that will leave you relaxed, rejuvenated, refreshed. So what are you waiting for? Get over to www.buydollysoap.com. Save yourself 10% on your entire order when you use promo code WASHYOURFLAPS. Remember, keep your ass cracks and your titty flaps clean. Look forward to your order. Be shipping out to you soon. I'm Dolly. See you guys later. Boom. Okay. You know, pits and tits, right? Pits and tits. Keep them clean. Me and PJ shot that commercial, and let me tell you, the hardest part for me to say, I must have shot it 50 times to be able to say it without laughing, was we care about your lady parts. I can say it now, right? But I could not stop laughing. Like I was, and to keep a serious face and say we care about your lady parts, it was nuts, right? And so I wish we would have kept the outtakes of that commercial because, you know, she would throw me the soap and I'd miss it. I'd try to catch it. You know what I'm saying? And, the whole note, you seen the no sign, the Bigfoot, that is Dr. Squash, right? Or whatever that one is, right? So, you know, we went out and bought all our competition soap to shoot the commercial. That's kind of how it was, you know, set up. Like, you know, our soap is better than yours because you use all these terrible things in your soap and you can't even name it, right? And that's honest. That's a lot of soap and it dries your skin out. It's not a moisturizing soap, right? And I compare my soap, you know, not to the cheaper soaps, but like a lot of people use Dove and things like that. I think, and that's what I used to use, right? Before I was making soap. And I think my shit blows that away. I mean, completely blows it away. It leaves your skin smoother, cleaner, smells better, all that stuff. So in the beginning, this is true story. I'll share this with you. The first pieces of soap I made, they looked like cheesecake. Okay. They were raspberry lemonade, but they looked like a piece of cheesecake, just like if you ate a piece of cheesecake. Right. And, so I gave it my kid and she was like, you know, it needs to be a little smoother. It needs to condition your skin a little better. So Tiff was my guinea pig. Right. So then I made a second batch of soap and Tiff was like, oh, that is a lot better. But Tiff don't like anything. She don't like nothing. She's a critic on everything, right? So she was like, you know, it needs to, you know, make your skin softer, right? And I was like, okay. So by the third recipe, the recipe now it's the same recipe it's been for a year and a half now. But the third time I made it, I tweaked the recipe and I give it to Tiff, right? This is the third, she's my gopher for the third time. She hits me back and she's like, this is the best soap I ever used. She's like, it's perfect, right? And I couldn't believe Tiff said that because she don't never say nothing good about anything, nothing, right? So then I knew I had it, right? I knew right then. I was like, I got it. I got it on lock. And by this time, my bars are starting to look prettier. They're starting to look, the colors and the things I'm doing, the molds and everything that I'm using. And when she liked it, it's amazing. Best soap, right? When she liked it, I knew it wasn't just good, that it was great. Okay. Because she don't like anything. She don't like nothing. Right. So I knew then, and I've never changed the recipe since then. It's always been the same. Okay. But you can thank Tiff for that. All right. Because I used her as, that's a good thing about having a daughter too, because, most of my viewers are women and I wasn't really trying to compete with Dr. Squash that makes soap for men. Okay. The Bigfoot soap, that's pretty much for men. They don't really make soap for women. And my audience is not very many men. Right. So Callie Strong, I knew that I needed to make soap for women. So men's soap and women's soap are two different types of soap. I do make men's soap, like my Armani, but I still use the same recipe. I just sent it for men because most men don't worry about how soft their skin is, right? But they should worry about, drying their skin up, because if you dry your skin up, you're going to get wrinkles quicker. You're going to look older. You don't want to dry your shit out. You want your skin hydrated, right? And you want it soft and smooth. You want to smell good, dudes these days anyway, maybe old school guys, they whatever, but why use something terrible on your skin, right? This, you ever heard that saying, the body is a temple, treat your temple well, So men needs moisturizing soap, right? I agree. So that's why I didn't change the recipe up, right? I didn't change the recipe up for men. And men love the soap. They love the Armani, the sweet tobacco and stuff like that. So I've never had no complaints from dudes about the soap, because once they use good soap, and it's just like me, once I started using good soap, I don't want to use shitty soap, right? When you get out of the bathtub and your skin is so dry, it feels like somebody has like tightened your skin. I don't like that. I like to feel smooth when I got out of the bathtub, like, yeah, clean, something that's really soapy, smells good. So check out the soap. You'll enjoy it. That's the more of my long ass rant about that. But I just wanted to give y'all a little history on the soap. And the funny thing about this is it has helped the channel so much financially, keeping us afloat. In the beginning, it was a joke. It was all a joke. I didn't make soap, right? I didn't make soap. I started joking about Fight Club. The first rule of Dolly Vision is to tell everybody about Dolly Vision. And I started posting pictures of me in Tyler Durgan's body holding a bar of soap. So then something, I started joking that, in Fight Club, the way they financed Fight Club was they sold soap. Okay. Anybody seen Fight Club? Raise your hand, right? So everything here kind of starts off as a joke, because I like to joke and play. And I was like, we're going to finance this channel, because YouTube, you don't make a lot of money being a YouTuber. You just don't. It's not a really, I would have to work a full-time job. But I was joking that we're going to sell soap and we're going to be able to survive off the soap sales, right? So it was just all a joke. And I was posting pictures of me holding the soap. And then I started looking up how to make it, right? How to make soap. Could I actually make it? And then I realized I could do this, right? So then I started messing with the recipes and cooking up soaps and making soaps, cold presses, melting pours, right? And like I said, it took me a little while to get it. But once I had it, I was like, okay, I got it, right? Because it's like riding a bike. Once you know how to make it, you can make it, And that's the history of it. Everything started as a joke, and then slowly I added body washes, lotions, and of course PJ added the scent rollers, and it just carried on and carried on to now we basically have a full soap company, just as good as what is the one we go to in the mall, PJ, that you like? Lush. Okay. Now, I don't want to get sued. This is just my opinion. Okay. I compared my soap to Lush, all right, which is the big distributor. They got all the stores in the mall, right? And you go in there. They got more bath bombs. I don't sell a lot of bath bombs. They sell a lot of bath bombs. And I hate to say it, I go in there to look at the competition, all right, because they got like shampoo conditioner bars, and I've tried to master the shampoo conditioner bar, and I ain't really been able to 100% get it. Now I've mastered a shampoo bar, and I mastered a conditioner bar, but I ain't been able to put them two together to make one good bar yet. Okay. There's a lady in Georgia that right by the courthouse, she has a soap shop, and she makes shampoo and conditioner bars. And she's told me she would help me. Right. But in the beginning, I told her, I said, look, I got a soap business. And she was like, I'm not giving you my recipe. Right. She wouldn't give me the recipe. Right. But after sitting there with me for about 10, 15 minutes, and of course, I bought some soap from her. She was like, look, if you really want the recipe and want some help, I will help you with it. Right. So I eventually may hit her up and try to perfect this, because she has a certain drying technique to get the two to bond together. And I don't really got the technique down, right? I've tried, right? But I haven't mastered it. And so I've been wanting to put out a shampoo and conditioner bar. And believe it or not, her shampoo and conditioner bars are round like a puck. Like they're probably, I don't know, about as big as a $50, but they're about an inch thick, inch and a half thick. And they are great. Okay. I got her business card somewhere, but her shampoo and conditioner bars are absolutely great. I got one. I used it. I was like, oh, I like this. Right. But I've never been see, you love Lush. I believe my products are better than Lush. They have a lot of things that I don't have, though, like items that they sell in their stores that I go in there and I check out. So then I'm like, can I make this? Right. Because if they're making it, I look at it like I can make it. But it's like anything else. It takes a little bit of time to perfect it. Like I'll be making things. I don't always sell it, right? I don't always sell things I make. I make it, and if I don't like it, it never. I love Lush, to be honest. See, okay, I believe they're one of the bigger, more popular brands. Okay, that's why I try to compete with them, right? I want to be the best. I don't just want to be good at it. I want to be the best. So when you put my shit next to their shit, you go, Dolly stuff is better. That's what I go for. The rest of the soap companies, I think I done passed them, right? My biggest competition, I believe, is Lush. All right. And so I try to compete with them. So I went in there. I went into the one here in Norfolk. Okay. And the girls that work there, they don't own it. They just work there. They were really cool. And I told them, look, I come in here to spy, right? That's what I told them. Me and PJ, I was like, I'm here to spy, right? And I was like, I run a soap company. I sell a bunch of stuff, right? But I don't have everything y'all have, other products. And the girl was like, well, I'll tell you what. So she took me around the store and she gave me samples of everything, right? Knowing that I was going to go home and try to recreate it, right? So, but she gave me samples of everything in the store, right? From toothpaste to you name it. She was giving me samples and trying to tell me how they made it, right? So, all right, we're back. All right, let me share this.
All right, Ms. Simon, please have a seat with your attorneys. We are back on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6. Counsel for the defense is present and seated with her. Counsel for the state is present as well, and Detective Lemons is back on the stand. Anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury.
Let's do it.
We have one in the restroom.
Okay. Everybody can have a seat until the jurors are ready.
Jury is now entering.
Hey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please have a seat. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I hope you enjoyed the break. Thank you. And I have to ask you, were you able to follow the court's instructions? Okay, and did anyone do any research? Did anyone engage in any discussion with anyone? All right, and were you exposed to any media or social media? All right, thank you. Everyone has indicated they have not. And so with that, Mr. Dean, let's begin.
In those October 5th and October 8th interviews, where was it that the defendant was claiming she had met her drug dealer, Red, on the night of October 4th?
Flacco's Tacos off of Highway 204.
What is Flacco's Tacos?
I believe it's a Mexican restaurant.
Did the investigative team determine that that was not true?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that determination was made?
When we obtained Leilani's cell phone records directly from Verizon and from her cell phone, her GPS coordinates did not show her at Flacco's Tacos.
Where did they show her?
On Arkwright Lane.
Can you describe Arkwright Lane for us, please?
So from where the Flacco's Tacos is at Highway 204 and I-95 area, Arkwright Lane is about a quarter mile down the road where Highway 204 turns into Fort Argyle.
Now, were you able to pinpoint a specific address on Arkwright Lane?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you do any follow-up research on that address?
Yes, I did.
To determine what individuals might be associated with it?
Yes.
Now, I don't know that we've talked about the cash app in the defendant's fund. Did you review her phone and see a Cash App payment that was made at the time of that trip?
Yes.
And to whom was that Cash App payment made?
The name on the transaction was Timothy Weston.
Did you uncover any information about Timothy Weston and any tie to that location on Arkwright Lane that her phone was sitting at that night?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
So I conducted a follow-up on Arkwright Lane. I spoke with Timothy Weston, who resided or was at 14 Arkwright Lane.
Did you see any references in her phone to a Tim? Do you remember seeing it?
Referencing Tim, yes.
Can you tell us what those references, like how they referred to him?
Tim 204. They were usually used in conjunction with each other.
And were these in messages between the defendant and Daniel Youngkin talking about going to see Tim 204?
Yes.
Were there also messages on her phone indicating some contact with a fellow that she had saved as Craig?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any connection between Craig and that residence on Arkwright Lane?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
So Craig is Craig Weston, and he is Timothy Weston's cousin.
Now, did you look at the criminal history of both of those individuals?
I did.
And can you tell us what, if anything, their criminal histories contained in the way of drug arrests?
They've both been arrested for narcotic sales.
So they're drug dealers?
Yes.
Okay. Tim and Craig Weston of Arkwright Lane?
Yes.
Now, you said you went and talked to them, right?
I did.
Did you wear a badge?
I did.
Did you go with an FBI agent?
I did.
Did you identify yourselves as police?
Yes, we did.
And did you ask them whether they had seen the defendant that night?
Yes.
Were these two drug dealers willing to tell you that they had seen the defendant on the night of October 4th or not?
No, they weren't.
Thank you. Let me just ask you real quickly. We've talked about how the defendant came back in on the 8th for an interview with Bridget Brock at the FBI office.
Yes.
Did Danny Youngkin come in that day as well for a follow-up interview?
Yes, he did.
And did Paul Simon come in that day also?
I'm not sure if it was that day. It may have been a later day. His second interview was conducted.
Okay, he did, in any case, come in for a follow-up interview?
Yes, he did.
How would you rate Paul's level of cooperation during this investigation?
He was very cooperative.
And how would you rate Danny's level of cooperation during this investigation?
He also was very cooperative.
Anything in particular that he did that causes you to say that?
Both of them were in constant contact with us. Daniel specifically wanted to do anything that we asked him to find Quinton.
Did he agree to any monitoring of his contact with the defendant?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those things?
Yeah, so there was two things that we asked Daniel to do, one of which was a monitoring of his cell phone. Specifically, we wanted to monitor his cell phone in a live manner anytime he communicated with the defendant, which means if Daniel's getting a phone call, we're hearing it. That applied to all of his phone calls, not just the ones with Leilani.
So he agreed to a wiretap?
Yes.
Any other monitoring he agreed to?
Yes, he also agreed to a hotel monitoring where we set up recording devices in a hotel room that he and Leilani shared so we could listen to their conversations while Leilani thought nobody was around.
How long did the phone monitoring last for, roughly?
I think it lasted 3 months.
And when was the hotel recording operation conducted?
It was between October 7th and 9th.
So was it in effect then on the day of the October 8th interview that we just watched?
Yes.
They were recorded that evening in a hotel?
Yes, they were.
Just a couple more housekeeping questions so that I don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
535 Buckhalter Road, what county is that in?
It's in Chatham County.
in the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. What county is that in?
Chatham County.
Now, the route between 535 Buckhalter and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, does it pass through any counties other than Chatham?
No, it doesn't.
And is the landfill on Little Neck Road in Chatham County as well?
Yes, it is.
The Chatham County Police Department has jurisdiction over what geographical areas in Chatham County?
Do you mean like the boundaries?
Well, let me ask you this. The Chatham County Police Department, is it responsible for policing unincorporated Chatham
Yes.
County? And is 535 Buckhalter Road in unincorporated Chatham County?
Yes, it is.
So if it happens there, it's y'all's responsibility.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, this time, if I could reserve questioning, I think we're going to take a witness out of order.
We are. And so Detective Lemons, I'm going to ask you to step down and take your place at the state's table. And Mr. Hilliard, you reserve cross-examination at this time, but you will cross-examine later.
Correct.
Okay. And there is a witness, Mr. Dean, that you wish to call at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. May I first bring some exhibits up to the clerk and make sure that everything's in order?
Yes.
Calls Dr. Angie Christensen.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand. The evidence you should give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way, please. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Dean.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Angie Christensen. Angie is spelled A-N-G-I. Christensen is C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
And where do you work now?
I work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And what is your position there?
I work there as a forensic anthropologist.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist is a scientist who studies the human skeleton in forensic contexts.
How long have you been a forensic anthropologist?
I've been with the FBI laboratory since 2004, so just about 20 years.
Did you work as a forensic anthropologist in any other capacity before joining the FBI lab?
I assisted with a couple of cases as a graduate student.
Can you tell us about your education, training, and experience that puts you in a position to serve as a forensic anthropologist with the FBI lab?
I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD, all in the area of anthropology. I'm also board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology and the Forensic Anthropology Society of Europe.
When you conduct forensic anthropology work in a case, how do you first get involved in the case? How does it come to you?
To the FBI laboratory?
Yeah.
The case flow process is that all evidence is first received by our evidence management unit. And they read the incoming documentation and inspect the packaging and make sure everything is in place and in order. And then they prepare that evidence for delivery and examination by the scientists.
Now, before that ever happens, do the agents in the field have to send you a request to do some work in the first place?
Whoever is requesting the examination will send a letter documenting what that request is and that they're requesting lab examinations.
And does that letter bear the FBI's case number?
Yes, if it's an FBI case, then it will, yes.
And does the lab then assign its own case number?
Yes, in addition to the FBI case file number, the laboratory will assign an FBI laboratory number.
And did you conduct some forensic anthropology work in connection with the Quinton Simon case arising out of Savannah?
Yes, I did.
What was the FBI case number for that case?
Your Honor, may I refer to a copy of my report? The FBI case number for that case is AT, which stands for our Atlanta field office, 3665337.
And what was the lab number assigned for the work that you did?
The laboratory number assigned was 2022-02600.
And Your Honor, before I forget, I would offer Dr. Christensen as an expert in forensic anthropology. No objection.
All right, thank you.
Sometime in late November, mid to late November, did you first get a request from some agents in Savannah to look at some photographs?
Yes, the first request I received was on October 28, 2022.
And how many photographs did you receive at that time?
That day I received 6 images as well as a bone that was depicted in those images.
Okay. And did you take a look at those photographs, and what were they asking you to tell them about?
The photographs depicted a bone that they wanted me to determine whether it was human or not in origin.
And what day was that again? Did you get that?
The communication was dated October 28 of 2022, and my report is dated October 31 of 2022.
And did you look at that photograph and come to a tentative opinion about whether that bone was human?
Yes, my preliminary conclusion was that bone was non-human in origin.
Did they send that bone up to you in any case?
Yes.
And did you look at it in real life?
Yes, I examined the photos, they submitted the actual bone, and I then directly examined the bone.
Okay. And what was your conclusion at that time?
That the bone was non-human in origin.
And again, that was in late October.
Yes.
Okay. Did you later, sometime in mid to late November, get substantially more photographs of some different remains?
Yes, there were a number of photos submitted in a communication dated November 18.
And how many photographs was that?
These are represented in the laboratory's item numbers 15 through 26, so I believe that's 12 photographs.
Okay. And what were they asking you to tell them about these photographs?
Once again, to determine if I could, based on the photographs, whether the bones depicted were human or non-human in origin.
And what did you opine based on the photographs?
In that case, I did conclude that the images depicted bones that were consistent with human origin.
Now, shortly thereafter, did you receive a box of suspected human remains from the agents in Savannah?
Yes, the laboratory did receive, subsequent to that, physical submissions of some of the material depicted in those photographs.
And what specifically did the lab receive? What did it look like when it got to you?
When it got to me, so this is different than when it was received by the lab. It would have initially been received by the evidence management unit, who then inspected and then sent it to me. I received, in this case, I might refer to my notes just to refresh my memory, 1 box containing 4 additional paper bags.
And did you examine the contents of those paper bags?
Yes, I did.
And did you photograph the contents of each of those paper bags?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 78. Do you recognize those images?
Yes.
And what are those images?
These are photographs that I took of the contents of those 4 bags as I received them.
And what was the date of those photographs?
Those photographs are dated November 21 of 2022.
Okay. And is the items in those photographs, is that what the Savannah agents had sent you pictures of a couple days before?
It includes what was depicted in those images, but there's also additional material depicted here.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish the exhibit by displaying it on monitor. Now, were these the contents of these bags, or did these bags receive lab individual numbers at the lab?
Yes, they were assigned item numbers by the evidence management unit.
Now, what were the numbers assigned to each of these bags?
Items 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Does this first image here depict the contents of the bag numbered item 27?
Yes.
And what are those numbers we see in the bottom right-hand corner?
In the bottom right, you see the FBI laboratory number, which is 2022-02600. It then says item 27, dated 11/21/22, and to the side, my initials.
Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a photo I took documenting the material as I received it. Upon later examination, I determined this piece of tissue to not contain any skeletal material.
Did you do any further examination of this particular item?
No, because as a forensic anthropologist, I don't examine any of the soft tissues, only the skeleton. So because there was no skeletal material present, I did not conduct any further examinations on this item.
The next slide, slide 2, this is item 28.
Yes.
All right, so this is the contents of another one of the bags.
Yes.
You can see
Can you
why she's
describe to
crying.
us
You can see his ribs and everything.
We're looking at here. What was it?
She's a monster.
Again, this is a photograph that I took just documenting the material as I received it. On further examination, I sub-itemized these numbers and examined the bones individually.
And so you did do further analysis of the contents of this bag.
Yes.
Slide 3 is item 29, correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe to us the contents of item 29?
Again, this is a depiction of the material as I received it prior to doing my additional examinations.
That's his skull. And thank you for the order. You are great, guys. Thank you so much.
Slide 4, not a great picture, but is this item 30?
Yes.
All right, so the fourth bag.
Yes.
Okay. What was in that bag?
This is a combination of soft tissue and skeletal material as it was received by me.
What did it appear to you to be anatomically?
It appears to be a foot, including some of the soft tissue and the bones within.
Once you had received these items and taken them out of the bag and photographed them, what did you do with the items that you did further examination? What was the first step?
As you can see in the images, there's soft tissue and other debris that's adhering to the bones. And my examination is just on the skeletal material. So in order to isolate the bones as well as to clean the surfaces so that I could examine them, I removed any soft tissue and cleaned the bones of any additional debris.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the types of conclusions that you can arrive at as a forensic anthropologist, okay? Are you able to look at a set of bones and determine whether they appear to be of human origin or not?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
It's based on my education and training and experience, in much the same way that you all can probably tell the difference between human and non-human animals. The same is true for their internal structures and bones. So by examining and studying enough human and non-human bones, I can tell the difference between them.
And of the bones you looked at across these 4 items, did you determine that most of them were of human origin?
There were some bones that were of non-human origin and some bones for which I could not determine whether the origin was human or non-human in origin, but most of them were human bones.
And were you able to identify anatomically which bone in the human body you were looking at for,
Yes.
for the bones of human origin?
Yes.
And did these include a left and right femur?
If I might refer to my report, these are listed by item number and bone name in my report. But yes, there was a left and right femur.
A left and right tibia?
Yes.
Tibia being one of the long bones of the lower leg.
It's the shin bone. Yes.
A fibula?
Yes.
That being the other bone of the lower leg?
Yes, it's to the side of your shin bone. It makes up the side of your ankle at the bottom.
Did these bones include part of a right humerus?
Yes.
What is the humerus?
The humerus is the upper arm bone.
And did they include part of a right ulna?
Yes.
What is the ulna?
An ulna is a bone of your forearm on the thumb side.
Did they include a left calcaneus?
Yes.
What is a calcaneus?
Heel bone.
And did they include 5 left ribs?
Yes.
Did they also include a frontal bone?
Yes.
What is the frontal bone?
A frontal bone is the cranial bone right here. It makes up your forehead.
Now, is that visible in slide 3 depicting item 29?
Yes.
Is it the bone in the top right?
Yes.
Did the bones
Wow.
that you identified as of human origin include a right temporal bone?
Yes.
Where is that on the human
The
body?
temporal bone is near the ear.
And is that visible in item 29 here, or is it in one of the other items?
It's difficult for me to tell from this photograph because of the tissue and debris on the bones in the photograph.
Did the bones that you identified as being of human origin include a left parietal bone?
Yes.
What is a parietal bone?
The parietal bones make up the 2 sides of the cranium.
And did they include various bones from the left foot?
Yes.
When you are looking at bones that you've determined are of human origin, are you able to tell whether they are consistent with being from a human of a particular age range?
Yes, especially for children, looking at the stages of growth and development and taking measurements of the bones, it's possible to tell approximately how old somebody was by looking at their skeleton.
And of the bones that you identified as being of human origin in these 4 items, 27 to 29, did they all appear to be from a human being in the same age range?
Yes, they were all consistent with being from a child age 1 to 2 years.
And when you're looking at a set of bones that you've identified as being of human origin, are you able to render an opinion as to whether they're all from the same individual, like the same person?
Yes, it's possible to estimate the number of individuals represented. So just based on an inventory of the skeletal material present, if, for example, there were 2 left femurs, I would be able to conclude that there were at least 2 individuals present. In this case, for example, there were no bones that were duplicated that I wouldn't expect to be duplicated in a human skeleton.
So your opinion as to the human bones that you received from the agents in Savannah, that they're, to sum it up, that many of them were of human origin.
Yes.
Those of them were of human origin were from a child 1 to 2 years of age.
Correct.
And a single child.
Correct, yes.
What determinations, let me ask you this, did you observe trauma on any of these bones?
Yes.
And what, if anything, are you able to tell us about when the trauma, well, let's start with not this case, but just a given case. Can you look at a human bone that has signs of trauma, and can you sometimes tell when the trauma occurred relative to death?
Yes. So if there are, trauma refers to any alteration that might happen to a bone. And we can tell if that happened before death, which we call antemortem, if the bone displays any signs of healing. So as soon as you break a bone, your body immediately starts the healing process. So if we see any signs of healing on that bone, we know that it happened before the person died. Perimortem means that the trauma occurred around the time of death. And this is a term that's used a bit differently by medical examiners and pathologists than by anthropologists. So perimortem being around the time of death, typically a pathologist is talking about a very narrow range of time. Anthropologically speaking, because we're only looking at the bones and we're not examining any of the other tissues, all we can tell is what sort of state that bone was in when it was fractured. So in life, the bone has water and collagen, and it's actually a rather flexible material, and it has some give before it breaks. Imagine, for example, you have a fresh green stick and you try to break it. That stick has a good bit of bend before it will actually break. And this differs from a dry stick where if you pick it up and try to bend it, it just snaps. The same thing kind of happens to bone as it dries. So bone that is fractured in a post-mortem condition, so much after the death event when the bone has become dry, it fractures differently than a bone that is fractured in that fresh state. That fresh state we call biomechanically fresh. But that biomechanically fresh state can persist for a long time after death, depending on the conditions of where the body is deposited. So the fractures in a bone will look the same to me if they happen right at the time of death or potentially sometime after death, as long as the bone is still in that biomechanically fresh state.
When you use it, do you ever use the term death event?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That just refers to when that person died, the event of dying.
Is it fair to say that in this case, you cannot attribute any of the trauma to the bones here to the death event?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you essentially cannot tell whether any of the trauma to the bones was incurred before this child died versus after?
I can tell that the fractures didn't occur before the time of death because there's no signs of that active healing. So the fractures either occurred around the time of death or after.
Oh my God. They're trying to free this girl. They're trying to free her. What? What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my damn God, lady. Oh my, I thought she was coming up here to crush it. Oh my God.
These images that we've been looking at, these are the pictures that you took.
I told you couldn't tell.
Photos, yes.
I told you couldn't tell.
Depict the evidence that the lab received from Savannah in
They,
late November.
as I received it, yes.
Wow.
Your Honor, I would
Wow.
introduce this
Wow.
as state's exhibit
She's walking. She's walking.
78.
Wow.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 78 is admitted
Wow.
without objection.
That was a blow to the state right there. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. They can't determine if she did it.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Thank you, Judge.
Richard just bought 1,000 bars of soap. You're right. Oh my God. Oh shit.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Henry. How are you?
Good afternoon. Very well, thank you.
I just want to follow up with some questions, if you don't mind. Okay? You said I'm going to skip the first items from October 31st because I just don't think they're relevant. Okay? And I'm going to skip straight to the items from November 18th, if that's okay. You said you received 4 items in one box, 4 bags on the inside of the box, correct? Correct. Items 27, 28, 29, and 30.
God. Oh my God.
You didn't do any analysis on item 27.
No.
Correct?
I did an initial assessment, and once I determined that there was no skeletal material present, I did not conduct any additional examinations.
So let me rephrase that. You looked at it, realized it didn't have skeletal material, and didn't do anything further than the initial
Yes,
assessment.
that's correct, yes.
Item 28, you said they were bones, and most were human bones. I found that
Oh
I'm trying to put words in your mouth.
God.
That's odd. So what bones did you find in item 28?
So I ended up sub-itemizing because I wanted to account for and be able to accurately describe each of the bones in those depictions. Although the evidence management unit initially called that item 28, I broke it down in my report. Item 28-1, 28-2, 28-3, representing each of the bones. And in this case, items 28-17 to 28-23 were bones of non-human origin, but 28-1 through 28-16 were bones of human origin.
And just to be 1 through 16 in item 28, you said were of human origin, and items 27 through 23 of items 28 were not.
Items 28-1 through 28-16 were human origin. 28-17 to 28-23 were non-human.
And I was just curious, did you ever determine, is that the only determination you made was just non-human, or did you ever identify it as being anything else?
No, we do not report what species it is beyond non-human in origin.
Just want to follow up and check on it. Now,
Wow.
you said with
Wow.
I guess it's
Wow.
item 29, which was the skull fragments, correct?
That consisted of some of the skull fragments, yes.
You said that was of human origin.
Yes, items 29-1 to 29-3 were human in origin.
And you, on item 30, you said there was some soft tissue and some skeletal material, correct?
Yes, they all had some soft tissue and other debris with the skeletal material.
And with regards to item 30, I assume you didn't do anything with the soft material, but you did identify the skeletal material.
I did remove and examine the skeletal material, yes.
God.
And did you find that item 30 was human remains?
Yes, these were portions of a left foot.
And you kind of glossed over it, but I didn't really understand. You said that bones are, I guess, a little bit more flexible in life
That's correct.
than in death, correct?
Then once they dried, yes.
So you didn't find, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand it. You said that you cannot attribute any of the trauma to the bones to the death, correct?
I can't say when they occurred with respect to the death event, no.
And with regard to these bones and this testing, is that all of the involvement and all you were asked to do with these items?
Yes.
So, you did identify the items you discussed as human material, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you couldn't attribute any of the traumas to the bones to the death of it, correct?
Correct.
And that's all the conclusions you were asking.
Yeah, in addition to the age estimate of a child aged 1 to 2 years.
That's all the questions I
Holy shit, people. Holy shit.
There you go.
I can't believe this.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Damn it. Damn
You're
it.
excused.
Damn. 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 Oh my God. I just sold 1,000 bars of soap. I'm just playing. Damn. Damn. 20-year expert. Damn.
I'm going to have the jurors return to the deliberation room at this point. We're at a point where we're deciding going forward or stopping for today. It's a little early, but this makes the most sense, I think. But just to firm that up with counsel, I'm going to ask you to step to the deliberation room.
Damn it, people. Damn it. Yeah, we'll never hear from Richard again. Okay. I don't think he's buying $10,000 worth of soap. God. Yes, they're Quinton's bones, but they can't say that there was any wounds when he died. Damn. Damn. I don't even know what else to say, but damn. Start pouring soap, Dolly. Damn. Damn. Oh, God. Damn. 3 days, nothing. 3 days, zero. Nothing against this woman. Nothing. But she lied. And she's a cheater. And she does drugs.
Thank you. All right. So I think this is the stopping point that we anticipated.
I think so too, Judge. If I can have I don't know.
Hello?
I'd like to do this talk to Mr. first and kind of decide which way we're going to jump at this point. You have 2 days of women's
Okay, I will.
testimony to talk about. So, see whether we're right. So can I get a little bit of a break? Talk to Mr. First?
Sure. All right. Let's take a break. Let's
maybe.
break until I think it's.
Oh.
I can't read that clock from here. That
Okay.
3:20.
All right, bye-bye.
3:20. Tell me what that clock says.
3:19 actually.
It's got with the light. There's a glare to it.
Okay. All right. I'll look at my own watch. Okay. Let's just step back in at 3:30.
That's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. We're in recess.
Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Jesus. Okay. I'm okay, guys. Don't worry. I ain't going to freak out. I'm not going to freak out. Damn. Just damn. 20 years experience. The wounds happened to the bones after Quinton died. Damn. Could the lady at least just lied? Now, PJ told me to calm down, that Danny had a wire on. Okay. Maybe she's going to confess to Danny or something. I don't know. But right at this point, it's like the state wants to let her go. Okay. It's like they want to let her go. Like, what can we do to let this woman go? Let's bring in an expert that works for Quantico for 20 years to say the injuries happened after he died. Damn. Okay. Damn. That just hurt my soul. It just hurt my soul to hear that. Like, damn. Damn. I wish I could just reach through the screen and grab her. God, why? I prayed today we would get some good news, right? I guess the wire, that's good, right? That's good. All right, let me open up the phone lines. I know y'all got some stuff to say about this one. Holy cow, right? Oh my God. Dolly. Hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Barely. Hold on.
I hear you. What's going on? It's Dolly.
Okay. Hello?
Hey.
I can't hear you.
All right, hold on. Let me move my mic closer to me. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Penny
Hey, Penny.
from Kingsport.
I know where
Calm
you.
down.
I'm calming
He
down.
said that the state does not have to prove how the baby died. He said that the judge will be giving orders to the jury that the state does not have to prove how the baby died, only that she did it. In his opening statement.
That's hard to prove somebody did something when you don't have to prove how the baby died.
Well, that's what he said in the opening statement. He said that you do not have to prove how the baby died, but that she did it.
That was a 20-year FBI Quantico anthropologist. Oh my God, that was a blow to the case. I mean, it might not be over to the fat lady things, but that was a hell of a blow to the case right there. A hell of a blow, Penny. I don't care what anybody says. That right there, just like, oh my Jesus, right?
But yeah, that's
Casey
what I'm
Anthony,
hoping
Casey
is what
Anthony
he
2.0. Casey Anthony 2.0.
I'm just holding on to what he said, but
you all think this is boring and putting you all to sleep. I am so opposite because see, I wasn't there and I didn't know anything about this until now. So every little bit is so I mean, I'm getting.
Well, what part wasn't boring? I listened to every word that lady said. Like when she
But
said,
even I wanted to hear what she was
chair.
saying in her. I wanted to hear what she was saying to them detectives too. But you
I
all,
thought I was a.
understand you all. It was beating you all to death because y'all done been through it. No, and
See, I'm a big dummy, and I understood every word she said. I was,
right.
oh my God, you got to be kidding me.
Right. But see, when I was just didn't know anything about it, so I was taking in every word.
Yeah. Wow. So,
but she does look cold. I mean, she's just cold.
yeah.
Cold.
We got to pray at this point that she confessed on those tapes that when Danny wore a white.
Right. Yeah. And also they did take tissue from them bones. Remember, she said she removed tissue, so they can examine tissue to see what kind of, if there was any kind of. I mean, there could be proof in that too.
Yeah, but what injuries to the tissue would cause your death?
Not injuries, but maybe if there was any. Dolly, one time I fell and I hurt my ankle, and did you know that it made all my blood work go out of whack? And they said it was because of that fall that it caused my kidneys to the numbers to go up. I mean, it changed all my numbers. It's crazy, just that one little fall. So I mean, that tissue can tell a lot too. So
I hope so. I hope something changes.
I mean,
we've been through 3 days of you can't explain how the baby died. The injuries ain't from the bones being broke, ain't from her. So they can't determine.
Well, he may have not have died from a broken bone. He might not have broke a bone when she killed him.
Yeah, I mean,
she killed him. What if she threw him in that dumpster alive and left him there?
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. What if the baby drowned, or what if it drowned in the bathtub? We ain't heard her say anything. What if it fell down the stairs?
There's so many variables.
But there's doubt. It brings in doubt, and when you got doubt, that goes to the benefit of her. If there's any doubt,
you know that if we see her looking cold like that, them jurors are seeing it too.
Yeah. But they just walked back
there. If they're awake.
When they walked back there just now, when they walked back there, they were like a what the hell moment. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean,
I know they were.
If they were awake.
Wow. Yeah, they woke up for that. I'm sure they were awake when she said that. I wish they'd have been sleeping through that.
Hey, Dolly, also, let me ask you this, unless Sebastian Rogers, I don't mean to go off topic or anything, but the only person who has ever said that there was no signs of foul play was that Craddock guy, the TBI, the FBI. Nobody said that, only him.
Yeah.
And it don't take a genius to figure out that there was some foul play there. I mean, he might say that because he's in cahoots with them.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Do you know
allegedly,
what I mean? Because we've never heard anybody else say anything about no foul play except for him.
Wow. I'm just in shock right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what to say. I can't even think about Sebastian.
On another story. I'm trying to get your mind off.
I'm just so in shock. Like I can't believe it. I can't even believe it. I figured the state, I'm so used to state lying on people. To hear somebody get up there and be honest is like I'm not used to it. It just put me in a state of shock.
Right. And before I go, let me tell you, your soap is so creamy and so moisturizing. It is just, I can't express how moisturizing and creamy and luxury. It's luxury.
Thank you there, Penny. And I will talk to you next time. All right.
All right. Bye.
You be good. Peace. I can't think about the soap or none of that shit right now. Dolly.
Good. Peace.
Hello?
Dolly.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, I they letting her go.
You don't think they're letting her go?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
And I'll tell you something else. It should be thrown out. I mean, I ain't trying to be a smart ass. It should be thrown out of court. Is when they interviewed her and she was high as a kite. She wasn't in the right state of mind.
That don't give you no right to kill a baby, though.
No, but when they're interviewing you, and you could tell that girl was high as a kite, they should have cut the interview right then, because you're not in your right state of mind. So whatever she said should have been thrown out of court.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Think about it. She was high, so she shouldn't have been interviewed.
Yeah, but who's the
Yeah.
judge of saying who's high and who's not? If you never met the girl, how do you know if she's high or not? Maybe she always.
Damn, dude, you can look at her and tell her that she was high. She's not Frenchy. She's putting her hands out and everything else, and emotions coming out, crying and everything else, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I
mean,
know she was high, and you know she was high, but you know,
anybody that was is a psychologist could find out she's high, and she should have stopped the interview right then, put her in jail till she sobered up.
And look,
I'd be just like asking a drunk man something. He'll tell you any damn thing you want to know.
I want to read Sylvia's comment real quick. She said, Dolly, you have been telling us there's no way to tell for sure how it happened, so it's not a surprise. I know it's not a surprise. I knew they couldn't tell, but I thought they would lie. Okay, I thought they would lie like any good prosecution. I thought they would come up there, or don't bring her up there. Like, hide that lady. Something you don't do. That was terrible. That was absolutely terrible.
Been better off skipped her.
Skipped her. They jumped the line to bring her in there for
Now,
big old.
If she didn't admit that on them wires, and she blames it on that other guy, who do you believe?
If she does not confess on this wiretap, she's walking for the murders. I'm confident.
Yep, and I'll get her disposing of the body, and she can say he made me do it.
Yep, she's going to get disposing of the body and lying to the police. If she doesn't confess on these wiretaps, she is walking on the murder charge.
Yeah, but if she says that he made her do it, and he killed the baby, and he made her to dispose of the body, she might walk out of the damn jailhouse that damn same day for time served.
She ain't walking out without 15 years. She ain't walking out without 15 years.
I'm just saying, what if they just give her 5?
Then I'm gonna start kicking. I'm gonna break something.
But I mean, it's 5 to, yeah, but it's 5 to 15. And if they give her 5 years, she can walk on time served.
Not with just doing 2. She was still. What about all the lying?
You can lie all you want to, but ain't a law against lying.
Well, lying to the police there is.
Well, it ain't that much.
I can lie to you and it's against the law, but I can't lie to a police officer. That's against the law.
It don't carry that much time.
A year.
Oh yeah, but that's one lie. They can't tell you every lie. Every lie don't count a year. They just have to get her for 1 year.
No,
she's liable to get out with time.
She lied 14 different times on 14 different occasions. That's a year every time.
They can't get you for it. That's just one big lie.
So you're talking
just makes
7 years right there.
I'm just afraid, brother.
You only do halftime anyway. So you're talking 7 years right there.
But I'm just saying, they could let her out on time served and good behavior.
Don't even speak that into existence, Doug.
But I'm not saying it, brother, but I'm just saying. And realizing that she was high as a kite when they interviewed her on every interview. And then when she was on that talking on that phone and saying what she was saying, nobody loved me and all this, her nose was redder than a pickle beet. You tell me something ain't went up that nose.
Oh, I know.
Her whole body was brown and her nose was red as looked like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
I knew you was going to say that. I knew you was going to say that, Doug. Okay. She just gave me sciatica pain. I got a pain running down my leg. Oh.
But look, man, you just need to calm down about that and if you get the fire.
All right, Doug, you be good.
All right, peace, brother.
All right, Doug needs to be her lawyer. Country girl Ann, thank you so much. Jumping on the Dolly train. You get to ride VIP, okay? VIP on the Dolly train tonight. Okay, we ain't taking calls from trolls. That's a troll call. Okay, it came in as Chanello's Pizza. You ain't slick. Okay, my phone tells me who you are when you call. Country girl Ann, you rock. Thank you so much. Good Lord. Good Lord. All right, we got to pray right now. Everybody say a little prayer that she confessed. Oh, I knew you had something to say. I knew it.
You knew it was Alamo City. I had to call.
I knew you had something to say. I knew it.
Well, I want to first make you happy, at least, okay? So it's real quick, and I got to say this to Richard in Texas. 1,000 bars of soap on the wall. 1,000 bars of soap. You take one down. Richard, how many's left after that?
999 bars of soap on the wall.
Thanks for telling that for Richard. Now there'll be 998.
We'll never,
you know what,
Richard again.
Well, poor Richard. I know we may never hear from him, but we will. I know we will. But it made me feel really bad.
Well, even on sale, a bar of Dolly soap's like $7.50. So you got to look at that times 1,000. That's $7,500. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Well, no, the 15% Happy Halloween wouldn't work if it's
I'll
on
make
sale.
sure I take the promo code down before he does that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, don't nobody tell Richard what the promo code is. But yeah, I was even looking up online real quick before I called to see if anthropology, if they also look into tissue and blood and all that. And every time I looked up about the blood and tissue, it was mostly directing to like crime scene kind of people. Now, what anthropologist, and she's a PhD, she's a doctor in this, okay? That's the only way she can do it for the FBI.
20 years experience too, so she ain't no joke. She knows her game.
Yeah, and she's in Quantico. Yeah, when I saw that just that one little dirty piece of whatever it was, they were saying it contained tissue. So with the bones and that tissue sample, they would have had to run a DNA analysis on each to make sure that they matched, you know, to the same person. But yeah, all we can hope for now is the secret confession.
I hope
there's going to be something. And you know what? He probably has, what do they call it? Some kind of immunity, immunity. They give that to like mobsters and stuff, where it doesn't matter. Even if they admit to try to get the big boss out of a crime, but they committed the crime, they can get immunity. Now, he can't go in open court probably and admit that, but he could have admitted it to the police in an interview. See, it wouldn't have worked for Jen Soto. That's a different kind of immunity. Hers was one time. She was queen for that one interview. Only time that heifer ever be queen of anything.
All right, we're back.
But,
we're back.
All right, bye. Bye, PJ.
We're back on the record. Mr. Hilliard. I'm doing fine. Thank you. Oh, we need Miss Simon.
I mean, he's gone from the
Tim?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon has rejoined her counsel at counsel's table. The state is present as well. Mr. Hilliard, you asked to take a short break with your co-counsel.
We did. I discussed it with Mr. Person. I think we're going to wait and do the cross of Detective Lemons. She's going to be recalled later on. And to me, it makes more sense to do it all at one time than to try and break it up. I think it's less effective if I break it up. So I just discussed it with Mr. Person. That's what we're going to do. As far as the next witness, I think the next witness, just to be completely candid, I don't know how long the state plans to take. It will be a minute probably with me.
Okay.
I still think today's probably still a good time to take a break today since it's the middle of the week. We have Thursday and Friday, but I'll leave that with the court.
Let me turn to Mr. Dean.
The next witness is Daniel Youngkin, the defendant's boyfriend at the time. We're ready to call him. He's here. He's been waiting. We are ready to proceed. We started it, after 10
We
today,
did.
and we've only taken one complete witness.
We've got a little bit of a late start today. Let's press on with Daniel Youngkin.
Awesome.
He's ready.
Yes.
State's ready. Defense is ready.
I want to see her
Yeah, I
face
just have,
now.
Because he is a civilian witness and not a police officer, I would like to have one moment to again caution him against testifying about any inadmissible material
Yes.
in the hallway.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may do so. And when Mr.
Okay,
Dean
they
comes
bringing in
back,
Danny.
we'll prepare to bring the jury in.
Okay, they bringing in Danny. If this don't do it right here, we're in trouble. Okay, we in trouble. If this don't do it right here, look at her face now. She's like, let me stuff my face. You can tell it's her nerve. She's looking down. Oh, he knows she was cheating. He knows about the text messages now. There he is. Now, did he walk in? No.
Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and with that, the defense has indicated that it's ready as well.
We're ready as well, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Please bring in the jurors. Yes.
I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for Danny. Oh my God, have I been waiting? It hinges on this. It hinges on this right here. What the hell is he doing picking his nose? Get out your nose. Let's hope she confessed in those wiretaps.
All clear, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat.
Oh my
And
God.
once
This is
again,
where
were
it
you
gets
able to
real right
comply with
here.
The court's instructions? All right, excellent. I indicated that we were reaching a point. We have one other witness that is going to be presented today. The state's going to call another witness. And Mr. Hilliard will have an opportunity to cross-examine if he chooses to do that. And then I expect that we will close for today and resume again tomorrow. Mr. Hilliard, I know you wanted to put something on the record.
I did, Judge. I'm just going to reserve my cross-examination of Detective Lemons until she's recalled, but I will cross-examine this next week.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Dean, please call your next witness.
Oh my Lord. Here we go, people. She'll cry now. She'll cry. Look at his hair. He got a bald spot in the back.
Raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way for me, please.
Is he going to try to put his baby mama away? That is the question.
All right, good afternoon,
And I'll shut up when he gets up here.
Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yeah, I'm Daniel Youngkin.
And do you go by Danny typically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it all right if I call you Danny?
By all means.
Where do you currently live, Danny? Not the street address, but city and state.
Orlando, Florida.
And how long have you lived there?
Since April of last year.
Where are you from originally?
Like, where was I born? Or
Yeah.
I was born in Germany.
And where did you have a parent in the military or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was that?
My biological father.
Where did you grow up?
Essentially Dunn, North Carolina.
Dunn, North Carolina?
For the main part.
For the court reporter, is that D-U-N-N?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention to the defendant here. Do you know the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
She's Sky's mother, my daughter.
Mother of your child.
Yeah.
When did you first meet her?
Maybe 2020 or something like that.
And how did you first meet her?
She drove up to North Carolina from here to see me.
Had y'all had some contact, not in person, I guess, before that?
Yes, sir.
How did y'all first, so you're talking about the first in-person meeting, if I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
How did y'all know each other before that?
Online?
Some social media network, something like that, like Snapchat or something.
You're saying you had met online?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you remember about that?
Honestly, not much. Just speaking with her over social media and arranging a meeting.
Let's go back to that first time you met in person in North Carolina. Can you describe that for me?
Yeah, she drove up in her friend's car to see me in North Carolina, and I was at my job where I was currently working.
Where were you working at that point?
Love's Travel Stop off of Hodges Chapel Road in Dunn.
Okay. So you said she came to see you at work?
Yeah, I was trying to get off that day so we could hang out.
And did y'all end up hanging out that day?
Yeah, I think, she stayed at night with me.
Okay. And
Hooker!
Was that a one-night stay at that time, or multiple nights, or what?
I believe at the time it was a one-night stay.
Okay. And after that, after staying with you for that one night, where did she go?
Back down here, I believe.
At some point, did she move up there and begin living with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she have children at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did they come up and live with you as well?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of where they were at that time?
With her mother.
Okay. Now, where were y'all living when she moved up to North Carolina and started living with you?
In my parents' house.
Okay. And did she eventually get a job up there?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
She had two separate jobs that she was working for at different time periods.
Okay. Can you tell us what they were?
One was at Love's Travel Stop on the gas station side, and the other one was Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue, where I used to be a manager at.
Okay. And I'm not sure I understood you. Was she working those jobs at
Separate times.
Separate times. What was the first one?
Love's Travel Stop.
Okay. And you mentioned that you worked.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay. Did you all work there at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. So y'all overlapped at Love's?
Yes. We worked sometimes, like occasionally work the same shift on different sizes. So I was working at the Subway there. But normally it'd be different shifts.
Right. And you're living in your parents' house with her?
Yeah.
About how long did that go on?
I don't want to I don't remember, to be 100% honest.
Okay. At some point, did the two of y'all move down here to Savannah.
Yes, sir.
And where did y'all move into?
The house on Buckhalter Road.
Did y'all ever live in any other residence in Savannah, or was that the first place y'all moved back to?
No, that was it.
Okay. Who was living there at the time?
Her brother Joe was living there, and Thomas and Billy were there, living there, but they weren't there. They were working a lot, so they were on the road.
Okay. At some point, did Joe move out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, did Paul move in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Defendant's brother, Paul Simon?
Yes, sir.
No, he don't have his
Where
daughter.
were y'all living at the time that the defendant gave birth to your child, Scott?
Buckhalter.
Okay, so y'all were living in Savannah at that time.
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about the birth of Scott?
It was fast and enlightening for me, I guess.
Before Sky was born, and you were living in Savannah at the Buckhalter house, were Zane and Quinton living there as well?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the first time that you met Zane and Quinton when you moved down here with the defendant, or had you already met him during the time?
I had met Quinton before.
So let's go to the time period where you're living in Savannah in the Buckhalter house with the defendant and the three children, Zane, Quinton, and newborn Scott. What was your relationship like with her two older children, Zane and Quinton?
Good. Well, I loved them like they were my own.
What do you remember about Zane?
Lots of energy, and liked to play a lot, and had a lot to say. Didn't really know how to say a whole lot, but had a lot to say.
What do you remember about Quinton?
Pretty much the same thing, honestly, and he was a lot more. He was more chill, I guess, than Zane. Zane was more high energy, but Quinton always had a lot he wanted to say and play with his brother a lot.
I see it. As I've asked you these questions about the children, I noticed that you seem to be smiling a bit. Do you remember them fondly?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about work in Savannah. When you first got down here, about how long did it take before you got a job?
I actually transferred from the Love's Travel Stop in North Carolina to the one off of Dean Forest Road and worked at the Hardee's there.
And was the defendant working anywhere in Savannah at that point?
Yeah, I think she was working at this gas station off of 204, I think.
Now, moving forward to the time frame of Quinton's disappearance, okay? I want to ask you about October 2022. Do you remember the day of the 911 call and all that?
Yeah, I do, but vaguely, but yeah.
In that general time frame, where were you working?
I was working at a warehouse for a company named Eclipse.
And where was that warehouse located?
What's that? Port Town? I forgot the name of the town.
Is it Port Wentworth?
Yeah, I didn't want to sound crazy by saying, yeah, that's what I think so.
And was the defendant working there as well?
Yes, sir.
What shift did you all work during that time period? What were your hours?
First, worked from like 6 or 6:30 to like 3 or something like that.
And what about Paul? Was he working there as well?
Yes, sir. He was working the second shift.
And do you remember roughly what his hours were?
Yeah, I actually think we worked till like 2 I'm not 100%, but his were like 2 to 10 or something like that.
2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Uh,
roughly.
Yes, sir.
Would Paul probably be a better person to ask about that?
She's stone faced too.
October 4th specifically, the day before the 911 call. Okay, I want to ask you about that day specifically. Did you go to work that day?
The day before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And
No, maybe. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember. I know I took her to get her tooth pulled that morning.
the morning before the 911 call.
Yeah.
But you're saying you don't remember whether you were
I
awake before that?
I don't remember 100%. I'm not gonna.
That's fine. What do you remember about the defendant taking the defendant to get her tooth pulled?
Early that morning. Oh yeah, I think we were at work that day, and we left because her tooth was hurting, and then I took her to the dentist, and she got her tooth pulled that day, and yeah, that was pretty much that.
What car were you driving?
The Dodge Journey.
And do you remember where the dentist was that you went to, or what it was called?
I do not. I barely remember the Savannah area.
Did you stay there with her while she had her dental work done?
In the general area, yeah, I wasn't allowed to be back there.
Okay, what do you mean by the general area?
I went to the liquor store while she was getting her tooth pulled.
And did you end up driving her home?
Yes.
So after you went to the liquor store, did you come back to the dentist office that she was at?
Yes, sir.
I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about this. At that point in time, were you a bit of a drinker?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about
Alcoholic.
I like Fireball.
Were you drinking every day at that point in time?
Unfortunately.
What about now?
No.
So you're at the dentist office. Did she get her tooth pulled?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all leave?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To get some food.
Do you remember where you went?
I believe it was Cheddar's or something. She wanted some soup.
Okay. And did y'all go anywhere after that?
I think back to the house. Or maybe we went to 204 or we went back to the house. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
Where were the kids at the time you got back to the house?
With the babysitter, Michelle.
And is that where they had been all day?
Yes, sir.
From before y'all went?
Yeah. That's why they were at Michelle's, because we wouldn't work.
Okay. Tell us about the process of getting the kids ready and dropping them off at Michelle's in the morning. How would that go?
Normally, I would get them ready and drop them off myself while she slept.
What do you mean? I thought y'all worked the same shift.
We did, but she tended to sleep in as late as possible, and I would normally get the kids ready and drop them off over there and then come back and get her.
Did you, when you would take them to the babysitter, I understand she lived pretty close to y'all's house.
Across the street.
Would you walk them over there or drive?
No, I'd drive them. That would be a little rough to try and carry Sky and walk the other two little ones across the street at the same time.
I see. So the morning before the 911 call, the day of the trip to the dentist, had you done that in the morning?
Drove them over, yes.
Yeah, okay. And let's go back to Cheddar's. You left the dentist, you've gone to Cheddar's to get some soup for the defendant.
I believe it was close by, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure.
And after Cheddar's, you said you came home, right?
Yeah.
What happened after you got home? What did the rest of the day look like as far as you remember?
To be honest, I really don't, other than I know she went to sleep and I tried to clean up a little bit and stuff before I went and picked up the kids. and then picked up the kids and came back and kind of just followed suit.
And do you remember when you picked up the kids?
Not the exact time, no. But I know the general time was around like 4:30 or 5 is when I was supposed to.
Billy Tro's trying to get the kids back. He don't have custody of his daughter, from my understanding.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 85, Your Honor. Take a look at that. Do you recognize the document that I just handed you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Text messages between me and Michelle, the babysitter.
Did you text Michelle about picking the children up that day, October 4th?
Yes.
All right. Does this document that I've given you fairly represent your text messages with Michelle during this time frame?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 85.
Mr. Hilliard?
Bubba Moss is Quentin's
State's
daddy.
85 is admitted.
Can you look at that and tell me when you texted Michelle about when you were going to pick the children up on October 4th?
At 2:32 p.m., I texted her and said, "We just got home. Leilani got her top wisdom tooth removed, top left wisdom tooth removed. I'm gonna try and clean for a few while she naps. She's still loopy from the meds. Is 4:30 still okay?"
And what did Michelle say?
Okay, 4:30.
And did you end up picking up the children around that time?
Around that general time, yeah. But I think it might have been 5 o'clock or something like that, but general time frame, yes.
And did you bring them home?
Yes.
So now we're in kind of the late afternoon. And who's in the house?
Me, Leilani, and the Quinton's guy and Zane.
And was Paul at work during this time frame, as far as you know?
Yeah.
Did you make any trips away from the house to get a beer or go to Redbox or anything like that?
Probably.
Okay. And what do you remember about dinner that night?
I think I might have remade some spaghetti, added another can of sauce and more meat and stuff like that to some spaghetti I made the day before or something like that.
Did the defendant participate in preparing dinner that day, from what you remember?
Not from what I remember.
What was she doing?
To be honest, whatever she normally did, I kind of tried to not stress myself out too much about whatever she was doing.
Now, how was Quinton during the time frame that we're talking about?
20
Dinner
months.
time,
Fine. Perfectly fine.
nothing out of the ordinary?
No, not at all.
After dinner, at some point, did y'all get the kids ready for bed and put them down? Or one or both of you?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
What do you remember about that? Try to put yourself back in that house and tell me what you remember about the bedtime routine.
I really don't, to be honest. I was not fully. I probably just the normal, get them changed into their night clothes and make sure they're all cleaned up and fed, and Zane would have his little tablet and Quentin would have his tablet, and they just watch TV until they fell asleep.
Now, from this point forward, did you leave the house again that night at any point?
No.
And did the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What is the first trip that you remember her taking?
To 204.
Did the two of y'all talk about that? She say anything to you before she left?
Yeah, she told me she was doing that.
Do you
So he
remember
was
what led
awake.
up to her leaving? Anything about that?
No.
That's
not
fine.
really.
And what were you doing at the time that she left for 204?
Laying in bed,
What were the children doing?
laying down as well.
Where were each of the three children in the house?
Zane was on his race car bed. Sky was on the couch or in her swing, and Quentin was in his playpen.
At the time that the defendant left for 204, was Quinton okay?
Yeah.
Did anything at all out of the ordinary happen to that point?
No.
And what happened, what was going on while she was gone on that trip to 204?
I think I fell asleep.
Anything unusual happened with the children while she was gone?
No. Oh, well, I was getting ready to fall asleep, and then Paul came home.
Oh, okay. Paul came home at some point while you were,
Yeah.
well, if I understand it correctly, while the defendant was gone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about Paul coming home.
He came into the room and asked where Leilani was, and I told him where she was, and then he said okay, and then he went and got some food for himself from the fridge or the freezer, and just ate, I guess, and chilled.
When you say he came into the room, what do you mean? What room are we talking about?
The downstairs portion of the house where we were residing.
He looks like he could be in the band
bedroom that
Corn.
Yeah, that's,
Five of y'all lived in together, you, Leilani, and the three children?
yeah, like 2 bedrooms, but yeah,
Where were you when Paul came into the room?
in the bed
And where were the children?
on the other side of the room in their beds.
Were they okay at that point?
Yeah.
Do you remember Paul having any interaction with the three children when he came in?
Not 100%, no, but he might have said something to Zane. Might have said hey to Zane or something.
At some point, did Paul go upstairs? I think you mentioned something about him going to eat.
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about that?
I wasn't in there, so I don't really remember. I just know he was in the kitchen for a second, and I couldn't see what he was doing. So.
Did you see him again after that?
No, I don't think so.
At some point, did he go upstairs and confine himself to his room?
I would imagine so, since I stayed in the room in the bed, but yeah, I would.
He was drunk,
Yes.
is what it was.
Now, do you remember the defendant getting home from the 204 trip?
No,
And why is that?
I was asleep.
What's the next memory you have of that night or morning?
Waking up, and she was beside me, and that was that.
At the time that you went to sleep, was Quinton okay?
Yeah.
Had anything at all happened at that point?
Not to my knowledge.
And let's talk about
Uh-oh, my
the
stuff
night.
is
Do you remember
here, my
seeing
gavel.
or hearing anything during the night?
No, I don't.
Do you remember waking up to anything unusual or anything like that?
No,
Had you had anything to drink that night?
I would imagine so,
Why do you say that?
because that was my daily routine.
What was your daily routine like in terms of drinking? I know you said earlier, I asked you to kind of talk about your drinking. You said
Probably.
you liked Fireball, but
Like,
a little more specifically, what would you drink on a daily basis?
probably over the course of the day, probably like four or 5 shots of Fireball and like 3 or 4 25-ounce beers.
And how much of that was after work in the afternoon and evening?
A majority.
So let's go to you waking up. Did you wake up naturally, or did you wake up in response to an alarm, or what?
But yeah, I think my alarm on my phone went off.
And where did you have your phone that night?
Maybe it was under my pillow. I don't know.
Why would it have been under your pillow?
She had a tendency of going through my things.
What do you mean?
She would, without my knowledge, take my devices and go through them, and I felt it was invasive.
Why was she doing that?
She had this idea that I was wronging her.
How were things between the two of you at this time?
There wasn't much there. I was there for Sky.
So you think you had an alarm set and your phone might have been under your pillow? Is that kind of where we left off?
Yes, sir.
When you get up,
I object.
What do you do?
Normally try and be quiet so I don't wake any of the kids up. And I tried to wake her up, but she was, normally if I do that, I'd either get yelled at or something like that. So I said, hey, are you going to work today? She'd be like, no. And that's when I proceeded to text Michelle and say that she was going to watch the kids. As in the exhibit here, it says, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today.
So he did text.
What time was that text sent?
5:20 a.m.
A moment ago, you were talking about what would happen in the morning when you get up for work and you try to wake her up. And you said she would be like...
Oh, yeah, she'd yell at me or, yeah, pretty much I'd get yelled at.
By the phrasing, she would be like yelling at you. Can I take from that this is something that this is not the first time this had happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us about that? There's a history of this?
It's a pretty general thing at that time.
Tell me what you mean.
I would try and wake her up to go to work, and she would either yell at me for waking her up or say she's not going in, and she would make up the time and go in with Paul on his shift. It'd be a rare occasion for me not to get yelled at or that to happen.
Why was it during that time frame that you were able to get up and go to work as scheduled?
Object.
And she would have these difficulties with that. What was going on?
I'm sorry, could you?
Why was it that you were able to get up to go to work and she was having these difficulties getting up, going to work during this time period? What was going on?
I would go to sleep and she wouldn't be there. So I just was kind of making sure that I could get a paycheck at that point. So I just kind of let her be her own person, of course. Well, not let her, but she would do whatever she did, and I would make sure that the kids were taken care of and that I'd make it to work at least somewhat on time.
So there are times you go to sleep at night so that you're able to get up for work and she's not there.
There were times that yeah.
And would she talk to you about where she had been?
I never asked.
Now, let's go back to that text message to Michelle. Were you, before you sent that text message to Michelle, had you been planning on taking the 3 children to Michelle's house that morning?
Yeah, the plan was because we missed the day before of work for her tooth removal. And we both were scheduled for the next day for a shift. The plan was to drop the kids off and go to work with her.
Were y'all salaried or hourly?
Hourly.
Okay. So you don't go to
It
work,
mattered.
you don't get paid.
It mattered.
Were y'all saving up for anything in particular at this point in time?
So, yeah, a place.
Tell me about that.
What would you like to know about it?
Well, what were y'all trying to do?
Oh, get our own place and out of her mother's house.
And why was that?
There were some complications going on that we were told we had to leave, so we were preparing for that.
And did
Trying to.
On the day that we're talking about, October 5th, 2022, did you all at that time have the money to go into your own place?
No.
Were you trying to accumulate the money to do that?
Yes.
What type of place were y'all planning to get? Apartment, house? What are we talking about?
Really whatever we could afford.
And is that something that y'all have been talking about in the days leading up to October 5th?
Yeah.
How much did y'all have to pay the babysitter? Well, first let me ask you, did you pay her?
Yeah.
And do you remember how much? Per day or per week or what?
Yeah, it says here at the top of the exhibit where she sent me a text message saying, hey, I haven't been charging for Sky. I do this charge for newborns until they are 3 months. So I will have to start charging for Sky. So 45 a day is $225, but I'll charge y'all $200 for all three. That is still a good deal. Daycare would be way more.
And that was going to be 200 how often?
A week,
Um,
which is quite an expense.
For
5 days a week, that's what it was added up to. So
what was the date of that text message where Michelle told you that she was about to ask?
That is real cheap.
For Sky?
October 3rd.
And prior to that, had y'all only been paying for Zane and Quentin?
Yeah.
So it was about to go up.
Mm-hmm.
So when she wouldn't wake up on the morning of October 5th, were you frustrated by that?
At that point, I just kind of blocked everything out and just made sure I made it work.
How did you get to work?
I drove the vehicle that her mother had bought for her,
Which vehicle was that?
the Dodge Journey.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary in the vehicle when you got in it?
No.
If there were fireball and curveball bottles in that vehicle at the time that police searched it, is it possible that those are attributed to you? Attributable to you?
Yeah, quite likely.
Did you sometimes drink in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At least he's honest.
Would that be like while you were driving or when you were on break? Or
Unfortunately.
What do you remember about driving to work? Anything out of the ordinary?
No, nothing out of nowhere. You're just trying to get there.
Getting out of the house that morning, when you left the house and got in the car, did you have any idea that Quentin was gone?
No.
Did you turn the lights on in that room before you left?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't want to wake any of them.
Did you believe that there were 3 sleeping children in that room when you woke up?
I did believe that.
Is it fair to say that you were kind of trying to sneak out without disturbing them?
Yeah, because if I wake them up, then it's a whole thing.
Did you look in Quentin's pack and play before you left?
No, I didn't.
You okay?
She does not care.
At some point during the investigation, was there a period of time where you told the police that you had seen him that morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you sure about that at the time you said it?
No.
And are you sure now that you didn't see him?
I didn't look.
I noticed that you seemed, I asked you if you looked, and it seemed like you got a little emotional in response to that question. What is it about that question in particular that
He feels guilty.
I wish I looked.
He feels bad.
No, I don't know if it would have made it. I don't. Just wish I looked.
He's a drunk, but I have a different
Anything out of
vibe
the
about him
ordinary,
now.
from your perspective when you're leaving the house that morning?
No, sir.
Anything out of the ordinary in terms of the drive to work?
No, sir.
Anything out of the ordinary in terms of arriving at work?
No.
And when you left the house to go to work, which door did you go out of?
The back door by the pool.
Is that the one where you have to walk out through the bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
I believe him. I hate to say it. I believe him now.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Now,
I thought he was a player in this.
did you work a full shift that day?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I received a phone call from Leilani saying that Quinton was missing
Where were you when you got that phone call?
in the back of a truck, loading it, because my job was to load 18-wheelers by hand.
So you're in a truck loading boxes and you get this call.
Yes, sir.
And what is your best recollection of what she said to you on that call?
Have you seen, or Quentin's not here? I'm pretty sure it just began with, where's Quinton? Where's my baby? Quentin's not here.
How long was that phone call, as far as you remember it?
From the time she called me to the time I got to Buckhalter.
And what were y'all talking about during that time period?
She was crying most of the time. I just stayed on the phone with her the whole time.
Did she tell you anything about what happened when she woke up?
The door was open or something, and Quinton wasn't in his playpen. And me trying to calm her down.
Going back to when you got this call and you left work, tell me about leaving work. What do you remember about it?
I ran out of there as fast as I could, and I actually left my jacket and a whole pack of cigarettes.
He's telling the
Which
truth.
later on, my boss mailed it to me, thankfully, and it still had the pack of cigarettes in it.
What's his name?
Dave.
Did you see Dave?
He was worried about them cigarettes.
Yeah, I passed him in the parking lot. I didn't.
I object.
He stopped me, and he said, "Hey, you can't run past security like that." And I explained what happened, and he said, "Okay," and I left.
Was this when you were on the way out to go home?
Yes, sir.
There was security at the exit to the warehouse?
Yeah, there's security there when you go in and when you leave.
Why is there security when you go out?
So you don't steal nothing.
I think they just stay there all day for people who come in.
Okay. And you're supposed to get checked out by
Overruled.
security when
Okay.
you go out?
Overruled.
Well, you're supposed to talk with whoever your supervisor is, but I didn't even care to stop.
You just kind of blew by it.
Yeah.
I'd like to approach with what I have marked as State's Exhibit 30. Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he had no clue at this point. I think he's innocent. I was wrong. I get a different vibe seeing him and hearing him talk.
Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, sir.
What is on this disc?
Me going into work and me leaving work.
You're referring to video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Do the recordings on this disc fairly and accurately depict your arrival to work that morning and your departure?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer, yeah, it's fine. I would offer this as State's Exhibit 30. No objection.
All right, admit it without objection. Ask the court, does that mean you're about to play it? And I responded, yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. Everything is being recorded. Everything that we say is taken down.
Before I play it, Pat, is there any particular reason you asked that question?
I didn't understand what you said. Well, you said you'd presented the, I just didn't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
No apology necessary. Your Honor, I'm now going to publish from State's Exhibit 30 a file with the name IMG_0695.
I told y'all she was soulless.
Do you see yourself?
Your face.
Before I play it here again.
Yeah.
I don't know why every video is sideways, but this one is. Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
The bright orange.
What is that bright orange garment that you have on?
My North Face jacket.
Well, let me go back. Is the bright orange thing your North Face jacket, or is that a safety vest?
I believe that's my jacket. I believe that's my jacket.
I thought he
My
left his
jacket is
jacket.
bright orange.
So is that you getting to work?
Yes, sir.
Anything abnormal at that time?
No, just looks like I was trying to get there and not be late.
That was him getting there.
I
When he
haven't had
left,
to wait
he
till the
didn't have the
last second.
jacket.
And I now play IMG_0697. And what do we see in that video?
Me running very, very quickly. Without my jacket.
What did you think at this point was going on?
I wasn't sure. I had just received a phone call and was still on the phone with her, so I was just trying to get back to the house as soon as possible.
At some point, did you get home?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And did you talk to the defendant once you got there?
Yes, sir.
What was going on when you arrived at the house?
She was outside on the back porch crying.
Were the police there yet?
No, sir.
What did you all talk about at that point?
I asked her what was going on, really, like details, and what she thought happened and stuff like that.
You said she was on the back patio crying, if I understood you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where on the back patio was she?
Underneath the, like, where the, sitting in a chair right outside the back door.
Yeah, by that wooden bar
Yeah,
structure?
that used to be there, yeah.
She was sitting down
Yes, sir.
on the back patio,
Yes, sir.
crying.
Yes, sir.
There are woods all around that house, right?
Yes, sir.
When you got home, was she not looking for Quinton?
No, sir.
What was she doing in the chair other than crying, if anything?
Just crying, saying she didn't know where he was.
Had she called the police yet, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
At some point,
You're
were the
right. He
police
seems
called?
innocent.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did Michelle come over there
Yes, sir.
and her daughter, Talia, or one of her daughters?
Yes, sir.
Got my
You
guy.
know how it was that Michelle knew to come over there?
Yes, sir. I called her.
When, in relation to your arriving home, did the police finally get called?
After I took a look around, I called Michelle and then called them.
I am.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say it sounds like you don't necessarily remember who exactly called the police when?
Oh, no, I remember I called the police, but I believe Michelle was the first person that was called to see if she had maybe gotten Quinton or something.
Was Paul there when you got home?
I can't remember.
Honorable
Let's talk
Judge
about
Dolly.
when the police get there. Okay, do you remember talking to some police officers in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant was there, right?
Yes, sir.
Did she start talking about Quentin's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she been talking to you about him before they arrived, or no?
She mentioned him.
When did she mention him? Was it when you were on the phone in the car, or after you had gotten home? Or
I
do you
believe it was
remember?
when I got back to the house.
And what did she say about him that you remember?
That he had sent her a message saying that she didn't deserve to have Quinton.
Now, when was she saying that she had gotten those messages from him?
Maybe I think she said it was 2 weeks ago at that date.
Is this morning, the morning of Quinton being gone, was that the first you had heard of those messages?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so she's talking to you about something that supposedly happened a couple weeks ago. And you're saying she hadn't told you about that until this moment.
Correct.
Now, did you all talk during the time period between when you got home and when police arrived about what she had done during the night? Where if anywhere, she had gone?
No.
But there was some period of time between when you got home and when the police got there.
Yes, sir.
And then the police were there for quite a long time, right?
Till we went to the police station, and probably after that.
At some point, did you hear her tell a police officer that she had left the house sometime after 1 a.m. To get some Oragel from a friend at a Chevron?
Yeah, that's what she told the police officer. Yes, sir.
At the time she told that to the police officer, was that the first time you had heard that?
Yes, sir.
You come join me, my Bella?
Yeah. I just want to say I told you so about a million more times.
Don't make me hit you with my new gavel.
Try me. I'll kick you in the face.
I'd like to show you
Object.
a clip of body-worn camera footage that's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 8, okay?
You come in for me.
Okay. Is he got bigger too?
Yeah, he was
Are you
here too.
kind of oriented on what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
First of all, does this opening frame here depict the patio area where the defendant was sitting down at the time that you got home from work in the first place?
Is that where she was sitting when I got home?
Well, I mean, does anything in this image show where she was sitting down?
Yeah. The far left beside Paul. But Paul wasn't. I don't know where Paul was. She was sitting in the far left chair, the empty one.
And you're saying she was alone at that point?
Yes.
Okay. This is sometime later, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to play this for you now and ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Have patience for sale. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with baby? That maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere?
So loud.
Maybe you yourself. Yeah, I know. I could have got my chest full yesterday, so I'm like, I went to get some Oreo, that was it. 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon? No, like morning. I couldn't go to sleep. Okay, so where'd you go? Right up the road, right there, that Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got Oreo because they didn't have an answer okay when I called. Okay. Did you go anywhere else that you maybe been home? So when did you get home? I can tell you exactly the time.
Play back at 12:13:19 on the timestamp. Could you hear as you were standing there? First of all, is that you in the orange reflective vest there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Could you hear what she was saying to this officer? I mean, obviously the body cam picked it up, but could you hear it standing there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How were you feeling? What were you thinking as you heard her say this?
Well, you can see me tilt my head to the side as if I had no knowledge of what she was referring to.
Yeah, did it? I mean, how did it strike you? How did this story strike you? What did you think?
What the hell? Sorry. Excuse my language. What the heck?
It's fine. You had no knowledge of this at the time.
Yes, sir.
You said that you tilted your head to the side when you first heard this story. Can you, I'm going to play it back, and I want to see if you can point out to, first of all, show us what that looked like just from the stand.
Just like a tilt to the side, like what?
And if I play this back, can you point out to us where that happens in this video?
Yes, sir.
Have patience for sale. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with baby? That maybe he could have followed you or something like that? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, maybe you yourself. Yeah, I know. Because I got my chest full yesterday, so I'm like, I went to get some Oreo. That was it. 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon? No, like morning. I couldn't go to sleep. Okay, so where'd you go? Right up the road, right there, that Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got Oreo because they didn't have an answer okay when I called. Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe have been home?
I'm pausing it because I see you pointing at the screen. That's 12:13:15. We can kind of see your head tilt to the side a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play that one more time for just a couple seconds back for anybody that might not have caught it. Because you would agree that it is subtle, right?
Yes, sir. And he was moving around, so you could kind of, you have to pay attention to see it.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe have been home? So when did you get home?
All right, so you had not seen that before, or you had not heard that before, I should say.
No, I hadn't.
And your reaction was, what the hell revised to what the heck? Right?
Yes, sir.
Did you all go to the police station?
Yes, sir.
And did you cooperate with an interview or perhaps multiple interviews that day?
Quite a few.
Did the police ask you for consent to search your phone?
Yeah.
And did you agree to that?
By all means.
Did that concern you at all?
Not one bit.
After the police station that day, where did you go?
Back to Buckhalter.
And a few days later, did you come in to the FBI office in Savannah for a follow-up?
Yes, sir.
Now, between the first day's interviews and those follow-up interviews, had the FBI asked you to do anything in particular as it relates to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And what was that? Let me ask you this. Did the FBI propose to you that they put you up in a hotel room and that they wired that hotel room up?
Yeah, the
audio?
foster care. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And did they tell you why it was that they wanted to do that?
Yes, sir.
What was it? What was the reason for this?
To collect evidence against Leilani.
Did you know at this point what had happened to Quinton?
Look at her smug.
No, sir. I had, I just know what I was told.
And did you agree to this monitoring of the hotel room?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any concerns about doing it?
No, none at all.
Did you have any concerns about you yourself getting in trouble from something that might be said on that recording by one or the other of you?
Not at all. Wait, by me getting, no.
Did you sign paperwork agreeing to this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as states exhibit.
No, she didn't know. He knew.
She just found out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Me initialing for permission for them to bug the hotel room, quote unquote.
And does that document have your signature on it?
Three places where I initialed.
And when does it reflect in terms of the date that you agreed to do this?
4 days.
10/7/2022.
8th, 9th, they were in a hotel together.
Now, did you all go through with this?
Yes, sir.
Now, before agreeing to this, let me ask you this. After the first day of interviews, you all leave, but before the follow-up interviews at the FBI
And
office,
everyone that says he's still.
did you talk to her about that night and what had happened?
Because she knew she was witnessing them big.
I'm so sorry.
It was a long, kind of convoluted question. I'll try again. So y'all go in on October 5th and you're interviewed by the police at the police department.
Correct.
At some point y'all leave, right?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point y'all are in a bugged hotel room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Between those two things, between leaving the police station on day one and the hotel room operation, I'll call it, were you and the defendant together with each other?
Yes, sir.
Right. And were you talking to her at that point about like what had happened to Quinton and where she had been that night?
Yeah.
Did she ever, did you ask her about this Oragel story that she had told the police on the scene?
No, not in detail.
Did you ask her about that during the hotel room thing?
Yes, sir.
And did she repeat it to you?
Repeat denying it?
Well, keep saying that that's what she had been doing.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah. Yes, sir. I don't know where my head was at when I was saying that.
You might want to ask that again.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that Ms. Youngkin understood.
Were you skeptical of the Oragel story?
Yes, sir.
When you're in the hotel room with her, did you ask her about
Yes, sir.
it? And what did she say about it?
That's what she did.
That it was true?
Yes, sir.
So she was lying to
Stuck to it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
Space
I'd like
Cadet.
to approach with what I marked as States Exhibit 32, Your Honor. Do you recognize this disc
Yes, sir.
and what's on it?
recording of the hotel,
Alright.
the room that we were in.
Just a couple selections, right?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict some of your interactions in the hotel room with the defendant?
Quite well.
And I would offer this into evidence as State's Exhibit 32, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
And I would introduce 31 at this point, Your Honor, to the consent form.
No objection to that.
All right, very well, it is admitted.
She gives no F's.
No, I thought she'd be crying when she seen him. Nope.
She had that smug look on her face, like,
Mm-hmm. Thank you,
There
guys.
are 5
Okay.
files on this disc. The first 4 are each about a minute long, and then the last one is about 7 minutes long. I'll start with the first one. The file name beginning 1941.
So can I ask you a question? Do you mind? Are you gonna get mad? I'm asking you a question before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you gonna get angry?
I can't tell you don't get angry, but I want questions.
Why did you lie to me about the Ford job?
I didn't. I did not lie to you about the word.
So you went and met Misty.
Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of this or whatever. Did y'all speak to my fucking lady? Did you speak to her? Did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know? And they said her husband. Why didn't you speak to her? Okay.
So she was lying to all of them.
So can I ask you a question? Do you mind? Are you gonna get mad? I'm asking you a question before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you gonna get angry?
I can't tell you don't get angry, but I want questions.
Why did you lie to me about the Ford job?
I didn't. I did not lie to you about the word.
So you went and met Misty.
Yes, and I drove in and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of Missy or whatever. Did y'all speak to my fucking lady? Did you speak to her? Did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know? And they said her husband. But
I paused it at 1942:17 on the timestamp. And the timestamp reflects that this was on October 8th of 2022, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you catch there what she said about what police told her about who they had interviewed?
She said they interviewed her husband.
She was saying police told her that they had only interviewed Misty's husband.
Well, yeah.
That's what she told you, at least.
Yes, sir.
And I'll pick up the playback again.
Yeah.
No, there is Orjo in it. There's Orjo in it.
No, I did not lie. I didn't lie to you about that.
So you went and got Orjo.
I went and got orders on. Pull it in and pull it out, just like I told you last night.
And then they questioned you again about that?
Yeah. That's the only thing else.
We heard you say there that there was an Orjo in there. I'll give you that. What were you referring to?
There was Orjo behind the mirror in the house, in
And
the bathroom.
when did you see that Orjo?
The
Is he
day,
with her?
the 5th, I believe.
Okay, so like after, was it after you all been at the police station?
Yeah, no. Maybe I'm not gonna act like I remember 100%, but I know it was there. I think there was 2 tubes, like an empty tube and one that had some in it.
And where did you say it was?
Behind the mirror in the downstairs bathroom connected to the room.
The second file here.
That ain't good.
File name
I mean, he
starting
was made aware of it after, and then he asked her about it.
So what did you do when you left? At 1 in the morning. What did you do? That's what you did? Yes. You can look me in my eyes. I am looking you in your eyes, Danny. That is what I did. You can look that me in my eyes. That is what I did. Just don't, you don't want to yell. Look at me in my eyes, too. That is what I did. There was nothing else that I did. I came home and I went to bed. And I woke up to my baby gone. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
So you didn't do anything else?
No, nothing else at all. I was gone for 12 minutes.
And who did you meet?
Misty.
You met Misty?
Yes.
And now the third file, starting with 2017.
That's like all family believes me more than my man does at this point.
I just don't know everything.
You do.
Nobody knows everything.
The only thing we don't know is what happened to Quinton.
So what did happen in your thoughts?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know. I have no idea what to fathom. I cannot make up something in my head about what could possibly happen. I have no idea what happened to that baby.
I'm asking you, as a man to my woman, what do you think may have happened?
Yeah.
I'm just, and we ain't talking a minute about what could have happened.
But we did spoke about it last night, and I have no idea what could have happened. I don't care about what could have happened. I want to know what happened.
So where's he at?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking about this.
No, you just sat there and said, so where is he at? I'm getting picked up. I'm doing other thing I brought for you. No. If like the only person I'm sitting here wanting the love and support from that I thought would be on my side 100% is on the fucking FBI side.
Wow.
And the fourth file, file name beginning 2025.
No confession, though.
Well, go smoke your cigarette and I'll wait till you calm down a little bit.
I just wish I would have known to sit here and possibly tell you over the worst time of my life. You sat here and explained the only thing that you did not know that I did. And I explained it. That's my tonight.
How you did what?
Went and got Orgel.
That I didn't know about.
That's the only thing you didn't know. That when I left you at 204, you were awake. When I got back, you were awake.
From 204?
Yes.
Okay. But not from here.
Not from that. I like shook you and said I'm going to go get Orgel. You said no. I was like, all right, whatever. I'm up.
I'd be scared to date her. Oh my God.
And you remember that too?
I remember that clear as day. You made that little sound that I hate you fucking doing.
Okay. Okay.
She is aggressive.
And then the last file started 2029.
You see that possibly saying that? What, you would just be support? That I'm asking for your love and support and not your questions and doubt?
I'm asking you questions so I can understand.
But how many times do you have to ask me the same question about the same time, just like the fucking FBI does?
Okay, so it's just like the FBI, but you don't talk to me.
Yes, I have. I just sat here and explained to you.
You just talked
I told you about it yesterday too, about what I did. You made me promise that too.
Okay, so you promised me with your pinky promise.
Yes.
That you went and got Orgel.
And I went and got Orgel from Missy. I pulled in the neighborhood and I turned around and I went home.
She's
You didn't go
innocent.
nowhere.
I didn't go anywhere else.
You didn't do anything.
Nothing at all. Nothing.
Nobody breaks a pinky promise.
Never.
Go smoke your cigarette. I love you.
I think what you're doing is you don't know that you're head and I got you over here questioning me.
No.
That's exactly what it is. Danny,
No.
this is one of the hardest times of my life, and I did not need you to question me. I needed love and affection and support, and somebody sitting there telling me that we're gonna find him, that it's gonna be okay, that they're gonna do their job.
We're gonna find him. We're going to find Quinton. They are going to find Quinton. They're going to find him.
I hope they do.
I do too. I really do.
And they told me that they still didn't have any leads.
They ain't have none?
No.
No confession.
What did they tell you?
That they didn't have anything they could tell? And it's aggravating.
It's frustrating as hell.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Let me question you though, like, you have a question twice as hard as I have.
Why is this hard? Nah, baby. I'm the only other person in that house that's involved. You don't think I got interrogated like a goddamn fucking. Bro, you know that.
It's funny to you.
Oh, it's funny because you think that I'm sitting here not in the same position as like you think that the shit is a game to me, but I don't. You. Woo, boy. My life. You gonna call somebody to pick you up? That's what you're doing? Alright. That's all you
I
do.
wanted to come in here and I wanted to lay
Well, I
down,
wanted you to
and I
chill.
wanted to be comforted. I wanted to be sat there and told that we're gonna do our best and that we're gonna do what we gotta do.
We are.
I did not want to sit here and be questioned the second time in a row by you about 1 o'clock.
It's the second night in a row, and it's not 1 o'clock. It's 8:30.
About 1 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what Life 360 said.
And it wasn't 1 a.m. Lola.
It was like 1:15.
And I got back at 1:25. I was gone for 12 minutes. It was
And you went and met Misty.
Went and met Misty, cat orange, y'all.
And you said they told her?
I think so, yes.
What did she say?
And she confirmed it.
She confirmed
I'm
it?
pretty sure, yes. It's not like they sat there and told me what was said.
Oh, but they.
They said that they spoke to Misty and they didn't question me no more about the Oreo.
Oh, okay. I did tell. I mean, because there was Orgeil in that cabinet. But I'm not lying to you. So I need you to come back over here, like to me, like not right here physically, but I need you to come back over this way, okay? Because I did tell you there was Orgeil in that cabinet. You know, there was 2 without a cat. There was 1 with a cat, from what my knowledge is. I know there was 3 things of Orgeil in that cabinet. Okay, that's fact. And they didn't check behind that mirror.
I don't know.
They didn't. I know that. Okay? But it was there. And it is, if you didn't grab it, why didn't you grab it?
Because my mom wasn't hurting no more. I got the toothpick now. It's filled up. I can eat on this side now.
So after that night, you didn't eat it anymore?
No, not because I was at the 800.
Why didn't you grab the Amsol or anything?
Because when I was trying that, it wasn't working. It was making me gag.
With the Q-tip?
When I was trying to put it in back there, it was making me gag going down the back of my throat.
Okay. Alright, well, you take your second. I'll talk to you in a second.
He didn't look. It was a waste of question. He said, go back to that guy and figure out what he did.
No, I have no intention of that. I just need I'll just smoke a cigarette with you. It don't matter. I mean, just give me a second. I'll meet you down there because I'm just.
I want to know what my baby is. And I want people like you and that guy to start coming at me like I did something to your own child.
Why did I come at you like that to you? Because you, every time I asked you a fucking question.
No, Danny, it's not every time you ask me a question.
Oh.
Every time you asked me about the 1 a.m., I told you. It was when you went into other micro questions about it that it felt like you were an FBI agent sitting there trying to question it.
But you don't treat me like that when I ask any other question? You don't treat me like that when I talk to you any other way? Or when
Yeah, I do.
You do treat me like that.
What do you mean?
You treat me like I'm accusing you of something.
I think she knows it's
No, I only do that when you sat there and you asked the first time. I said yes. I'm not missing.
No,
What you continuously asking is when I started getting aggravated.
This time.
Huh?
This time.
Yeah, I am last night when you continuously asked. This time. This time. Exactly what we wanted.
She knew she couldn't.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Very good. You didn't admit it. Every portion part of the way you're treating me proves it.
She didn't confess though. No confession.
No.
None.
She didn't really like you asking about that origin trip, did she?
No, sir, she didn't.
Now, sometime after this, did you agree also to have your telephone communications monitored?
Yes, sir, I did.
And-
Also in 31.
Maybe
Say
he
again?
said something on the phone.
Then. Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. I thought it was on this document, a separate document. But yes, sir, I did agree to have my phone monitored.
I'd like to approach with what I marked at Stacy's in 33-year-old. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
My consent for them to monitor my telephone, my cell phone.
Was this, is this a fair and accurate copy of that document?
Yes, sir.
Is it one of those forms or more than one?
There's multiple.
Why are there multiple?
There's a second one from a month later, because I guess they have to renew them, I guess.
Did you have any problem with agreeing to this?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
I didn't do anything wrong. I mean, they already knew about what I was doing drug-wise, so I had no issues with anything they wanted to find.
Your Honor, I would offer.
He was on
states,
drugs.
33 into evidence at this time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Right, the one on the front, is that the first one?
Yes, sir.
And when does that show that that document was signed?
The 9th of October,
And then what about the second one?
the 8th of November.
Okay, so the first one's on the 9th, and then you renewed it again a month later.
Yes, sir. And I still, even past this, there was contact between me and them so they could monitor.
So it was more than just that.
Yeah.
Now, did they explain to you what of your phone communications were going to be monitored, whether it was just your
All of them.
contact with the defendant or all of them?
Well, it says the purpose of viewing, listening to, and or recording any activity I may have with Leilani.
Was your understanding though that they would be able to listen to all of your telephone calls with anybody and see all of your text messages with anybody?
Yeah,
And you were still willing to do this?
absolutely.
Now, we just watched these videos from the hotel, and the timestamp and date stamp shows that those were on October 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
And we've talked about the consent form for monitoring your phone, and that was, the first one at least was signed on October 9th, right?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you signed the second
My mother's house in North Carolina.
one? When did you go to your mother's house in North Carolina?
I think I signed this first paper, and I think I left Georgia that day. if I'm not mistaken.
Why did you leave Georgia?
Actually, no, I didn't leave Georgia. I left Savannah. I went to Atlanta for a weekend
And why did you go to Atlanta?
to get away from Savannah
If he looks like a
After Atlanta, where did you go?
to Dunn, North Carolina.
To your mother's house?
Yes, sir.
And was that, at that point, was that essentially the end of your time living in Savannah or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because he was done because his mama wrote that post, "Leave my son alone. If you come up here,
Let me
Dolly's
ask
going
you,
to jail."
a couple miscellaneous questions. Let me ask you this: did things between you and the defendant kind of fall apart during this investigation?
There was already nothing there.
Why are people telling you to calm down?
Do you remember ever seeing Quinton with any favorite toys or stuffed animals or anything like that?
No, not specifically.
Do you remember him having a favorite Mickey Mouse toy?
No, I don't.
If he had a favorite Mickey Mouse toy, is that something that you think you would remember having lived with him during that time frame?
More than likely, yes.
And you have no recollection of that?
No, sir.
If he had a Mickey Mouse toy that he slept with every night, would you think you would remember that?
Yes, sir, more than likely.
And do you remember anything like that?
No, sir.
Let me ask you about trash, okay? You lived in that house for some months, if I understand correctly.
How? Yeah.
For a period of months, you lived there?
Yes.
We have seen introduced into evidence a picture of 3 trash cans on like a wooden rack in the carport area.
Yeah, I remember that. That rack.
Say again?
I remember the wooden rack where the trash cans were kept.
What did y'all do with garbage in that house, like kitchen garbage?
Took them to those 3 trash cans that were sitting on top of that rack.
And then what would you do with the trash cans?
They would get loaded up in the truck and dumped off in a larger dumpster to be taken away.
What dumpster would y'all use for that?
Azalea mobile home.
Now, what vehicle?
I didn't know
would you
that.
Take those garbage cans to Azalea?
Thomas's white Silverado.
Is that something that you would do, or who would do
Yes, sir.
that? Okay. Would anybody?
I
else
would.
do-
I would.
Would anybody else do that?
Not normally, no.
Okay. Let me ask you this: did you guys ever drive around with garbage in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
Like just a trash bag with leftover food in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
Why not?
That would stink up the vehicle. It just sounds nasty.
At the time, October 4th, October 5th, was there any garbage in the back of the Dodge Journey?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you have any recollection of ever having a garbage bag in the back of the Dodge?
Shrimp pasta.
Like full of leftover food?
Oh, no.
The back of the Dodge Journey is upholstered, right? It had carpet.
Yes, sir. That's another reason.
Why would you not want to put the trash bag full of old food on that?
Stain the carpet and seek in and sounds nasty.
Do you have any recollection of having had any shrimp pasta in the household in the days leading up to Quinton's disappearance?
Possibly.
Anything more you remember?
Oh my God! Stop.
You done talk this into a failure.
No confession.
Keep doing it. Just keep talking about how bad all this is.
Oh my God.
Look at her stupid face. I swear.
Oh my God. Is she gonna walk?
Stop it. Just stop saying it out loud.
He could have said no. There's no shrimp pasta. Are they in this together? Did they talk outside and he told her the house was
Look
bugged?
at her stupid ass face. I swear to God.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Why would you say that?
Because he's trying to help her. That's his baby's mama. He probably told her to. He
He
probably
knows that-
told her the bug was in the hotel room. That's why she was sticking to the story and acting like she was. Look at her. I like to take this gavel. And you ever seen Faces of Death where they take that little monkey and they put him in the table and they start hitting him in the head till his brain cracks open and they eat it? Just like the. Oh my God. Well, on the bright side, Richard has to buy 1,000 bars of soap.
It's not over. I'm not gonna go that route. I don't talk like that.
I know. I'm just playing. I'm trying to lighten the mood.
It's not.
I'm
even
just trying to
funny.
lighten the
It's
mood.
just-
I'm just trying to lighten the mood.
There's got to be something somewhere. The grand jury indicted her on these charges.
How?
I don't know.
Y'all keep saying it ain't over to the fat lady sings. The fat lady done sang 4
You're the
different
one
songs.
that said that too. So I don't understand how you don't get
I thought
it.
she was gonna confess.
Closing statements. Finale. Like, I don't.
At this point, she would have to jump up
What
and
I
say,
mean, do you
I
think he
did
did
it.
it?
I don't know who did it.
I don't think he did it.
I think she did it, but you got to prove how she did it.
Not necessarily. I hate her stupid face.
I hate her face too. It's making me mad. I'm
You're
getting
gonna have to
angry.
marry her if she don't get jailed.
I ain't marrying her. She's. I'm not doing it. I'm
One and
calling
only
off.
woman that
I'm
you ever
calling off
proposed to.
the wedding.
I swear to God, I hate her face.
No, that's Danny on the stand, and we were hoping that he'd be the one to do her in, but that don't seem to be the case.
I was just saying order in the court.
Order in the court.
Okay. So, Mr. Junkin, I'm going to ask you to step down. You can have a seat in the. I'm going to ask you to just have a seat. You can leave that right there.
He's the star witness.
You said who the star witness was.
Yeah, that little girl's gonna say
So,
she
ladies and
abused
gentlemen,
him.
we got started a little bit with the evidence itself a little bit later today.
It's all of it.
Although we were working prior to that. I'm going to let y'all go for the evening, and we're going to start again in the morning.
Court's adjourned.
We're going to start at 9:00. So back to that, okay? And I just want to remind you again, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Don't read, do research, watch television articles. Don't consume any media reports about the case.
Vision.
I am going to release you this evening. I hope you have a good evening. Please know I understand this is not easy, and you have my thanks. We'll see you in the morning. Okay.
Oh my gee. Oh my gee. The day has been terrible. Terrible. I was in a good mood when I started this morning. I was in a great mood. What I've heard today is horrible.
No, I'm not a sister wife. I don't share. You
What are you talking about?
You marry Leilani? Someone in chat said I was trying to be a sister wife.
I'm not. That was a joke. Nobody trying to marry Leilani. Ass. I'm trying to see her go to prison.
I need steak.
I can't believe this.
It's day 3.
I just can't even believe it.
It's day 3. I refuse. I rebuke you, Satan, and your bad thoughts. There's no way she walks.
You
She
want some
can't
shrimp
walk.
pasta?
No, I don't like shrimp. You know I don't eat shrimp.
I don't eat shrimp either, so we
So,
ain't never got to
I
worry about
mean-
that one. No shrimp pasta.
I don't want pasta either. I said steak.
Okay.
She ain't walking.
Audio and video in the morning. So I don't know if there's any particular dongle or anything like that. Who would I
Someone
speak
said I was
to
jealous.
about I guess
Oh,
plugging into the
boy.
system?
Casey or Marianne, is what I'm thinking. So if we're gonna start at 9 o'clock, you wanna be here at about 8:30?
I was gonna try to do it about 8:30 so I can go and plug everything up at that point.
Okay. We'll reach out to, court administration for someone to be here at 8:30.
Y'all have, I think y'all might email and cell phone, so just, if there's anything I need to be here earlier, just let me know and I'll be here earlier.
I would imagine that 8:30 is gonna be fine. Okay. Anything that anyone wants to put on the record at this time?
Not from the defense judge.
Mr. Youngkin, you will be the witness that begins the
Why is
morning,
he standing
okay?
there like he's waiting to talk to her? Look at how
Alright,
he's.
you step out in the hall.
Oh my God.
Might want to advise him not to speak.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Youngkin, please don't speak with anyone about the case. Don't speak with any witnesses. You yourself don't do any research or look further into the case. But the most important thing is the rule of sequestration.
Why is she
Don't
looking
speak with
at him?
Any other witnesses about the matter. Thank you. All right.
But she's still staring, watching him leave.
All right. With that, we're in recess until 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Wow. Wow. All I can say to this, guys, is wow. I thought for sure she would confess to something. The bones today, the anthropologist said they didn't, Leilani wasn't no broke
You
bones.
knew that
from him.
already, though. You knew that already.
I knew that. I knew that. Okay. But what I didn't know what was Danny was going to say, and Danny didn't say anything to hurt her. Nothing. He even agreed that there may have been shrimp pasta in the car, or they had shrimp pasta.
I just got over work. I don't look pretty.
And wow, guys, wow. I mean, I ain't gonna say she's gonna walk. I'll stop saying that.
She's not walking, but there's nothing right now.
If I was a jury member, there's nothing right now. I'll agree to that.
There's nothing that tells me how she did it. I mean, there's signs of her being aggressive when she's on drugs.
Yeah, because she was
There's 3
screaming at
people
him
in the house, and so far, if I had to eliminate one, I would eliminate Danny.
What does it say? PJ, pinch him and say the monkey thing. What is that?
I don't know.
I don't know what the monkey thing even is. Right? See it?
Pinch him for saying the monkey thing.
Hit your gravel. Court is adjourned for today. Okay, for today. Wow. I mean, wow. I mean, I do like my new gavel. That's the only good thing that happened in court today. I got a new gavel, but nothing really damaging against Leilani. We already knew she was crazy and mean and is a liar.
Yeah.
So nothing,
definitely.
nothing new came out of.
She lies.
Yeah, every time she moves her mouth, she lies, and every time she's caught in a lie or questioned about a lie, she gets aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a sign.
It's like you start to corner and she starts to act like a rabid beast.
Yeah, because she kept like going up on him like she wanted to fight in the hotel room. So you can see the signs of aggression. And I think this dude was probably just scared of her. I think Danny is innocent though.
Well, that's what he said. He said he would try to avoid her or waking her up or what,
because he was drunk all the damn time.
And he was drunk. I mean, I would have to be drunk to be around her ass too. I mean,
yeah.
She just seems like she's always bitching about something.
Well, PJ's happy. We just ain't happy with the results of the day in court. Okay, we hoping this woman goes to prison.
I've been up since 5. I went to work. I don't have makeup on.
And
can't believe I was expecting something.
And I've been up since early this morning.
And then I've been listening to you talk about how she's gonna walk all day. So yeah, it's been a day.
Oh my Jesus. That's the word of the day. Oh my Lord. Damn. Oh my God. Okay. That is my reaction to all this.
There's no way that the grand jury indicted her with that. So, I mean, I don't
know.
They have to have something.
I mean, the grand jury had the stuff on her line and her disposing of the body.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they just lumped it all together, and that's probably why it got through the grand jury.
Murder,
but
3 charges.
But like I said, that little girl's gonna get on the stand and talk about how she's seen Leilani beating on this child. We haven't heard anybody say that yet. So I said in my video the other night, I said the little girl is going to be the death of Leilani.
There's a star witness. That's
I
gonna be
hope
the
so.
start
This
with
little girl, and I can tell you now, she ain't dumb like Danny. She's smart. She's an intelligent little kid. She's well spoken. And that's when
the
she
thing.
that's when she was 14, 15 years old. She's 17 now.
A lot of the chat was saying how he deserves to be in prison and he's just as bad as her because he was around it, so he must have witnessed it. I guarantee you he witnessed it. But would
I don't even know if he witnessed it.
I mean if
He
she
agreed to everything with the feds, everything, the taps, the videos, everything.
I know, but you're telling me that she was openly beating this baby in the middle of the street, but he didn't see that?
He had to have seen that,
That's
but
what
they
I'm
didn't
saying.
ask him that. They didn't ask him that either. The
I don't think
prosecutor,
he's done either. They didn't dismiss him.
yeah, he's the
And he
first
didn't
witness
get
tomorrow.
right. So there's got to be more. But I mean, I'm gonna stop saying that because every time I say that, I'm disappointed. But he
But what if he
had to
says
see
he
it.
never seen her beat him? Then it gets
he's a straight up liar.
Then
he's
it
a
gets
liar.
Then it gets sketchy
Then
from
he's
there.
just a liar. Because if she was doing it openly in the public, like on the side of the street when the babies were in the street, didn't she yank him up on the side of the street?
Uh-huh.
That's like the
And-
neighbors can look out the window and see her
And
ass doing that.
yeah, but the neighbors were her friends.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna I'm not.
Fry guy used to loan him the car. The neighbor across the street's an old perv that probably wants to bang her. Like, so you got all these weirdos, and the firefighter, he don't want to be
And
bothered.
fried peaches in Georgia. This is ridiculous. I'm almost as mad as I was a week and a half. Yeah.
So, wow.
I'm trying to think of how they would indict her from a grand jury and not have anything more than this. It is just day 3, so I'm thinking
Maybe they'll have
3
an
weeks.
expert that has looked at the skin tissue, and they can say.
I mean, if they eliminate Danny from doing it and they eliminate Paul from doing it, it's like almost like an eeny meeny miny mo, you did it type thing. I mean, I don't. And who was the person in chat talking about they didn't have to prove how it was done or something?
that she done it.
She did it though. That's what I'm saying. So that I guess based on that, they have to at least say she did it versus the other 2 in the house.
If he hadn't have mentioned that damn shrimp pasta,
I can't believe
like
you could have said, I don't know.
yeah, he didn't know anything else, but he knew, yeah, we probably had some shrimp pasta. You just said the day before you ate spaghetti, but you didn't say nothing about shrimp pasta. Like, I almost felt like when she was in, she knew she was being recorded. Hold on, my daughter's calling. Hey, I'm live on the internet.
Liam Payne from One Direction jumped off a building.
What?
Liam from One Direction, he
Uh-huh.
just killed himself.
What?
I'm mourning. I'm in tears. I'm literally sobbing.
Are you sure it ain't some fake stuff on Facebook?
TMZ posted pictures of him dead on the ground.
Lord.
The dude from One Direction just jumped off a building and
31 years old, killed himself.
wow.
I'm fine. I'm doing okay. Don't worry.
Okay, well, we're live on the internet. Everybody on the internet just heard that.
I'm mourning. This is serious. That was my first love of my life.
Why would that rich young boy do that?
Because money makes you do bad stuff.
Wow.
I'm having
Which one is he?
8 minutes ago. The blonde one.
He ain't the drummer, is he? No, who was the little boy, the youngest one?
Harry Niles, the youngest. Harry's the youngest.
Wow. TMZ is reporting it.
They were there when he jumped off the building. They have videos of him posted of him falling off the building.
And he purposely did it? He climbed out on the ledge?
I don't know. He jumped out of the hotel balcony.
Wow. How far up?
Jimmy, I'm mourning the loss of my husband right now. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. All right. All right. Peace. That is terrible news. That's horrible. Liam Payne. You jumped off a hotel balcony. Well, rest in third story. Well, rest in peace to him. Wow. What does it say?
Did you just say rest in third story? What?
He jumped off the third story. I said rest in peace to him. Your news said he fell?
No credible confirmation yet. What just happened 5 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago.
Oh, if it's on TMZ, he's dead. TMZ they were at their scene of the crash of Kobe Bryant instantly.
Fell from hotel balcony.
Fell. How do you fall from your hotel balcony?
3rd floor. We do not
One
know.
of the guys from One Direction.
We do not know if it was intentional or accidental. TMZ obtained photos showing Liam's body. Dude.
They show it? It ain't bloody. A bloody mess. Only 3
You're not
stories.
gonna be bloody.
3
It's on the
stories.
inside.
Yeah.
TMZ obtained a photo showing Liam's body on a wooden deck at the hotel with tables and chairs nearby. We're not showing the whole body, but you can clearly see his tattoos, a clock on his left forearm, and a scorpion on his abdomen. Witnesses say this happened shortly after 5 p.m.
Is that the hotel? I said. It don't even look that tall.
When his eye raised and that Liam had been acting erratic in the hotel lobby earlier, he smashed his laptop and had to be carried back to his room. Police and other first responders are all around the hotel now. The authorities have put up a red tent over the body as they begin investigation into Liam's death.
Wow, that sucks for him, man.
He had been in Argentina recently for a Niall Horan concert earlier in the month, and the 1D bandmates actually reunited at the show. Liam was only 16 when he joined One Direction, and the group became the biggest boy band in the world. I bet you he's involved with Diddy.
Think he's involved with Diddy? Oh, Lord.
And the group became the biggest boy band in the world after their 2010 launch on the X Factor. The band ultimately broke up in 2015, and he was considered one of their main songwriters. As we reported, Liam revealed in June 2021 that he struggled with alcohol and prescription drug abuse. At one point, when One Direction was on tour and things got so bad, he had severe suicidal thoughts. Earlier this week, there were reports about Liam's ex-fiancée, Maya Henry, alleging he left her after asking her to get an abortion. Her attorneys had been trying to send him a cease and desist letter to stop contacting her. It's unclear at this point if that triggered his erratic behavior at the hotel. He was only 31 years old. R.I.P.
Man, I remember, the One Direction days. Tiff, she was in love with One Direction and the Jonas Brothers, right? So she was all into that stuff, and I would have to listen to it all the time. I mean, all the time. I feel bad that the man's dead. Wow. Depression is a real thing. If anybody suffers from any type of depression, please reach out to somebody, because, when you're going through that, you think nobody cares about you. Nobody loves you. Everything's going bad. And it's one of those things in life where you got to realize that everybody hit that low point in life. And you got to know when you hit the bottom that you're going to go back up, because life is a roller coaster. It's not always good times. It's not always big concerts. And you're not always a rock star, and you got to just know that when you hit the bottom that you're going to go back up. Right. So that is really sad to hear. I don't want to see anybody lose their life. It's horrible. It is absolutely horrible. Well, look, guys, court is adjourned for today. Prayers for Liam and his family and his friends and the guys in One Direction that will probably.
Tomorrow I'm manifesting a brand new day with freaking
Yes.
convictions for Leilani Simon.
Let's try to manifest a good day in court tomorrow. Court starts at 9:30 here tomorrow, so I will be here with you guys at 9:00. And listen, this is a good reason to love your loved ones, right? And give them a hug, because you never know. And if you have a person in your family or friends that's going through something, try to reach out to them and try to talk to them, because you'll be amazed what a little talk will do. Somebody would have told him, "Hey, man, I love you."
I want to know if the chat said something about Diddy before I did.
He could still be alive. It's a smile, shake somebody's hand, ask somebody how they're doing. A random stranger. It goes a long ways in this world.
And a lot of times when, I know it's not the same, but when I used to have anxiety, I used to think I was the only one that was like that. And it
Mhm.
actually gave me so much hope to know like other people suffer through it too.
Yeah, and we help each other through anxiety all
Mhm.
the time, and we know when not to mess with each other too bad because we're having anxiety.
Yeah.
So we help each other in our anxiety. And
I usually only have had it recently when I like wake up in the middle of the night. And you've actually really been great because I don't know why. It's like
same thing
the
far as I
only
feel about
time.
you helping me with my anxiety. You're always there for me. And especially when I was in the hospital. That made me feel a lot better, honestly. Just like I told that lady, if she was saying something about PJ setting the alarm off on the bed in the hospital, and I told the lady, I said, "Well, if you don't want to climb up in this bed and hold me and cuddle, you better shut up, lady." And that's what I told the ICU nurse. So you better leave PJ alone unless you plan
That's just
on
such a helpless feeling.
spooning with me, right? So anyway, guys, thank you for being here. Prayers to, like I said, to Liam and his family and friends.
Yeah, it's sad.
If you haven't, drop some comments at the video and tell me what you think about what happened in court today. I'm just like, damn, that's the only word I got for it. Maybe like PJ's right. Let's all say a little prayer tonight. Let's manifest something that damages Leilani where she looks like a killer.
Just stop saying she's gonna walk. Like
I will stop saying she's
you're
going to
gonna
walk.
make
All right.
it into existence.
But just remember, if you do got depression out there and you think nobody loves you, Dolly loves you. Okay. And I will see you guys probably later tonight if I'm still awake because I got up early. So you guys be good. Stay safe. Peace.
Bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ.
See you all in court tomorrow. Oh, that's funny.